Neo US City, in front of First People's Hospital. Don't go, brother. You'll die. Tears streamed down the girl's face as she sat in her wheelchair, gripping my hand tight. Mom and Dad are already gone. Xiaoyu can't lose you too. Relax. I placed my hand on her forehead, my gaze unwavering. I watch 12 hours of survival shows every day. I'm not gonna die. The year is 2026. Countless rifts have torn open in the skies above Blue Star, and alien races have poured through in force. Humanity has been beaten back again and again, our living space crushed down to just 13 cities across the Federation. Our only hope lies in that survival game space. Those who make it out alive become the gifted. Beings who can fly through the skies, burrow through the earth, split mountains, and part seas. Humanity's last line of defense. The catch? That place only opens once a year, with a death rate of 99%. 3 years ago, my parents were forcibly sent in and never came back. Now the Federation has dropped the entry age to 18. I just turned 18 this year. Doesn't our family have an exemption slot? Use it, brother, quick. Xiaoyu clung to me, refusing to let go. When 2 members of a family have entered the survival space, that family earns a single exemption slot. Use it, and you can refuse entry forever. But I can't use it. My sister is 15, both legs paralyzed. In 3 years, it'll be her turn, and going in means certain death. The slot's for you. Be good. I steeled myself and pried her hand off mine. Oh, what touching sibling devotion. The screech of an engine cut through the air as a red sports car skidded to a stop like a bolt of lightning. The door opened, and out stepped a woman in a tight black dress. Lu Ruyan, my fiancé in name only. Behind her trailed a well-dressed rich boy, the two of them arm in arm. 3 years ago, you showed up out of nowhere waving a marriage contract, I said, eyeing her coldly. I knew from the start, you were only after the exemption slot. So what? The contract's recognized by the Federation. That makes me half a member of the Wang family. Lu Ruyan tightened her grip on the man's shoulder. You want to use the slot? Did you ask me first? The man let out a cold laugh. Zhao Ritian, son of the deputy governor of Tianyuan City. Kid, be smart and hand over the slot. He spoke slowly, deliberately. Maybe I could get my father to fix your sister's legs. My whole body went rigid. 6 months ago, during an alien invasion, a fallen roof beam crushed Xiaoyu's legs. The city doctors were helpless. Only a gifted could heal her. Young Master Zhao, the slot has to go to me. Lu Ruyan panicked. Those crippled legs, wasn't that you who? Shut up, you idiot. Zhao Ritian's expression changed in an instant. You took matters into your own hands with Wang Chufeng's parents. I haven't even settled that score with you yet. He cut himself off abruptly. But I'd already understood. My sister's legs, he was the one who broke them. My parents' disappearance, Lu Ruyan had a hand in it. Bloodlust surged in my chest. I clenched my fists so hard they shook. Knuckles white. You, I said, spacing out each word. Wait for me in the survival world. I won't let you off. Huh. Young Master Zhao is the son of the deputy city lord. How could he possibly enter the survival space? Lu Ruyan sneered. Quit dreaming, you broke loser. Hand over the slot today, or your whole family dies. That's right. My dad's a gifted one who came out of the space. One of humanity's top 100 fighters. Zhao Ritian dropped all pretense. Even if you lowlifes all die out, I still can't get in. I smiled. I pointed at the phone stand by the flower bed. I've been live streaming this whole time. Every second, on camera. Right now there are, what, a few 100,000 people watching. Both their faces went white in an instant, their legs buckling beneath them. Only 1 billion people were left on Earth. A few 100,000 viewers now was the equivalent of tens of millions 10 years ago. With the deputy city lord's son acting this arrogant in public, not even his father's overwhelming power could suppress this tidal wave of public rage. Damn it. You set me up. Zhao Ritian collapsed to the ground. I unclenched my fist and looked toward Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, Big Brother can finally go in with peace of mind. As for revenge, inside the survival space, I'll collect it from them with my own hands. The transport array blazed with light, and the world spun. When I opened my eyes again, I was standing in a gray, hazy space. A cold, mechanical voice sounded. Welcome to the survival game world. This session, Beast Taming Survival. Difficulty, Extreme. Players receive 2 draws. a fated beast card, and a beast talent card. I slowly reached out and flipped over the 2 cards floating before me. The chance to defy fate and rewrite my destiny had finally come. Note: talents can only be applied to your fated beast. If your fated beast dies, the talent becomes void, and the player suffers a severe backlash injury. If the player dies, the beast dies. My heart tightened. I had to draw a beast that wasn't easy to kill. Otherwise, the moment it died, I'd be completely finished. The first card flipped over, and the phantom images of all kinds of animals flickered wildly. Cattle and sheep of the grasslands, giant fish of the deep sea, even the dragons and phoenixes of legend. Finally, the image locked onto an ant. Fated beast, leafcutter ant. Quality: common, lowest tier. Level 0. Combined combat power: 0.01. Talent: none. Description: extraordinarily weak. A single raindrop spells total annihilation. Cuts through wooden objects relatively quickly. Rating: the lowliest of the lowly. I stared at the sesame-sized black speck in my palm. 8 quality tiers, and I'd drawn the worst, common. And not just common, but the weakest and among the common tier. I could crush it just by sitting down carelessly. Whatever. I flipped over the second card, the talent card. Letters rolled by in a frenzy. A, B, C, D, E, S, and finally stopped at SSS. My pupils contracted. Talent: infinite division. Quality: S. SS rank. Description: as long as energy is sufficient, you can infinitely split your beast. Each copy possesses the full power of the original. The stronger the beast, the more energy it consumes. Energy source: energy coins. Rating: the only SSS grade talent in this survival space. My breath caught. The weakest beast, but the strongest talent. Even the weakest ant, in infinite numbers, can grind out a qualitative change. The key was energy coins. As I pondered, the gray mist dissolved. Solid wooden walls materialized out of nowhere, along with a bed and a stone pickaxe axe lying on the floor. A broken wooden door, drafty windows, the stench of rotting timber. Outside was pitch black, filled with the overlapping howls of unknown creatures. This was the spawn point. Rule 1. Survive 100 days to clear the game. Rule 2. Daytime is relatively safe. Gather, hunt, and open treasure chests to level up. Nighttime is extremely dangerous. Stay inside your cabin. Rule 3. The nights grow increasingly deadly. Keep upgrading your cabin. It's your only hope of surviving to day 100. Rule 4. The first 3 days are the newbie protection period. Rule 5. A desperate disaster strikes every 7 days. On the 7th day, a horde of beast corpses will erupt. Food and water were entirely up to you to find. That rule alone would wipe out a huge chunk of people. Game start. Panel unlocked. Silently focus to toggle the panel. Panel. A pale blue interface appeared with 3 functions: regional channel, trading market, and building info. I opened the regional channel near US City region. Population: 20,098. A city of over 10 million people, yet only 20,000 had entered. Messages scrolled endlessly. Zhang Jiwei, Silver Leech. That's it? I'm the champion of a wilderness survival competition. Lin Guruei, Golden Otter. I pulled a Golden Otter, B-grade talent. Lin Wenshu, Mythical Flood Dragon. You're all pathetic. Watch me go out there and slaughter everything. Someone had actually pulled a mythical rank. I was about to ask about energy coins when the channel suddenly flashed. Lin Wenshu, Mythical Flood Dragon, dead. Mythical rank, dead in just seconds? Terror seized everyone in an instant. I jerked back against the bed, curling up, and only then caught the time in the corner of the panel. Time until daytime, 10 minutes. I understood now. He'd opened the cabin door and walked into the night, killed instantly. Something in the darkness could one-shot even a mythical rank. I immediately opened the building tab. Small cabin. Level 0. Durability: 2 out of 100, drops 1 point every half hour at night. 1 wood repairs 2 points. Upgrade materials: 50 units of wood. Rating: severely damaged. Only 2 durability left. An hour at most. Wood. I had to get wood. In the channel, everyone else was catching on too. Sunya. Bronze fathead fish *. Anyone got wood? I'll trade silk stockings for it. Zhaori Tian Diamond Saber Tooth *. I'm Zhaori Tian, son of the deputy city lord. Bring me wood, and you'll be richly rewarded. Zhao Tian. The corner of my mouth curled up. So he'd finally been driven in here by that overwhelming tide of public outrage. Good. That blood debt. I would settle it right here, with my own hands. Sunlight pierced through the cracks. Daytime had arrived. I gripped my pickaxe and pushed open the cabin door. Golden morning light bathed the forest, distant peaks wreathed in thin mist. It wasn't the post-apocalyptic wasteland I'd imagined. Instead, it teemed with life. But I didn't dare let my guard down for even a second. Even the legendary flood dragon had gone down. Pickaxe. Attack power, 2. Durability, 30/30ths, irreparable. Description. Can harvest level 0 trees and ore. Rating. It'll have to do. I tapped the grass lightly with the back of the axe, confirmed there was no ambush, then advanced step by step. Moments later, I came to a tree about as thick as a bowl's rim. The instant my eyes landed on it, a faint glow rose around its edges, like a file selected with a mouse. I swung the stone axe. Wood chips flew everywhere. I lost count of how many times I chopped before the tree finally crashed to the ground, turning into 3 pieces of wood. Obtained 3 units of wood. I glanced at the time. It had somehow eaten up over an hour. My heart sank. A full day of hard chopping would yield 6 or 7 pieces at most, barely enough to make it through one night. But I still had to eat and drink, and monsters would attack the cabin after dark. My axe only had 25 durability left too. Chopping like this, I was as good as dead. Stay calm. Beast taming. This game was called Beast Taming Survival, and the key to breaking through lay with the beasts themselves. But activating their talents required energy coins. I opened the shop. The balance in the upper left corner, 0. The shop had 2 tabs, player listings and system buyback. The buyback prices were low, but it was my only source right now. I tapped exchange. Detected 3 units of wood can be recycled for 3 energy copper coins. Recycle. Recycle. 3 coins glowing with green light appeared in my palm, each the size of a 1 yuan piece. A forest on the front, a blurry human figure on the back. I returned to the cabin and found that little black ant in the corner. Use infinite division on the leafcutter ant. Yes, in an instant. 1 became 2, 2 became 4. Within a single breath, the bedboard was blanketed in a solid layer of black. 30,000 little black ants, every single one a true body. As long as one survived, my beast would never die. I stared at the 3 vanished copper coins, my blood surging. With enough energy, I could drown this entire world in ants. Little blacks move out. I left 10 behind to guard the true body while the rest poured out. I split off a portion to scatter and scout, and the remainder swarmed to attack the trees. A single ant couldn't fell a tree, but tens of thousands working at once. Rustle. Rustling, swarming like a rising tide. The base of the tree trunk quickly split into a visible notch. My stone axe wasn't idle either, chopping alongside the ants. 1 hour later, for massive trees toppled one after another, and 12 logs flashed onto the ground. Recycle. 12 copper coins credited. I activated my talent again. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. 120,000 ants took shape in mere seconds. Together with the previous ones, a full 150,000. Truly worthy of being the only SSS ranked talent. With enough energy, even ants can raise a tsunami. I was about to swing my axe when an urgent buzzing from Little Black suddenly echoed in my mind. To the southeast, a scouting ant had spotted a creature, and on its back, it carried a treasure chest. The rules had said that treasure chests held special resources. My eyes lit up. I hefted my pickaxe and crept toward it. 50 meters southeast of the cabin. The bushes shook violently, and a wild boar leapt out. Dozens of pounds, grunting as it rooted through the dirt in search of food. On its back sat a shoebox-sized black iron chest, not strapped on, but literally smashed into its spine. Pus dripped down from the rotting flesh, the stench overwhelming. Its eyes were cloudy and lifeless. A zombie boar. I immediately ducked back behind the tree. No matter how good the treasure was, my life mattered more. 1 bite from that thing, 1 viral infection, and I'd be finished right here. Can't rush this. With a single thought, 20,000 little blacks scattered silently, locking onto the boar from every direction. The prey couldn't escape. I go back to chopping trees first. 1 hour. Crash. 11 trees fell one after another, opening a clearing in the forest as sunlight poured in. Beastmaster chopped a level 0 tree. Obtained wood times 3. The notification chimed nonstop. 39 logs. I recycled them all, and a small handful of energy copper coins instantly piled up in my palm. Little black, unlimited division. 1 became 2, 2 became 4. The black tide beneath my feet expanded wildly at a visible pace. For several meters in every direction, a dense black mass. 510,000. Staggering. I stared at this army of ants, pondering for just an instant. Chase the boar? No way to catch it. Ants are too slow, and the boar would bolt the moment it ran, unless I surrounded it completely. Keep gnawing the trees. 400,000 stayed to devour the wood, while 100,000 fanned out to scout in all directions. If there was one monster and one treasure chest, then there had to be a second one and a second chest. Another hour. 41 trees came crashing down. Recycle 123 logs. Copper coins spilled through the gaps between my fingers. Divide. 1,630,000 little blacks gnawed in unison. The scene was like a moving black ocean. The pickaxe's durability hit 0 and crumbled to dust. 2 hours left until nightfall. The last time. Split. The black tide surged threefold again, like a flowing abyss. Leave 5 million to keep gnawing at the tree. The rest. Come with me to meet that pig. The zombie boar was still digging up the dirt. The ant army closed in from all directions. At 10 meters, it didn't react. Only at 2 meters did it suddenly lift its head. Pitch black fluid oozed from its wounds. Snort. That cry wasn't fear, it was excitement. I hid behind a tree, watching coldly. The zombification had stripped away its wariness, but left it even hungrier for fresh flesh. Go. The boar stamped wildly. Hundreds of corpses crushed with each step, and with a single lick of its tongue, thousands more gone. But the black tide was fiercer still, swarming over its entire body in an instant. Sharp mandibles tore off a layer of flesh, yet it didn't retreat an inch, still snorting. No sense of pain. A chill ran through me. No pain, no fatigue, no fear. An enemy like this would only be harder to deal with than a living creature. It devoured the ants, letting its own flesh be gnawed away inch by inch. Bare bones showed, all 4 limbs severed, and still it kept feeding frantically. Another million. A fresh black tide poured in, drowning it completely. It struggled for a moment, then its breath cut off. Beastmaster killed a level 0 zombie boar, gained experience points times 5. Personal panel now unlocked. Experience points for leveling up? Just as I was about to take a closer look, the bushes in the distance shook violently. A dull, guttural roar. Something big. I grabbed the treasure chest and slipped behind a tree. A brown beast, half a man's height, stepped out from the bushes, a yellow-brown chest set into its back. Another treasure chest, and a bigger one. The giant boar saw the remains on the ground and let out a mournful wail, then stamped in a fury. Hundreds of thousands of ants were reduced to paste in an instant. Emotion and intelligence. But that chest on its back, I had to have it. Go. The million-strong black tide turned and lunged, swallowing the beast whole. Yet it emerged unharmed, rolled once on the spot, and crushed hundreds of thousands more. What's going on? Little Black sent back a message, just 4 words. Can't bite through. Hard as stone. Notice, your ants are level 0 and can only harm level 0 creatures. Current target is a level 1 zombie boar. Level suppression. Below level 1, there was no breaking through its defense. I shook my head and slowly backed away. To get the chest on its back, I'd need another approach. Detected 1,200 units of wood in your possession. Recycle? No. The trees for hundreds of meters around had all been gnawed down by Little Black, scattered in heaps across the clearing. Don't recycle. This was my capital for upgrading the cabin, and the surplus could be listed on the market. Wood was sure to fetch a sky-high price tonight. The recycle value was only 1 copper coin per unit, while player trades started at 2.54 until nightfall. Minutes. Over 1,000 logs. How am I supposed to haul them all back? Everyone else is stressing about chopping down a single tree, while here I am with too much wood. Garbage game. Doesn't even give you a storage system. Storage. Wait. I've got it. The marketplace lets you delist items anytime, and delisted items appear right beside you. No fees, just a limit of 9 per batch. List them, then delist, instant teleport home. While hauling, I nudged a log aside and spotted a wood-grain chest by the tree roots. Clean as if it had grown straight out of the soil, completely out of place among the rotting leaves everywhere. I confirmed it was safe and carried it inside. The sky was getting dark. The cabin was packed with wood, and the floor was a swarming mass of little black creatures. I could barely turn around. Materials meet upgrade requirements. Upgrade. Yes. 50 logs vanished in an instant. The walls looked brand new, and every broken door and window was fully repaired. Keep going. Insufficient materials. Cannot upgrade. I froze and opened the panel. Building, small cabin. Level 1. Defense, 20. Durability, 100 out of 100. Loses 1 point per hour at night. 1 log repairs 1 point. Upgrade materials. Wood times 200, stone times 50. Description, better than 95% of current players. Rating, a barely livable shack. So it needs stone now. There were plenty of waist-high boulders out in the clearing, but it was getting dark. No time to mine them. I'd have to wait until tomorrow, or see if I could buy some from the marketplace. I collapsed onto the bed, parched and starving. 8 hours of intense labor had wrung me completely dry. 2 treasure chests sat at the foot of the bed. I reached out and touched one, and the info appeared. Too bad my splitting talent only works on tamed beasts. Otherwise, I'd split one chest into 10 and win without lifting a finger. Chest tiers: common, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, king, mythic. I opened the common chest first. Obtained: wood times 2, stone times 1, bread times 2. Then the bronze chest. Obtained: purified water times 2, meat times 2, campfire blueprint times 1. The items burst out as fist-sized orbs of light. A touch of my fingertip returned them to their original form, while the chest itself gradually turned transparent and faded away. The bread was palm-sized, enough for a meal. The purified water, 500 milliliters. The meat, about 2 pounds. But what really got my heart racing was that yellowed blueprint. Campfire blueprint. Materials, wood times 8. Description: 1 log burns for 2 hours, provides warmth, and cooks food. I built the campfire right away and lit it. Flickering firelight lit up the walls. I set the meat over it, and it started sizzling, dripping grease. I took a bite of the roasted meat and chugged half a bottle of water. Back to life. I opened the regional channel. Zhang Jiwei, Silver Leech. Chopped 6 trees today, 18 logs. Gonna make it through tonight easy. Lin Guruwei, Golden Otter asterisk. Bro, you don't know you can use your beast to chop trees? Zhang Jiwei, Silver Leech asterisk, damn it. Why didn't you say so earlier? Jiang Yun, Diamond Mouse asterisk, so jealous of you guys with big beasts. My little mouse gnaws all day and only gets 30 logs. Sun T, Bronze Python asterisk, we're all short on wood for upgrades. Who's actually gonna sell? Zhang Mingtian, Black Iron Wolf asterisk, you guys spend all day just chopping wood? Aren't you starving? I'll trade wood for food and drinks. Li Ziba, Golden Cicada asterisk, selling a level 1 hatchet blueprint. Trading for wood, highest bidder wins. DM me your offers. Zhao Ritian, Diamond Sabertooth asterisk, at Li Ziba, let me see the blueprint. I've got 120 logs today. Nobody in this area can outbid me. Asterisk OP sick. Asterisk 120 logs. Absolute top-tier player. Asterisk have a heart. Neighbor, spare me some wood. I smiled to myself. A whole crowd was still fighting tooth and nail over a few dozen logs. What I pulled in a single day was 100 times that. The gap in talent had been sealed from day one. But what really made me sit up straight were those 2 words. Hatchet. A level 1 weapon. It could break through the defense of a level 1 zombie boar. That bronze treasure chest strapped to the beast's back. It was mine. I tapped on Li Ziba's profile picture and opened a private chat. Everyone's profile picture was a photo of themselves. Li Ziba was stunning. A pair of eyes so bright they were like the noonday sun, almost too dazzling to look at directly. A red mole at the corner of the right eye gave her a distinctive edge. I paused for a moment, then clicked the profile picture. The private chat window popped up. The dialog box even had an item exchange function. Me asterisk K. Can I take a look at the blueprint first? Li Ziba asterisk sure. In half an hour, I'll close the deal with the highest bidder. Hatchet Blueprint. Item, Hatchet Blueprint. Quality, Common Level, 1. Attack, 10. Durability, 100. Materials, wood times 10, iron or times 4, hemp rope times 2. Description, a low-quality blade. Can chop trees and wound level 1 creatures. Just the fact that it could hurt level 1 creatures made this blade worth throwing serious money at. Only, my combat power was just 5? No way. I remembered my stats had updated when I killed the zombie boar, so I quickly pulled up my survival panel. Wang Chu Phone level, 0, 5 out of 100. Talent, Infinite Division, SSS rank. Total combat power, 5. Rating, your combat power is disgracefully low. It really was 5. I felt a little helpless. 1 blade's worth of damage equaled 2 of me, which meant I had to get this hatchet even more. The question was, how much should I offer? I had over 1,000 logs, but I couldn't afford to be reckless. Out here, every single log could buy someone a little more time alive. I just needed to bid higher than everyone else. From what I knew, according to intel, among the players in the region clamoring for the blueprint, Zhao Ritian had the most wood, 120 logs. Nighttime meant death could come at any moment. He'd surely spend 50 upgrading his cabin, leaving 70. I decided to bid 71. In this whole region, hardly anyone could match that price. Meanwhile, Zhao Ritian stared at the blueprint, fire in his eyes. This knife was his, no question. His father was the deputy lord of Niuyue City and had passed him plenty of survival tips. Today, he'd found a spot hiding a treasure chest, guarded by a nasty level 1 creature that his level 0 saber-toothed tiger couldn't scratch. But with a level 1 machete, things would be different. All in, he gritted his teeth and threw down everything he had, 70 logs. Who in the whole region would dare go higher? For the next half hour, he flipped between the region channel and the marketplace, confirming nothing could compete with a level 1 weapon. Beep, beep, beep. The reply came, and he lit up. I knew it was mine. Liziba *, sorry, you weren't the highest bidder. Looking forward to working with you next time. Zhao Ritian * impossible. Who could have outbid me? He fired off several messages. No response came. A flash of white light, 71 logs vanished, and a rolled parchment appeared at the bottom of my panel, etched with the design of a woodcutting knife, complete with dimensions and materials. I nodded, satisfied. Landing a rare blueprint on day 1. This Liziba was either lucky or the real deal. I sent a message. I've got all kinds of resources. Hit me up anytime you've got good stuff to trade. Liziba * sure. You'll be my first call. Deep in the mountains, inside a level 1 cabin, Liziba gnawed on roasted meat. A barely breathing knowing bird perched on her shoulder. In my past 3 lives, none of the people who traded blueprints with me on day 1 were Wang Chufeng or Zhao Ritian. She stroked the bird's feathers. Little cicada, did carrying me through rebirth this time change the course of fate? In her 3 previous lives, she'd cleared the game with this mythic-grade knowing bird, becoming a powerful, gifted one. But every time, not long after the game ended, tens of thousands of alien races launched their final assault on Blue Star. Humanity, like ants, like bubbles, wiped out in an instant. Using the bird's power to rewind time, she'd return to the beginning again and again, hoping to change everything. Every time, the ending was annihilation. Little cicada, you've fallen from mythic to gold. Can you still carry me through rebirth next time? She gazed out the window into the dark night. This life, there are 2 people who never existed before. Wang Chufeng, Zhao Ritian. 3 days from now, when the protection period ends, I'll go pay them a visit. I closed the chat and started tearing into my roasted meat while scrolling the marketplace for iron, ore, and hemp rope. Page 1, all wood. Page 2, timber. Third page, a few scattered listings for water and food. Finally found some hemp rope, snagged it for 4 energy copper coins. Flipped to the last page. Still no iron ore. There were a few people selling stones though, 2 or 3 coins apiece. Money's no issue for me, so I bought whatever looked decent. Nobody's listing iron, ore. Guess they all want to jack up the price like that Liziba guy. I posted an ad in the regional channel. Buying iron, ore, and stones at top prices. Paying in timbered. Wang Duiyu, a big shot. Zhou Zheng, big shot my ass. Look at what beast he's got. Li Air, just a regular ant. Sun Minha. Huh. Can an ant be bigger than the ones back on Blue Star? Then, Zhao Ritian at Wang Chufeng, it's actually you. You dared steal my machete blueprint. Once I find you, you're a dead man. Inside the cabin, Zhao Ritian slammed his fist into the wall. He'd seen the blueprint. It needed iron ore. Whoever grabbed his blade, the answer was obvious. He was fuming. If I hadn't set him up on that live stream, he, the son of a deputy city lord, would never have ended up suffering in this hellhole. Zhao Ritian, at everyone whoever gives me his location, I'll pay 100 timber. I've got the goods. Timber times 70. He'd completely lost it, laying his whole stash out on the table. He was betting someone would sell me out for 100 timber. A bounty on me? Now that's interesting. I smirked. My sister's crippled leg, he wasn't clean in that. I'd planned to get a feel for this world before settling the score, but he jumped out first. Except, who's putting a bounty on who? That's far from decided. Maybe someone out there had more timber than me, but it sure as hell wasn't him. I spoke up in the channel. Zhao Ritian's offering 100 timber for me. Tell me his location, and I'll pay 200. Timber times 200. Wang Duyu, 200? 200 logs on day one. Now that's a real big shot. Chenming, Chufeng's a beast. I'm going after Zhao Ritian tomorrow. Onlookers. Only real items can be posted in the info box. No faking it. Zhou Zheng, a true big shot. Not like some people all bark and no bite. Only got 70 logs and still dares to offer 100. Inside the cabin, Zhao Ritian's face went ashen. I'd just dropped 70-something logs on a blade. How could I still cough up 200? The tide turned in my favor in an instant. He snapped. All of you shut the hell up. In 30 days we get one contact with the outside. My dad's a deputy city lord. You want your whole family dead? The channel went dead silent. A full minute, and no one dared say a word. Nobody wanted to drag their loved ones back home into it. After a long while, Zhang Yun, deputy city lord Zhao's son. I think his name was Zhao Ritian. Is that really you? Zhou Zheng. So it's young Master Zhao. I'd never sell you out. Chenming, young Master Zhao today? I'll follow your lead from now on. A fence-sitter is always a fence-sitter. Zhao Ritian sneered. From this point on, nobody trades with Wang Chufeng. Stick with me, and I'll carry you all through. In an instant, Zhao? Zhao, echoed everywhere. I wasn't angry. I just calmly typed out a single line. But what if Zhao Ritian doesn't survive to day 30? As long as nobody knows, there's no problem. The message dropped like a torpedo into the water. Right. He's tough out there, but whether he can survive 30 days to spread the word, that's another story. Brothers, let's go all in for 200 logs. Zhao, where'd you say that alliance was meeting? What's the address? Uffed. Inside the wooden cabin, Zhao Ritian spat out a mouthful of blood. The alliance he'd just rallied was now hunting for his location. He slammed his fist into the bed. Crash. The rickety wooden bed collapsed. Zhao Ritian. 14 hours and 22 minutes until dawn. I got ready to sleep. Suddenly, knock, knock, knock. Something was banging on the door outside. Warning. Under attack by nighttime creatures. House durability -1. In 5 minutes, my level 1 cabin lost 5 points of durability. Alarmed, I quickly patched it up with 5 logs. The channel was even more of a bloodbath. Help! There's a huge hole in my cabin. What are those things out there? So terrifying. Player Sun Qing has died. Logs. Someone please give me logs. Player Zhao Shui has died. At Wang Chufeng boss, you've got tons of logs. Save us. Nearly every player who spoke up had a cabin under siege. Death notifications kept rolling in. Nobody answered the cries for help. Yeah, right. At the rate durability was dropping, who could guarantee they'd make it to the end? Who would give up their life-saving logs? Nobody, except me. I had plenty of logs, and right now they were worth a fortune. I posted in the channel. Want logs? Trade me iron, ore, or rare blueprints. Anyone who just praised Zhao Ritian and trashed me, no deals. Straight to the blacklist. Ding, ding, ding. My DMs exploded. Wang Duyu. Boss, 1 iron ore for 10 logs, deal? Me. Weren't you just calling for my head? Wang Duyu. Bro, I was just fishing for his location. 5 logs works too, come on bro. You have blacklisted this player. Trade successful. Logs times 10. Gained 20 energy copper coins. While the DM deals went through, the logs I'd listed in the marketplace were being snatched up like crazy. 300 logs sold out in minutes. I listed another 300 at 3 coins each. Through DMs I picked up 3 iron, ore, and 23 stones. Upgrade materials detected. Upgrade now. The prompt popped up right when I traded for my 50th stone. Upgrade. In the blink of an eye, everything around me. The wooden walls began to tighten, and the sound of hammering erupted everywhere, as if countless invisible carpenters had gotten to work. 10-odd minutes later, the dull old walls looked brand new. The entire room was now a uniform natural wood color, smooth, even, and without a single hole. Structure. Log cabin level 2. Defense 30 durability 100/100 in nighttime density. Loses 1 durability per 2 hours. 1 wood repairs 1 point. Description. Nighttime creatures with attack power below 30 cannot break through 30 defense points. No matter how hard the monsters pounded tonight, they wouldn't chip off a single point of durability. Finally, I could sleep in peace. Otherwise, 2 days of lying awake on edge would break my body before anything else did. The moment I lay down, the system chimed in my ear. Congratulations. You are the 3rd player to upgrade your house to level 2. You have received a game reward. Congratulations on being the 3rd to reach a level 2 cabin. Reward. Black iron chest times 3. The 3rd? I froze. I had so much wood. The second I gathered enough stone, I upgraded immediately. And I was only the 3rd? Looks like I'd underestimated these players. Most likely, someone had tasted the sweetness of upgrading from 0 to 1 and then spared no expense rushing to level 2. Notice, every house upgrade level offers rewards to the top 10. The higher the level and the earlier your rank, the richer the reward. Rich indeed. Just the first day, and 3rd place at level 2 already meant 3 black iron chests. 3 black chests materialized in midair. My spirits lifted. Before, I'd fought tooth and nail against a zombie boar just to earn a single chest. Now I'd done nothing at all, just upgraded fast, and I had 3. This was the right way to play. Opening black iron chest. Iron or times 2, purified water times 1, stone times 3. Iron ore. I was overjoyed. Before this, I'd spammed ads across the whole channel just to trade for 3 pieces, still 1 short of forging a blade. I'd planned to pull an all-nighter to gather the last one. Now, there was no need. Blade materials complete. Craft now. Craft. Crafting blade. Countdown for minutes. While I waited, I opened the 2nd chest. Purified water times 2, bread times 2, meat times 3. All food. Not exactly thrilling, but combined with the rations I traded for, I wouldn't have to worry about eating or drinking for the next 3 days, which meant I'd made it past the hardest hurdle in the game. I opened the 3rd chest. Small branch times 1, small wooden cabinet blueprint times 1, wood times 4. Another blueprint. Item, small wooden cabinet. Furniture, blueprint has unlimited uses. Finished product cannot be traded. Materials, wood times 10, small branch times 2. Specs, 10 slots. Each slot stores 30 of the same item. Description, storage furniture, usable only inside the cabin. It could store things, and I could craft as many as I wanted. Looking at my room packed to the brim, I felt a wave of relief. Once I built these, all that wood would finally have somewhere to go. It's been placed. But what's a twig? Luckily, I crafted one, and the moment I held it, the info popped up. Twig level 1. Description, a secondary resource from level 1 trees. Requires a level 1 logging tool to harvest. Requires a level 1 tool to harvest. I remembered that the machete, besides being a weapon, could also chop down level 1 trees and gather their secondary resources, meaning it could harvest twigs. This knife was so worth the trade. If a black iron chest can drop a blueprint like the small wooden cabinet, what kind of surprise will that bronze chest from the wild boar give me? I lay back on the bed, my mind heavy with exhaustion. Blackie, keep some splinter bodies on watch. If there's danger, wake me up first thing. If you can't wake me, bite me. I fell into a deep sleep. When I woke again, the sky outside had turned pale. 39 minutes until dawn. The monsters outside the door had scattered at some point. I checked the durability. It had only dropped by a dozen points from the natural erosion of night. The monsters' attacks hadn't damaged it at all. A level 2 cabin really was ahead of the curve. Those things couldn't break through the defense at all. 10 hours of sleep. I feel refreshed. I stretched, tore open a piece of bread, gulped down half a bottle of water, and opened the channel. So tired, so hungry, so thirsty. I hammered away all night and used up all my wood. Didn't dare sleep either, afraid I'd never wake up if I did. Begging for a sip of water. I've got 50 milliliters listed in the market for just 10 wood. 50 milliliters is barely one gulp, and you've got the nerve to sell it for 3 logs? Take it or leave it. If the market didn't cap prices at 10 times, I'd sell it for 10. Haven't slept all night. My tree chopping efficiency today is definitely shot. Not sure I'll even make it through tonight. If you survive the first day, you're already lucky enough. Just look at the channel and see how many people are left. I glanced at the player count, and my heart sank. Yesterday's start had over 20,000 people. After just one night, only 18,329 remained. In a single night, nearly 1,700 had died, close to a tenth of all the players in US City. Death wasn't far from me either. Grow stronger. Only by growing stronger with everything I had could I survive to the end. I took a deep breath and geared up. Today, I'd chop more trees and stockpile more resources. Daytime begins. Duration, 7 hours, 50 minutes. Friendly reminder. As the game progresses, the days will grow shorter. Cherish your time exploring outside. The game was already brutal, and now they were shrinking the daylight bit by bit. Looks like they had no intention of letting anyone survive. I pushed open the door, and the ant army poured out. Yesterday, I'd split into 6.66 million. After battling 2 wild boars, I'd lost over 1 million, and chopping trees had cost me some more, leaving around 4 million. Last night, I'd listed 600 logs, earning 1,500 energy copper coins. Hashtag all in. All in, Blackie. Infinite split. There are no tiers in a survival game. You can't develop backward. 1 becomes 2, 2 becomes 4. Splitting is fast. In half a minute, the entire clearing has turned into a churning black ocean. Nearly 20 million ants blanket over 1,000 square meters, the size of 3 basketball courts. Full assault. Every tree along the way, leave none behind. Rocks 2. If you find any treasure chests or special items, come back and tell me. The black tide scatters in every direction. I pull the machete from my panel, grip it tight, and head toward that big wild boar. Today, the bronze treasure chest is mine. Rolling hillsides, deep dense forest, trees giving way only to more trees. I follow yesterday's trail back to where I fought the zombie boar. The carcass is gone. The bloodstains left by that big bronze boar, gone too. The bronze treasure chest, just like that, got away? I refuse to accept it. I order 1 million ants to spread out from this point in all directions, searching for the boar's tracks. As for me, I go check out other resources. Half an hour later, the ants discover several anomalies in the forest. I walk up to a boulder about half my height. The rock is embedded in the soil, and the moment I approach, it lights up with the glow of being selected. Level 0 stone vein. Break it for 3 units of stoned. Break it. But my stone pickaxe broke yesterday. I can't exactly smash it with my bare hands. That'd hurt like hell. But this is a game space. How would I know unless I try? I pick up a rock and slam it down hard. Clang. The vein flashes. It can be targeted. Blackies strike. The ants crawl onto the boulder and attack, and the vein glimmers just the same. It works. But I drop the idea immediately. Ants mine far less efficiently than they gnaw wood, and the falling debris would crush a swath of them. Too much loss. Not worth it. If I'm short on stone, I can just trade wood for it in the regional channel. Right now, the whole region's players are panicking over the wood shortage. Nobody even wants stone. I turn to the second anomaly. It's about 100 meters from my cabin. A tall, straight poplar, as thick around as a bowl, 10 meters or so high. Much taller than the ones the ants have been gnawing. Blackie reports back. Can't chew through it. The bark is as tough as that boar from yesterday. A level 1 tree. I press my hand against it. Plant. Poplar level 1. Requires a level 1 or higher creature or tool to fell. Exclusive yield, 5 wood. Bonus yield, 2 to 5 saplings, 2 to 5 rainy season vines. Higher tool level means more yield. Vines only obtainable in the rain. The machete comes in handy. Thick-bodied, its edge gleaming cold. 80. Every swing takes less effort than yesterday's stone pickaxe, and it's much faster. A sharpened axe makes for lighter work. The old sayings never lie. Thunk, thunk, thunk. Wood chips flew, and the tree came crashing down. 5 logs rolled onto the ground, along with 3 green branches, each arm length and about 2 fingers thick. Materials for small wooden cabinet gathered. Craft now. Make 2. 10 seconds each, and 2 small cabinets appeared out of thin air. I couldn't wait to grab one, but it was dull and gray and wouldn't open. Furniture can only be used inside a house. I raced back home, set down the cabinets, put one hand on the woodpile and the other on a cabinet. Store. In an instant, the hundreds of logs stacked mountain high in the house vanished, and a wood icon surfaced inside the cabinet. Withdraw. 3 logs popped right out into my hand. So convenient. The house finally didn't feel cramped anymore. Next up, find more level 1 trees and collect branches. Blackie, perched on my shoulder, relayed a message. They'd finished the first round outside. Found 2 more level 1 trees, plus 3 ordinary treasure chests hidden in the woods. Within a 200-meter radius, only 2 lonely trees remained. Everything else had been reduced to logs blanketing the ground. My heart soared. This was all money. Marketplace, sell. I touched each log one by one for a solid half hour. This round, for 1,500 logs, netted me 4,500 energy copper coins. Go all in, infinite division. Without hesitation, I dumped every coin into Blackie. The more ants, the more wood I'd get, and the longer I'd survive. 45 million ants surged forth, and the clearing instantly came alive. 40 million were sent to chew through trees. The rest headed for the deeper forest. I didn't sit idle either. In an hour, I chopped down 2 more level 1 trees, got 6 branches, and crafted 3 more cabinets. Now 5 cabinets could hold 1,500 logs. The next haul stunned me all over again. The ants had felled 6,000 trees. A 300-meter radius had become open ground, with just a dozen or so level 1 trees standing tall like cranes among chickens. Scattered throughout were pale gray or veins, 7 or 8 ordinary chests, and 2 black iron chests. Strength in numbers. Just day 2 of the game, and I was already sitting on a massive stockpile of resources. So, too bad the marketplace couldn't collect from a distance. 18,000 logs took me over an hour to touch. All the while the ants kept dividing, kept gnawing. I'd gone numb to it. In total, I cashed out 50,000 energy copper coins and split off 500 million ants. Keep in mind, 100 million ants weigh 3 to 500 kilograms, so 500 million came out to 2 tons, the weight of 2 cars. The sky was darkening. Little over an hour until nightfall. Can't split anymore. I realized the problem. Another all-in would mean 2 billion, and my little wooden cabin would burst at the seams. Mid-thought, a message came in from the ant swarm to the southeast. They'd found that big wild boar with the bronze treasure chest embedded in it. Perfect. Bronze chest, here I come. The farther southeast I went, the steeper the terrain and the denser the woods. Once a boar burrowed in there, no ordinary person could ever hope to track it. Luckily, my ants covered a radius of several hundred meters, so I managed to catch its trail. 800 meters from the cabin, the hills rose sharply, and deep within the dense forest lay a wide open valley. There, sprawled out plain as day, were 13 zombie boars. Half of them had black iron chests embedded in their bodies, and 2 more. They were carrying bronze chests. Hiss, a whole herd of treasure chest zombie boars? I was about to strike it rich today. 2 bronze chests, glittering, tugging right at my heart. Leave 100 million to keep chopping the tree. The rest of you come over here. I wasn't stupid enough to charge in myself. I was only level 1. Of the 13, judging by size, 2 were level 1. Even with a machete, I'd be no match for them. If I got infected with the zombie virus, I'd be completely done for. Send the ants in first. 400 million ants converged from all directions. The other boars kept rooting around in the dirt, foraging. The 2 level 1 boars glanced up, but figured it was just a swarm of slow-crawling bugs. No threat at all. They even licked at a couple of them, then lowered their heads to keep eating. 700 meters. An adult could run it in 3 or 4 minutes, but the ants crawled for over an hour. I had to take them down before dark. My eyes stayed locked on those 2 level 1 boars. The others could run if they wanted, but those 2 absolutely could not get away. Little blacks, focus on those 2. My little blacks couldn't break level 1 defense, but there were enough of them to pin the boars down. Squeal. A shriek exploded across the valley. A small boar on the outermost edge was instantly swallowed by tens of millions of ants. A few minutes later, All that remained on the spot was a pile of white bones and a pitch-black treasure chest. Second one. Third one. Your bonded beast has slain a level 0 zombie boar. Gained 5 EXP. Your bonded beast has slain a level 0 zombie boar. My experience points climbed steadily. Hidden behind a big tree at the edge of the valley, I let out a sigh of relief. Thank God they were zombies. They had intelligence, but pitifully little, and they didn't flee. If they'd been normal creatures, they'd have bolted long ago after hearing their companions screaming like that. These boars were a newbie bonus. But without a level 1 weapon, facing a zombie herd of level 1 boars, even grabbing a single chest would be next to impossible. A moment later, every level 0 boar in the valley had been picked clean. Squeal. The 2 big level 1 boars finally sensed something was wrong and started charging around wildly, each rush crushing hundreds of thousands of ants. But after a few rounds, they were utterly drowned in a sea of ants. Ants crawled all over their bodies, each one biting down, nailing them firmly into the dirt. The level 1 boars slowed down bit by bit, thrashing madly, but they couldn't break free. 100 million ants weighed 200 kilograms. 400 million weighed nearly a ton, like shackles, locking them down tight. The wild boar realized these bugs couldn't pierce its hide, so it just gave up struggling and flopped down where it stood. Good. Stay down. I gripped my blade and strode forward, waving Blackie back. Raised the knife and swung. Squeal. Only now did the level 1 boar notice me, sensing the fatal threat, and let out a shrill scream. Too late. The blade sank deep into its flesh. One strike didn't kill it, so I struck again. My first time slaughtering a boar, I hadn't found the vital spot, so I just hacked straight at its neck. If it won't die, keep cutting until it does. 5 strikes total. Killed level 1 wild boar. Gained 15 EXP. I slumped down, gasping. So hard to kill. But this was no time to rest. Same method, and the second one went down too. The sky was turning yellow. Less than an hour until dark. This is a problem. I could make it back within a kilometer, but the ants couldn't. I gave the order at once, retreat at full speed. Any that couldn't make it back should hide in place, or dig a hole and burrow in. A hole dug by ants counts as their home too, I suppose. I ran to the treasure chests scattered across the ground. 5 black iron, 2 bronze. I'd never opened such lavish chests before. I'd meant to take them back and open them slowly, but now I had no choice but to crack them open right here. Black iron chest. Purified water ×2, bread ×2, berries ×2. Food and water, the most basic survival resources. Black iron chest. Iron ore ×2, wood ×3, stone ×3. Black iron chest. Twigs ×2, campfire blueprint ×1, wood ×3. After opening all 5 black iron chests, 6 bottles of purified water, 8 loaves of bread, 5 chunks of iron ore, 1 campfire blueprint, 5 twigs, and a pile of wood and stone. I took off my shirt and tied it up tight, wrapping the blueprint, water, and bread inside. Everything else I listed on the market at 10 times the highest price. The iron ore was too heavy, no choice but to list it. But the water and food I wouldn't list. These days those two get snatched up the instant they hit the shelves. There were plenty of powerful players in the region. Facing death by starvation or thirst, they'd grit their teeth and pay 10 times the price. Now for the bronze. I took a deep breath and slowly lifted the lid. Bronze chest. Purified water ×3, iron ore ×5. That's it. Each black iron chest gave 3 items. Yet this higher-grade bronze chest only gave 2, and both were the most ordinary junk. Opening chests, it seemed, came down to luck too. I reached out to open the second one. At that moment, the ground shook violently. An earthquake? This world was realistic enough for that. Worse still, the epicenter was right behind me, less than 20 meters away. Along with the tremors came a putrid, zombie-like stench and a low growl rushing toward me. Squeal. A muffled roar came from underground. Earth and stone burst apart across the valley as an enormous creature broke through the surface. Its size rivaled a full-grown water buffalo. A boar this big, it had to be a monster. Done. Its eyes churned with clear rage. This thing was smart. Really smart. It locked onto me and lunged. Oh no, I thought. Killed the small one, and now here comes the big one. Judging by its size, this thing was definitely level 2 or higher. One hit from it would kill me, or leave me badly injured at best. In a split second, I twisted my body and dove to the side. Bam! The massive boar barreled past. The stench of rot hit my face, its enormous body like a moving wall. I tried to move my legs, but they were shaking so hard they wouldn't obey. Damn it! I'd watched thousands of hours of wilderness survival shows. What kind of monster hadn't I seen? But now that one was right in front of me, I was still scared to death. Run! The boar was already right on top of me. Boom! A deafening crash, like a semi-truck slamming into a house. The boar smashed into an invisible wall, screeching to a halt 10 meters from me, its huge body sliding down the barrier. It refused to give up, ramming again and again. And every time, it got bounced back. A prompt appeared before my eyes. This area is a beginner protection zone. Level 2 creatures cannot enter. My legs gave out, and I collapsed to the ground. I'd survived, but the boar didn't leave. It stared at me with an intensity that seemed to carve my image straight into its bones. This was bad. The thing held grudges, which meant it was intelligent. The moment the protection period ended, it would come back for revenge. And this was a level 2 zombie boar. The only things that could stand up to it were level 2 beast companions and level 2 weapons, neither of which I had. The sky darkened. I forced down my fear, pushed myself up, and opened the last bronze chest. Obtained. Bow and arrow blueprint ×1. Level 0 attribute orb ×1. A bow and arrow blueprint. Nice. And what was this attribute orb? No time to examine it. I grabbed my food, water, and the blueprint and sprinted for the cabin. Tomorrow was the last day of the protection period. As I ran flat out, only one thought filled my head: how to deal with that boar. By the time I made it back to the cabin, there were only about 10 minutes left before nightfall. The ants had followed my orders and piled all the last of the chopped wood at the door. I crafted 8 small wooden cabinets and stored away 2,400 logs as a reserve. Of the remaining 3,000 plus, I listed everything I could on the marketplace and converted the rest into energy coins. The instant night fell, my expression darkened in the flickering firelight. My connection to the 300 million ants outside had suddenly, completely, cut off. Their fate was unknown. The night was more terrifying than I'd imagined. If even a swarm that massive could be severed in an instant, and if they were all wiped out, this thick, impenetrable darkness was itself the most horrifying monster of all. Those ants had split off from 40,000 energy coins. My heart was bleeding. Maybe the night just blocks the signal. Maybe the little black ones aren't dead, I told myself, trying to find comfort as I turned to look at today's loot. I looked at the bow and arrow blueprint first. It gave off a faint blue glow, completely different from the campfire blueprint and machete blueprint I'd seen before. Just the look of it told me this was something special. Item: bow and arrow blueprint. Quality: bronze. Level 2. Attack power: 12. Attack range: 30 meters. Craft count: 1. Arrow count: 100. Durability: 100. Materials: wood ×10, iron ingot ×2, animal sinew ×4. Special skill: 1 in 10. The first 10 arrows miss, the 11th always hits. Description: this item reaches bronze quality due to the 1 in 10 skill. Deals massive damage to creatures level 2 and below. Whoa, I nearly jumped up. A level 2 weapon blueprint. With this, that wild boar wouldn't stand a chance. But aside from wood, I'd never even heard of iron ingots or animal sinew. I'd have to try my luck in the regional channel. This bow was the key to whether I'd survive past tomorrow. Munching on roasted meat and sipping water, I pulled up the channel. Haven't eaten in 2 days, spare a bite for my kid. I got bitten by a zombie wolf. Bro upstairs, you're not gonna turn into a zombie, are you? Need healing meds, my beast got bitten. Water. I'll trade wood for water, haven't had a drink in 2 days. Once players ventured deeper, almost everyone ran into zombie beasts and found the treasure chests they guarded. Some relied on their big beasts to muscle through, only to get hurt themselves or have their beasts bitten. Good thing I played it careful. I posted a buy request. Wang Chufeng common ant, buying iron ore, iron ingots, animal sinew. Got food and water, price is negotiable. DM me. What players lacked most today was food and drink. I had no meds, but my food and water could last me a week. I could spare some for materials. If I didn't deal with that boar, I wouldn't even survive the week. Big shot. Wood for water, deal? I've got iron ore, let's trade. A real MVP right here. My notification chime wouldn't stop going off. Iron ore was rare, but with such a huge player base, even a chunk or two from each person added up fast. Just as I was about to reply, Zhao Ritian popped up again. Zhao Ritian, diamond saber-toothed tiger. Everybody, don't trade him your iron ore. Every time your house levels up, the top 10 get huge rewards, and a level 2 house needs tons of iron ore. If you trade it to him, you're just handing him the rewards for free. Has he ever thought about any of you? The channel exploded instantly. There are rewards too? And here we were calling him MVP. That iron ore is precious. 1 chunk of iron ore for 1 bottle of water, minimum. 3 loaves of bread. At Wang Chufeng, get over here. A bottle of water for a chunk of iron ore? 3 loaves of bread? Like these people could eat iron ore? I smirked and deleted their outrageous, greedy messages one by one. People like this, the more. Even saying a single word to them feels like a waste of time. Thankfully, some people get it and trade at mall prices. With 1 bottle of water and 3 pieces of bread, I got 5 iron ores. But iron ingots and animal sinew? No takers. Looks like those two are extremely hard to come by at this stage. I felt a little frustrated. Once the protection period ends, all I can do is play it safe, grind quietly, and keep dodging that wild boar. But Zhao Ritian ruined my deal, and there's no way I'm letting him off easy. If he hadn't butted in, that last round probably would have gotten me all 50 iron ores. I could have upgraded my house straight to level 3 and claimed the reward. Thanks to him, I'm still short about 10. He got in the way of my progress, and that's a grudge I have to settle. I posted another bounty in the channel. 500 wood to anyone who gives me Zhao Ritian's location. And I attached the wood details. The channel exploded again. 500 wood. I couldn't chop that much in 7 days. At Zhao Ritian, where are you, boss? I'm coming to join you. When Zhao Ritian saw 500 wood, his eyes lit up. He wasn't afraid of being exposed. He was eyeing my resources instead. Zhao Ritian, diamond saber-toothed tiger. I'll tell you where I am. At the foot of Five Finger Mountain. Come on, I'll be waiting. I'm right near Five Finger Mountain. Boss Zhao, we're neighbors. I stared at the screen with a cold smirk. Knowing him, this location had to be fake. But some players confirmed there really was a mountain shaped like 5 fingers in the game, which meant Zhao Ritian could see it in his view. His real position was near that mountain, with limited margin for error. He thought he was being clever. Really, he was just being an idiot. Now that I had the direction, finding him was only a matter of time. Just as I was about to close the channel, I saw someone tag me. Ma Tianxi's Silver Peregrine at Wang Chufeng, I'll take this job. My talent is B-grade recon, and paired with my Peregrine, I can find him for you fast. I thought this was all talk. Looks like someone's getting serious. An Intel Pro, Wang Chufeng common ad. As long as you find the exact location, you'll get every last one of those 500 wood. Everyone in the channel is my witness. Zhao Ritian's toast. Toast my ass. He's got a diamond saber-toothed tiger. Can a common ant even scratch him? The higher the beast's quality, the stronger it is. Wang Chufeng's got a tough revenge ahead. Whether I can beat him or not, let's find him first. Zhao Ritian's arrogance will only speed up his death. Last item collected. I picked up that ball of pure white light, about the size of a quail egg, with no solid form. It came out of the bronze chest. Item, level 0 attribute light orb. Description, has an extremely small chance of dropping from killing level 0 creatures, and can also be obtained from chests. Can be devoured by level 0 creatures to gain random attributes. Devour requirement, level 0 creature. Note, extremely rare. Creature quality. The higher it is, the more attribute slots can be devoured. Attributes. Now we're talking. I immediately grasped its value. If Blackie devoured it and randomly got a poison resistance attribute, its immunity to toxins would skyrocket. If it got a movement speed attribute, its speed would surge. I held the glowing orb up to Blackie on my shoulder. Blackie, try eating it. Blackie got excited, as if it knew this thing meant something big, and dove headfirst into the light. Your bonded beast devoured a level 0 attribute orb. Randomly obtained attribute. Sprint. Sprint. Once equipped, bonded beast gains +5 speed. Equip. Note. Common beasts can equip a maximum of 1 attribute. New attributes can replace old ones. There it was, the weakness of common beasts. Only one slot. Oh well, no other options right now. Equip. A flash of white light washed over Blackie, then faded a few seconds later. It didn't get bigger, and it didn't grow horns. Blackie, take a run for me. Whoosh. Like a slithering snake, it darted from my shoulder to the doorway in the blink of an eye. My pupils contracted. Do it again, I didn't catch that. Whoosh. It shot back from the door to my shoulder. 3 seconds. The whole thing was seamless, like a black line slashing through the air. Studying the panel closely, I finally understood what 5 speed meant. The panel value was a composite figure. When I opened it up, my own speed was also 5 points, while Blackie had originally only had 0.01. In other words, Blackie could now run as fast as I could. For avian beasts, 5 speed might be nothing. Those birds easily hit dozens of points. But for a single ant, this was a total transformation. Tomorrow, my ant army can scout farther, and I won't have to worry about them not making it back. Just as I was about to rest, a notification popped up in my inbox. It was Laziba. What did she want? I read the message, and my pupils shrank. She actually had info on the iron blocks and beast tendons. Laziba, I know how to get beast tendons and iron blocks. Trade you for 100 logs. So she really did have connections. I hesitated for a moment, then agreed. For one, 100 logs was pocket change to me. For another, this person was no ordinary player. A level 1 hatchet blueprint was incredibly valuable, and anyone with half a brain could see how crucial it was in the early game. Yet she traded it away without a second thought. My guess was that she was probably the descendant of some powerful, gifted individual, someone who'd known plenty of insider information before even entering the game. Logs are yours. So how do I get beast tendons and iron blocks? I uploaded the wood. She claimed it right away and sent back 2 lines. Killing level 1 wild beasts has a high chance of dropping beast tendons. Note, it has to be a living wild beast, not a zombie beast. Iron blocks can currently only be obtained from bronze tier chests and above. I felt a jolt inside. Looks like I guessed her identity right. But, besides zombie beasts, there were living animals too. I'd had my ants sweep a 1-kilometer radius. If anything alive were out there, I'd have found it already. No, wait. Living creatures are alert. They sense movement from far off. My massive ant army had been chopping trees, making a racket throughout the forest. Naturally, the beasts had steered clear. That explained it. Where do I find these beasts? And what do you mean iron can only open chests? The intel from Laziba was useful, but not worth 100 logs yet. I needed more specifics. Not bad. Humans have wooden houses to survive the night. Beasts have their own shelters too. Search within a 2-kilometer radius, and you'll find them. Iron or can only open chests. Trust me, I'm not lying. When we meet in person, I'll tell you face to face. Beast shelters? I couldn't make sense of it for a moment, but at least now I had a way to get animal sinew and iron. Bronze chests. Beast shelters. As I mulled it over, drowsiness crept in. I ordered the ants to keep watch and wake me instantly if anything attacked. The night passed without incident. I woke early. The house had only lost durability to time. No signs of any creature attacks. The defenses had held again. I opened the channel to see what had happened overnight. The moment it loaded, the screen was flooded with messages tagging me. The atmosphere, so heavy it was suffocating. The player count, only 15,000 something left. Over 1,000 more had died in the night. I scrolled through them one by one. Help! My level 1 house is losing 2 durability per minute. At Wanchufeng, please save me. Player Zhang Heng Golden Eel has died. At Wanchufeng, my level 2 house is losing durability too. Player Wushan Black Iron Oyster has died. I don't want to die. At Wanchufeng, I'll trade blueprints. Please save me. At Wanchufeng, we're all human. If you let people die, you're scum. My mood turned grim. Not out of guilt. Once you entered this space, no one had a choice. Who lived and who died came down to luck and skill. What weighed on me was this. Last night's creatures of darkness had attacked players' wooden houses at random, and even level 2 houses couldn't withstand them. Which meant even if I upgraded to level 2, I'd be just as much at risk. As for the people cursing me out, I marked every one of them. From now on, if they wanted to trade with me, they'd pay top price. Daybreak. Daylight will last 7 hours and 40 minutes. 10 minutes shorter than yesterday. I headed out with my ants, swept my hand through the air, and poured out 1,500 energy copper coins. Little Black split. One became two, two became four. In the blink of an eye, the swift Little Blacks had multiplied into 1.5 million. Huh, wasn't it supposed to split into 15 million? Turns out, after adding the swift attribute, each coin. Energy copper coins can only produce 1,000. The stronger the beast, the more energy it drains. It's right there in the talent description. You 100 million, keep chopping trees. Those who can sprint, come with me to hunt beasts. 1.5 million sprinter ants spread out like black centipedes. I didn't go deep. The forest was dangerous, and having ants scout ahead was enough. What I needed to do was transport the ants a kilometer out. Regular ants were too slow. Walking a kilometer took over 3 hours, and by the time they arrived, one round of tree chopping and it'd be dark. It took an hour. I gathered the ants in my shirt and carried them all to the edge of the forest. Back near yesterday's Boar Valley, there wasn't a single ant corpse on the ground. Those 400 million from last night had been completely swallowed by the darkness. That massive zombie boar was gone too. Z. Little Black's call came into my mind. Master, come quick. Found a big cave with a big guy inside. Found it. The spot was 2 kilometers due north of the cabin. By the time I rushed over, 1 million sprinter ants had already gathered. The cave was huge, a good 3 meters high. Animal droppings were scattered around the entrance. I hid behind a tree and saw a rabbit crouched at the mouth of the cave, eyes alert. A living thing. Zombie eyes have no spark of life. Little Blacks attack with everything. The rabbit startled. It had never seen ants this fast. It leaped, trying to dart into the cave, but it was too late. The ants swarmed over its entire body like a tide, and being level 0 like them, its defenses were shredded in an instant. Squealing cries, growing more distant, fainter. Beast Leafcutter Ant killed a level 0 wild rabbit, EXP +5. Wild rabbit died, obtained meat chunk ×1. There was actually a drop. But I didn't go into that pitch-black cave. Something was off about this rabbit. It was like it had been deliberately waiting for me at the entrance. I pulled out a blueprint. Campfire craft. I threw the campfire into the cave, and the firelight flared bright. Deep in the darkness, several pairs of gleaming eyes lit up all at once. These beasts weren't dumb. They even knew how to set an ambush. A woo. From deep in the cave, low wolf howls scattered outward. Pairs of eyes, glowing green. A wolf pack. They'd actually used the rabbit as bait to ambush their prey. My heart clenched. Thank God I hadn't charged in to grab the meat, or I'd have been torn to shreds by 4 wolves right now. Little Black, hold them off. My position was already exposed. I turned and ran. Run into a wolf pack in the wild, and even with a knife in hand, don't dream of fighting back. Running is the only way to survive. These beasts could hold their own against a human even one-on-one, let alone a whole pack. Sure enough, all 4 wolves shot out at once. Little Black was fast, swarming over the wolves in the blink of an eye, but their bodies were too small to stop the wolves' strides. Notification. Prompt. Your Beast Leafcutter Ant is level 0 and cannot deal damage to the level 1 forest wolf. Prompt. Your Beast Leafcutter Ants are dying in massive numbers. For wolves, all level 1. Blackie, tangle them up. Buy me some time. A human can't outrun wolves, but 1 million ants swarming and harassing them slowly widen the gap, inch by inch. Soon, I reached the edge of the forest. For some reason, the wolf pack behind me stopped. Only one scrawny, bone-thin gray wolf kept chasing, refusing to give up. It was an old wolf, low in rank. The younger wolves only left its scraps after they'd eaten their fill. It hadn't eaten in 3 days. Now that it had finally ambushed some prey, how could it let go so easily? Fine. One lone wolf's got the guts to chase me. You think the blade in my hand is just for show? Up ahead was open ground, no fear of a sneak attack, and I still had 1 million ants at my back. Gripping the machete with both hands, I stopped. The gray wolf stopped too, lowering its body, waiting for the chance to land a killing blow. As we stood off, the ant army came surging out of the woods. I was waiting for reinforcements. What were you waiting for? Blackie, go for its eyes, get into its ears. Every living creature has the same weak spots, the eyes and the ears. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The black tide instantly swallowed the gray wolf's head. blinding its eyes and pouring into its ear canals. A woo! The gray wolf howled in agony, whipping its head wildly, trying to flee back into the forest. Bam! Blinded, it slammed headfirst into a tree trunk and staggered, about to topple. Here was my chance. I lunged forward and brought the machete down hard on its neck. A woo! The gray wolf collapsed, blood gushing out. A few breaths later, it stopped breathing entirely. The corpse gave off a burst of blue light. Killed level 1 forest wolf. Obtain meat chunk +7. Beast tendon +1 ow ***. Killed level 1 forest wolf. Obtained experience +15 ***. A real beast tendon. Overjoyed, I reached out and touched it. The body dissolved into light, leaving behind 7 slabs of meat and 1 amber-colored beast tendon, thick as a thumb, long as an arm. The plan was working. All I had to do was lure the wolves out one by one and pick them off, one at a time. Today, I'd have enough beast tendons to make a bow. Experience has reached 100 points. Level up? I pulled up my stats panel. Name, Wang Chufeng. Level, 0, 110 100ths. Beast, Leafcutter Ant. Talent, Infinite Division, SSS rank. Combat Power, 5. Weapon, Level 1 Machete. Skills, none. Rating, your combat power is beyond anything you can imagine. Level up. In an instant, a warm current wrapped around my entire body, washing through my flesh and blood. Sharp ears, clear eyes, a clear mind. So this was what leveling up felt like. Name, Wang Chufeng. Level, 1, 10 200ths. Combat power, 15. Rating, in this world of survival, you finally aren't. No longer an ant to be crushed on a whim. Combat power shot up from 5 to 15, tripled. I tested it with a casual swing and easily hoisted an object weighing dozens of pounds. I really underestimated Tier 1 creatures. Without my ant army, I might have died in this wolf's jaws today. A wave of relief washed over me, all thanks to Little Black. At that moment, Little Black, perched on my shoulder, began to glow too. Congratulations on reaching Tier 1. Your bonded beast is evolving. So when the master ranks up, the bonded beast evolves along with them. No extra experience required. Within the ball of light, Little Black swelled bit by bit, from the size of a sesame seed to that of a quail egg, its 6 legs spreading 7 or 8 centimeters wide, looking just like a giant spider. I sucked in a sharp breath. An ant this big? You wouldn't even find one in a tropical rainforest. Bonded beast, leafcutter ant. Quality, common. Level, Tier 1. Combat power, 1. Attribute, Tier 0 sprint. Description, the weakest of all Tier 1 creatures, yet a hunter of the Tier 0 world. Evaluation, an utterly unremarkable ant. From 0.01 to 1, a 100-fold increase. Ordinary Tier 0 beasts couldn't so much as scratch it now. I pulled out an energy copper coin and tried splitting. 1 became 2. But this time, a single coin split off only 10 ants before its energy ran dry. Infinite splitting might be broken, but it was just as much of a money pit. 2 hours later, I'd recycled 10,000 pieces of wood and split off 100,000 Tier 1 ants. When they ran, their speed could finally keep pace with mine. Looking at the black tide of ants blanketing hundreds of square meters of ground, I let out a low chuckle. An army of 100,000, more than enough to level that wolf den. Move out. I led my ant army back to the mouth of the cave. This time, no more hiding. Confidence changes a man. The stir of the black tide alerted the gray wolves inside. 6 figures paced at the cave entrance, terror in their eyes, legs trembling, yet none showed any intention of fleeing. Not running. I understood in an instant. Night was closing in. A wolf without shelter dies an even worse death. Even surrounded, they wouldn't dare abandon their den. The ant swarm sealed the cave mouth completely. Charge. I swept my hand down, and the million-strong army threw themselves at the gray wolves without regard for their lives. I entered the cave, and once my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I gradually made out everything before me. The forest gray wolves weren't large, gaunt and bony, the size of a medium dog, 100 pounds at most. Seeing the swarm rushing in, their hackles rose, teeth bared, as they retreated step by step. But the narrow cave was already crawling with ants the size of pigeon eggs, on the ground, the walls, the ceiling, packed thick and dense. The black tides surged onto the wolves, each ant scrambling to be first. Having advanced to Tier 1, Little Black's massive mandibles were even sharper. A single light pinch tore a chunk of flesh from a wolf's body. Tens of thousands of ants swarmed in as one, up, tearing skin and flesh open. A woo. In a single clash, 2 gray wolves were swallowed by the black tide, dead before their howls could fade. The remaining 4 turned tail and bolted deeper into the cave. Your beast has slain a level 1 gray wolf. EXP plus 15, asterisk asterisk. So fast. Yesterday, 400 million ants took half an hour to gnaw through a zombie boar. Now, they'd stripped a level 1 gray wolf clean in just a few breaths. After them, I lit a fire, and only then could I make out the winding tunnel, a corner just a few meters ahead. The black tides surged in like flowing water. A woo, 2 more agonized cries. I followed the sound and found 2 wolf skeletons on the ground, glowing faintly blue. Loot it. Touched level 1 gray wolf. Obtained beast sinew times 1 asterisk asterisk. Touched level 1 gray wolf. Obtained beast sinew times 1 asterisk asterisk. Huh, where's my meat? My heart sank. Did wolves stop dropping meat if they got picked completely clean? I immediately reached out to Little Black through our mental link. Anyone who's already eaten, back off. Let the ones who missed out get a bite. Couldn't let my hard-working soldiers go without a taste of meat. A moment later, Little Black sent back a message. No danger deeper in. I carried the fire inside. The tunnel ran a good 100 meters, narrowing in several spots. Clear signs that boulders had been shifted around. This had to be the wolf den's entrance. I gave it a push, and the boulder slid away easily. Behind the stone was a limestone cavern about a dozen meters across, with 4 wolf skeletons scattered about. I reached out and touched one. Touched level 1 gray wolf. Obtain meat chunk times 1. Beast sinew times 1 asterisk asterisk. Good boy, Little Black. Still remembered to save me some meat. By now I'd collected 6 beast sinews, more than enough to build a bow. All I needed was to score some iron ingots from a treasure chest. Yesterday's zombie boar had a treasure chest. These wolves should have one too. By the firelight, I searched the cavern but found nothing except bone fragments. Something wasn't right. Little Black suddenly grew excited. I looked over and saw a tender little sprout growing in a crack in the stone, giving off a fresh fragrance. Herb, antidote grass. Quality, black iron. Level 1. Description, a companion herb of the forest gray wolf. Can neutralize black iron grade toxins, and below, asterisk asterisk. Rating, a useless little herb. Useless? Something that could save your life at the critical moment. How could that be useless? I carefully tucked it away. As I pulled the grass out, I noticed a pile of stones beside it that blended in with the surroundings, yet somehow looked out of place. Little Black, get in there and check it out. A few ants slipped into the crack. There was space inside, but it was too dark to see. I didn't hesitate any longer and started hauling stones. The millstone-sized boulders had to weigh at least a few 100 pounds each. Before my upgrade, I couldn't have budged them, but now it only took a bit of effort. 1, 2, 3. By the time I'd cleared 7 or 8, a hole the size of a millstone appeared, pitch black inside. I threw the campfire inside. A faint light flickered to life. Black and brass-colored chests scattered across the ground. Treasure chests. 3 black iron, 2 bronze. And 1 more, silver. Jackpot. I was about to dive in and grab them when my gaze suddenly froze. In the center of the darkness lay a massive wolf, its fur snow-white, its body rivaling that super boar in size. The silver chest was pinned right beneath it. A level 2 beast. Even worse, those eyes glowed with an eerie light, locked dead on me. Run. Run. I nearly jumped out of my skin. Why did I keep running into level 2 beasts everywhere I went? I bolted out of the cave in one breath and dove into the woods. At this distance, I should be within the newbie protection zone, right? Strange, that giant wolf didn't chase me out. I'd wiped out its whole family. Any living thing would come seeking revenge. Unless it couldn't move. I ordered a few ants forward to test it. ZZZT, ZZT, ZZT. It didn't budge. They couldn't even bite through it. Notice, level 1 ants cannot break through the defense of a level 2 forest wolf. Notice, the white wolf is advancing in rank and cannot move. Just as I thought. This wolf was still pushing for level 3. Kill it. Once it levels up, there'll be no way to deal with it. But I had no idea where the boundary of the newbie protection zone was. All I could do was flee as far as possible. No, we're already enemies anyway. Blackie, haul all the chests out. Blackie was big enough now that carrying the chests was no problem. Soon, the ant swarm dragged out every single chest, including the silver one. A woo. A wolf's howl tore through the sky. A massive wave of pressure surged out of the cave and slammed into my face. Oh no, the white wolf had completed its advancement. Run! I sprinted off with the chests. I'd barely made it a few dozen meters. Bam! Hit the wall again. This area is a newbie protection zone. The level 3 creature White Wolf King cannot enter. Since it couldn't get in, I just stopped and turned around to look. The wolf had grown even bigger. An ordinary water buffalo couldn't compare to it now. The White Wolf King glared at me furiously, then suddenly opened its jaws. A twisting mass of red light erupted out. Fire breath. The protection zone could block its body, but not its flames. The blaze shot out several meters beyond it. This wolf can actually breathe fire. One burst of flame, and all my ants would be wiped out. The cabin might not even keep me safe. But to make a bow and deal with the zombie boars, I had to kill a wolf for its tendons. And killing a wolf meant inevitably provoking this White Wolf King. Either way, it was a dead end. Since it's come to this, rather than living in fear, I might as well open this silver chest first. The forest is crawling with beasts I can't afford to mess with. Fear won't change anything. Only getting stronger will. Having reached level 3, the forest White Wolf King's intelligence was now no less than a human's. It clawed furiously at my newbie protection barrier, its venomous glare promising to tear me limb from limb. Damn this ward! It snarled, yet it couldn't break through the shimmering dome of light. Suddenly it stopped and fixed me with a long, hard stare, as if burning my face into its memory. Enjoy your extra days. I'll go claim the bloodline inheritance first, then come back to finish you off. With that, it leapt away, its figure vanishing into the dense forest a dozen meters out in an instant. My back was drenched in cold sweat. This White Wolf King was far too intelligent. Realizing it couldn't kill me, it left without hesitation. Unlike that level 2 zombie boar, which had kept ramming the same spot like an idiot. I hadn't even dealt with the level 2 boar, and now I'd drawn a level 3 White Wolf King. I had no choice but to level up. My eyes fell on the treasure chests scattered across the ground. 3 black iron, 2 bronze, and 1 silver. Opening black iron chest. Obtained. Purified water ×2, iron or ×3, wood ×2. Opening black iron chest. Obtained. Iron or ×2, bread ×1. Level 1 iron pickaxe axe blueprint ×1. Opening black iron chest. Obtained. Iron ore. Finally, a blueprint. Blueprints were rare. I'd only managed to get a handful so far. Just as I was about to examine it, a prompt popped up before my eyes. House upgrade materials collected. Upgrade now. Those last few chunks of iron, or had done it. Little blackies, bring the chests home. The sooner I upgraded my house, the higher my ranking. I had to grab the top spot the instant I could. The moment I returned to the cabin, the building beside me began to glow. House upgrading. Countdown, 3 minutes. A layer of stone plating wrapped around the narrow wooden walls, looking rock solid. Structure, small cabin, upgrading. Level, 3. Defense, 40. Durability, 100/100. Description, can withstand attacks from level 3 beasts. Rating, in the survival world, you've finally earned the means to protect yourself. Now it could hold off level 3 beasts. As long as I played it safe during the day, even that White Wolf King would have a hard time killing me. The only problem was that once my newbie protection expired, I couldn't just swagger around chopping trees. An ambush could come at any moment. As the cabin's glow faded, another prompt appeared. Congratulations on being the first to upgrade your house to level 3. Reward, deep blue battle armor ×1. Just as I thought, I was the first. Battle armor. Ever since entering the game world, I'd been keeping a low profile. I knew a mortal body couldn't take much damage. Even a single level 1 beast could put me on the back foot. Now I finally had some defensive gear. Item, deep blue battle armor. Quality, gold. Defense, 30. Level, 3. Special skill, Defensive light shield. Triggers a protective shield when taking fatal damage. Lasts 5 seconds, 10-minute cooldown. Crafting materials. Cloth times 3, parasitic vine times 3, iron ingot times 4. Description. Conforms to any body type. Blocks physical attacks from level 3 creatures. Rating. Passable, wearable. With this on, I'd have nothing to fear from that White Wolf King. Problem was, I didn't have a single one of the crafting materials. Aside from the iron ingots, I'd never even heard of the other two. I asked around in the regional channel. Nobody had any. No samples, not even a lead on where to look. I sighed, then shook my head. No rush. Keep leveling up and I'll run into them eventually. Right, Blackie? Blackie tilted its head, confused. It had no clue what leveling up even meant. Next up, the bronze and silver chests. Bronze chest, wood times 6, purified water times 4, cucumber seeds times 2. Bronze chest, iron ingot times 2, tomato seeds times 1, sapling times 2. Iron ingots. That completed the bow and arrow materials. All materials for the bow arrow blueprint collected. Craft now. Craft. Crafting level 2 bow arrow. Time remaining, 4 hours. Those 2 seed packets needed special soil to plant, so they were useless for now. I stashed them away. Last was the silver chest. Silver chest. Obtained forest codex times 1. Just one thing? I froze. A chest this high tier, and all it dropped was a single book? But once I read the description, I realized I'd hit the jackpot. This thing was gold quality. 2 gold quality items in a single day. My luck was through the roof. Item, Forest Codex. Quality, gold. Special ability, summon, silently think book to store or retrieve. Range, 10 meters. Description, query and identify information on all forest resources within 10 meters. Rating, with this in hand, nothing in the forest will be unknown to you. An honest-to-goodness encyclopedia. And here I'd been racking my brain over how to find cloth and parasitic vines. Book, I thought silently. The book vanished. I thought it again, and it was back in my hand. The codex was thick, probably 1,000 pages, every one crammed with strange, tadpole-like script. Yet somehow I could read all of it. The very first page was a search page. Press your palm to it, silently think a item's name, and it would pull up the entry instantly. I immediately entered the materials I needed. High above the forest, a peregrine falcon with a 2.5-meter wingspan cut across the sky at over 60 kilometers an hour. Its eyes glowed a faint blue, countless streams of information linking to those orange-gold eyes like chains. Inside a level 2 cabin, Ma Tianqi's eyes glowed the same shade of blue. Through the vision of his bonded beast, he activated his B-rank talent, reconnaissance, letting him see everything in the forest, tree levels, hidden chests, terrifying creatures, even the name of every single player. This talent paired with a peregrine falcon made for blazing fast early game growth. But he needed to survive to the very end, to become a powerful talent wielder, to stay alive. He was going out to save his sister. Sis, I swear I'll make it out alive and get your eyes fixed. The one who should have come in was his blind sister. He pulled some strings to take her place. Found it. In Peregrine's field of vision, a mountain range shaped like 5 fingers appeared. 5-Finger Mountain, where Zhao Ritian was. Claimed the 500 logs Wang Chufeng had put up as a bounty, and his odds of survival climbed a little higher. Beep, 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 his survival panel chimed. Zhao Ritian asterisk, I sent you all those messages and got nothing back. You're a hard guy to reach. Heard you've been tracking me down. So what if I have? Ma Tianqi despised this kind of high and mighty rich brat from the bottom of his heart. Why did they get to stay out of it, while ordinary citizens had to burn favors just to come in here and die? Zhao Ritian asterisk, don't you know that on day 30 of every game, you get one chance to contact the outside world? Ma Tianqi asterisk, I'm not from Yoyue City. That means nothing to me. Zhao Ritian froze. He'd used his connections to dig through Ma Tianqi's entire family background, planning to leverage his sister's safety as blackmail, but he'd forgotten to ask which city the guy was even from. Even with his father as a city lord, his reach didn't extend to other cities. Zhao Ritian slammed a fist into the bed frame. The wooden bed collapsed with a crash. A moment later, Zhao Ritian asterisk, Brother Ma, I didn't mean anything by it. Just hear me out. You're really not tempted by Wang Chufeng's logs. He's willing to put up 500 as a bounty on me. which means he's sitting on a lot more. Tell me his location, and we team up. Whatever we get, we split it 70-30. You take 70, I take 30. Just so you know, my talent is S rank. Zhao Ritian didn't want to reveal his position, and he wanted Ma Tianqi to think hard about it too. A diamond tier beast plus an S rank talent. The only such combo on the entire server. Not someone you'd want to cross. The chat window went silent. A diamond saber-toothed tiger against ordinary ants. Ma Tianqi was no fool. If Wang Chufeng could stockpile a mountain of logs using nothing but weak ants, his talent was probably terrifyingly strong too. Maybe S rank, or even SS rank. Over these 3 days, he'd gathered too much intel, and he understood the gap in beast quality all too well. With comparable talents, an ordinary beast facing a diamond tier 1 had no chance. It would simply get crushed. One belonged to the earth, the other to the heavens. What's more, if he could borrow Zhao Ritian's strength to raid those few sites of great fortune, there were golden treasure chests waiting there. Once greed took root, 1,000 schemes bloomed. Ma Tianqi *, I can stop hunting you. But you have to sign a contract. We cooperate throughout the game, and you can't harm me. Companion contract. This contract was something he'd pulled from a bronze treasure chest. Once signed, anyone who broke it would be erased by the game. Zhao Ritian read the line, cannot harm each other, and sneered. Dream on. Cross him now, and the moment this was over, he'd have Ma Tianqi torn to pieces. But as he read further, he was stunned. Ma Tianqi's scouting had actually marked out 12 gold. 1 golden treasure chest, 123 silver locations, 843 bronze ones, and iron and common chests numbered in the thousands. Was this guy running some kind of cheat? The only catch was that the beasts guarding them were too strong. Ma Tianqi couldn't reach the loot himself, which was why he'd come looking to partner up. Faced with such staggering profits, Zhao Ritian figured this contract was just barely worth signing. After all, the best chest he'd managed to crack open so far was nothing more than iron grade. Zhao Ritian, I'm fine signing, but you have to help me take out Wang Chufeng. As long as he's alive, none of us will get any peace. Ma Tianqi, no problem. Since he was teaming up with Zhao Ritian, Wang Chufeng naturally became their common enemy. Besides, that guy was sitting on a fortune's worth of wood, and who wouldn't be tempted by that? Zhao Ritian. Then here's to a good partnership. This is an iron-grade poison, more than enough to kill Wang Chufeng, or that ant of his. Ma Tianqi, to a good partnership. I'll track him down and finish it within the next couple of days. Inside the cabin, Ma Tianqi let out a breath. Finding Wang Chufeng was even easier than finding Zhao Ritian. He'd chopped down so much timber that from high above, that bare patch in the dense forest stood out like a sore thumb. At this moment, I still had no idea that Ma Tianqi, who'd taken my bounty, had already thrown in with my enemy, Zhao Ritian. I was flipping through the forest field guide with genuine interest. It was practically a survival encyclopedia, and it made me feel like my odds of staying alive had just gone up a notch. Wood, basic material. Obtained by felling trees of any grade. Purified water, basic ingredient. Found in chests, or by purifying natural water sources with a filter. Iron ingot, semi-finished product. Found in bronze-grade chests and above, or purchased from native civilizations, or recovered from ruins. Parasitic vine, special material. Parasitizes the bodies of beasts, corroding their flesh and capable of turning an entire species into zombies. The higher the grade, the larger the zombie horde it can control. Hiss. According to the guide, that zombie boar's territory was very likely hiding a parasitic vine somewhere. By the time I finished reading, my heart sank. This world was far more complex than I'd imagined. Beyond the beasts and zombies, there was also a native myriad races civilization that commanded all sorts of technology. The so-called treasure chests were nothing more than their storage containers. Every semi-finished product came from their hands. No wonder Laziba had said iron ingots could only be obtained from chests for now, because the smelting techniques were held by the myriad races. Worse still, from the bits and pieces I'd gathered, I suspected they weren't friendly toward humans at all. Trying to trade for semi-finished goods from them would be harder than reaching the heavens. The real problem is, within 2 kilometers of the newbie zone, I haven't found a single trace of civilization. If I want semi-finished products, chests are my only option. Whatever. Back to chopping wood. The energy coins kept splitting, and my swarm of Tier 1 ants grew larger and larger. As night fell, before long, the ant colony had swept every tree within a 2-kilometer radius clean. 20,000 logs in hand, and the logging line had pushed all the way to the edge of the newbie zone. Keep 3,000, list 900 on the trader's marketplace, convert the rest into energy coppers. The wooden chest could only hold 3,000 logs. What a shame. If I could hold on to them until nightfall, they'd sell like crazy. Once tonight was over, the 3-day newbie protection period would end, and no one knew what horrors awaited. The sky went pitch black. Munching on bread and meat, I opened the regional channel. So many people's houses got attacked last night. Tons of people died. Newbie protection's ending soon. Are we all gonna die? Good thing I upgraded to a level 2 house today. Wood's so expensive. Come on, everybody, lower your prices. Zhao Ritian, Diamond Saber-Tooth Tiger. Brothers and sisters who are interested, the Zhao Alliance offers resource reciprocity. Let those who prosper first help those who follow. 12 members already. PM me if you're interested. Free resources? What kind of alliance is this? Sun T, Bronze Python, shut it. You have no idea how amazing Master Zhao is. With his guidance, I opened 2 black iron treasure chests today. All Master Zhao wants is iron ore. Master Zhao's a genius. He even knew about the chest I had out in the ravine. I had to admit, Zhao Ritian was sharp. Right after signing the contract, he'd immediately leveraged Ma Tianqi's intel, telling players where nearby treasure chests were in exchange for iron ore, winning over a whole crowd in no time. Looks like taking him down would only get harder from here. I needed to level up faster. The channel was flooded with players hoarding wood. Some were even trading away scarce food and purified water for it. Tonight's demand for wood far exceeded the last 2 nights. Perfect timing, since I needed more and more materials. Wang Chufeng, common ant, trading wood for iron ore, iron ingots, parasitic vines, and cloth. Buying at high prices. PM me if you've got goods. Woodx 1000. Regular by post got ignored, but tack on the number 1000 wood, and the thread would stay up top for a while. Holy crap, 1,000 logs. At Wang Chufeng, boss, hook me up. Boss, will you take stone instead? Nothing but exclamations, but hardly any DMs. Sorry everyone, I only trade for these specific items. Sun T, Bronze Python, Wang Chufeng, how can you be so heartless? We're all from the same hometown. Refusing to trade is basically sending people to their deaths, isn't it? Exactly, a few logs are nothing to you. What's the harm in trading? So selfish. You're hoarding iron ore to upgrade to a level 3 house, aren't you? You'd die if you didn't upgrade first? Boss, lend me a few. I'll pay you back double. I laughed out of sheer anger. Half of these people were Zhao Ritian's shills, and the other half were purely out for themselves, going from trade to borrow to give me, with zero shame left. People like them, did they even deserve saving? Wang Chufeng, common ant at Sun T, since you all love helping people out, so why won't you lend out your own wood? And don't say you don't have any. Someone up there literally claimed to be holding 100 logs. One line, and the channel went dead silent. Scroll up, and sure enough, they'd all been bragging about having wood. Zhao Ritian, Diamond Saber-Tooth Asterisk haha. Everyone's just joking around. At Wang Chufeng, don't take it personally. Let me play peacemaker here. Your wood could save at least 100 players. That's a huge contribution. Lend it out so everyone can make it through tonight. Tomorrow, once they've pulled through, they'll pay you back in iron ore, and you can upgrade your house straight to level 3. Asterisk yes, we'll pay you back. Asterisk Boss Zhao is the man. Asterisk Boss Zhao's the real deal, not like some people putting on airs. Heh, if you all want to play these dumb little games, be my guest. Count me out. I was about to close the channel. Zhao Ritian, Diamond Saber-Tooth Asterisk wait. I'll be the guarantor. I'm willing to put up 10 iron ore as collateral. He was hell-bent on winning players over, and sure enough, this offer drew a crowd of supporters. 10's not enough. I want 50. Otherwise, don't disturb my sleep. On the market, 1 iron ore goes for about 20 wood. I've got 1,000 logs. That's exactly 50. Fair and square, no cheating. Zhao Ritian, Diamond Saber-Tooth Asterisk no way. My own house is still 30 or short. Then forget it. Come back when you're actually serious. I let out a yawn. Who knows what'll go down in the middle of the night? Zhao Ritian, Diamond Sabertooth asterisk, I'll give you 10 iron or plus a treasure map. Zhao Ritian was going all in. He'd pulled this treasure map from a bronze chest, but no matter how he fiddled with it, nothing happened. Could Wang Chufeng actually make use of it? Besides, he was convinced Ma Tianxi would definitely kill me. Trading it away now just meant I'd be holding on to it for him. Still not serious enough. I was about to log off when, on some strange impulse, I opened the treasure map. Written right there on it, Boar Valley, Grey Wolf Den, Qinghe Village Ruins. Huh. Boar Valley, Grey Wolf Den. Why do these feel like they're right near me? If Zhao Ritian's willing to trade this away, he probably just can't find the place at all. Since Boss Zhao's so eager to play the good guy, I'll grant your wish. 30 iron or plus this map. Zhao Ritian, Diamond Sabertooth asterisk 20 or plus the map. Wang Chufeng asterisk deal. Then thanks for the treasure, Boss Zhao. Thanking me? It's just a worthless map. Zhao Ritian's reply carried a smirk. I could practically picture how smug he was right now, using a little reverse psychology to con me out of 1,000 logs. No wood. Let's see how you survive tonight. That's probably what he was thinking. But what he didn't know was that treasure map was worth far more than 1,000 logs. I collected the 20 iron ore into my panel. The guy was pretty generous, I'll give him that. But what I cared about was that treasure map. I carefully unfolded it. The map wasn't large. Grey Wolf Cave and Wild Boar Valley sat at the edges, and dead center it read, Qinghe Village Ruins. 4 or 5 kilometers from my cabin. The only instructions were a single line. Reach the ruins with this map to awaken them. Ruins, the wreckage of civilization. The cloth and iron I wanted could only be found in 2 places, the gathering grounds of the myriad races or the ruins of civilization. Tomorrow, I'd have to make the trip. Thud, thud. Outside, the creatures of the night were slamming into my cabin again. I stared at the panel. Durability hadn't dropped a single point. A level 3 cabin. It really could take the beating. Not something just any random beast could break through. I opened the regional channel. Not to watch the show. When life and death are on the line, someone's always dumping precious items. On a normal day, trading for their stuff was near impossible. They'd charge prices 100 times higher than the shop. Now was the best time. Asterisk, holy crap, what's out there? My level 2 house is losing durability. Asterisk, asterisk, my level 1 cabin drops a point every 5 seconds. I've got a campfire blueprint. Trade for 6 pieces of wood. Help. Asterisk. Asterisk, stop fighting it. You won't last 5 minutes. Asterisk. Player Zhao Shihong, Black Iron Bluefish has died. Asterisk, 1 bottle of purified water. Never even drank it. Trade for 30 pieces of wood. Asterisk. Asterisk, at a time like this, wood is life. 10 pieces, not 1 more. Asterisk. Messages scrolled past one after another. The third night's assault was fiercer. The weak died off in droves. The strong clung desperately to the edge of survival. I only picked what was useful and fairly priced. Wood, after all, was something I had plenty of. Time crept by. The beast's attacks gradually died down. Everyone thought the night of terror was finally ending. Then that notification appeared. Friendly game reminder. The newbie protection period has ended. All players, prepare to face attacks from powerful creatures. We wish you happy gaming. Midnight. I was wide awake. Because I'd heard the commotion outside. Snort, snort. The sound of running grew closer, faster and faster. That tremor, no living thing could produce it. I immediately put out the fire. The ground was shaking. Thud. Your house is under attack. Durability -1. I froze. This was a level 3 house. In theory, no creature below level 3 could damage it. I'd assumed the only thing out there was that level 2 zombie boar. Looks like something bigger had shown up. Repair. 1 point down, I patched in 3 pieces of wood. By the 5th point lost, the massive thing realized it couldn't break through. With a thunderous rumble, it slowly moved off into the distance. Only that big zombie boar remained, still slamming against my door like mad. But it was only level 2, no match for my level 3 cabin. I let out a long breath. Thank God whatever that thing was didn't know how to keep up a sustained attack. Otherwise, no amount of wood would have saved me from being scared to death. Oink, oink. You stupid pig. Come daybreak, you're the first one I'm killing. I tossed and turned all night, terrified that if I fell into a deep sleep, that monster outside would wipe me out in one shot. The regional channel was flooded with reports. Almost everyone had run into a giant creature. Facing death, countless people dug out the iron or they'd been hoarding. I seized the chance to trade for 32 pieces of iron ore, 6 iron ingots, and 1 fence blueprint. Fence blueprint black iron level 1 materials. Wood times 4, stone times 1 wards off beasts and creatures of the night. Rating: extremely wood intensive, limited used. Enclosing a single cabin would take at least 100 logs and 20 stones, and even then, you'd only get level 1 defense. Useless, basically, but I could harvest a massive amount of wood every day. An extra layer of protection, why not? Besides, I never planned to stop at just one layer. Drifting between sleep and waking, the sky slowly brightened. 3 minutes until daybreak. Today's daylight, 7 hours, 30 minutes. Well fed and rested, I pulled the bow and arrows from my panel. Today, I'd deal with that wild boar first. And while I was at it, see if I could get my hands on some parasitic vine. The level 2 bow stood about a meter tall, its string glowing like amber. I knocked an arrow, drew back, and aimed at the wall. Whip! The arrow dropped to the ground. It couldn't break through a level 3 wall, but that power, I made a mental note of it. Drawing it back at full strength was a bit of a strain, though. Looks like to fully unleash a level 2 attack, I'd have to level up to 2 myself. For now, time to pay that wild boar a visit. That night, it had scared me half to death. Only the rules had kept me alive. Today, I'd settle the score. I pushed open the door. Oink, oink. That zombified boar had been crouched right outside my door the whole time, and now it came barreling straight at me, wild with fury. Well, would you look at that? You hold a grudge so hard you're staking out my place. I quickly drew the bow, knocked an arrow, and took aim at its head. I knew zombie boars held grudges, but I never imagined it'd go this far. A whole night of ramming wasn't enough, and now it was camping at my door, waiting for me. Whip! The instant I loosed the arrow, I slammed the door shut. If a level 2 boar was this relentless, there was no way I'd bet on that level 3 white wolf king letting things go. One wrong move, and if it was lurking behind my cabin, stepping outside would be a death sentence. Bang, bang, bang. Through the window, I could see there was no arrow in the bore. I'd been too rushed, my shot went wide. It slammed into the wall a few more times, then backed off to the clearing, waiting for me to come out again. Little blacks, I commanded the ants on the ground. When I open the door in a bit, as many of you get out there as you can. Scout the area for me, all around the cabin, out in the forest. See if there are any beasts lying in ambush. With the order given, I yanked the door open, knock an arrow. This time it had just gotten up when an arrow buried itself in its belly. HNNGH. It didn't even flinch. Hooves pounding, it charged again. Door shut. With a frame as small as mine, there's no way I'm going toe-to-toe with that thing. It rammed the door a few times, then backed off to wait. Guess I really do need to build that fence, give myself some breathing room. Zing. Little black sent word. All around the cabin, throughout the forest, there was no ambush anywhere. Good. I waited for it to lie down, then opened the door again and took aim at its head. Drew the bow a few times until it felt right. Whoosh. The arrow flew straight and true, right into its skull. HNNGH. It was still furious, but this time I caught something in that cry, fear. Zombies feel no pain, but they have health bars. 2 arrows, especially that headshot, had left it badly wounded. Sure enough, it stopped charging and turned tail, fleeing toward Boar Valley. Kick him while they're down. I slung my quiver over my shoulder and gave chase. At the same time, hundreds of thousands of ants surged forward like a black tide, wrapping around its 4 hooves. Ant swarm tactics. Arrow in the head, health draining, legs bogged down. It was pathetically slow now. Within a few breaths, I'd caught up. This time, I aimed for its stomach. Whoosh. The bowstring hummed, and the arrow sank into the boar's body. That boar, nearly the size of a water buffalo, let out one last unwilling wail before crashing to the ground. Killed Tier 2 zombie boar. EXP plus 50. Corpse touched. Obtained parasitic vine times 3. The moment I touched the corpse, 3 vines, each about the length of a finger, emerged. This was the thing that had turned the entire boar clan into zombies. Parasitic vine special class, a living material. Never touch it while injured, or it will exploit the opening and turn you into a new parasitic host. can be used to craft precious defensive gear. Rating, precious. If the game itself calls it precious, then precious it must be. I carefully wrapped it in cloth, carried it back to the cabin, and locked it in the wooden cabinet. One slip with this thing, and it could turn on you. Its nourishment comes entirely from the flesh and blood of its host. 3 vines in a single bore meant it had drained the nutrients of the whole clan. With the iron I traded for, plus these parasitic vines, I've got most of the materials for the deep blue battle armor. Just one thing left, cloth. I opened the forest field guide. Cloth is the most basic semi-finished product of the myriad race civilizations, made by gathering wood attribute materials and then processing them. With my current setup, I'm missing an advanced crafting table. There's simply no way to make it. My only options are to buy it, or go find it in the ruins. To this day, I haven't encountered a single myriad race creature. So the ruins marked on the treasure map are my only hope. But I need to be fully prepared. The road stretched 4 or 5 kilometers, cutting through 3 miles of forest. Without newbie protection, one sneak attack from a beast, and you're dead 9 times out of 10. Send the ants ahead to scout. Map out every danger. All in. My 8,000 energy copper coins instantly poured into my bonded beast's talent. The ants on the ground multiplied at a visible rate. Combined with the existing ones, 230,000 ants surged toward the Qinghe village ruins like a black flood. That White Wolf King is still nearby. I have to be careful. ZZZ, Blackie sent a message. 1 mile to the northwest, a suspected level, 2 Python and its clan. Hundreds of my ants died the instant they relayed the message. Change direction. 1.2 miles to the northeast, a black pool shrouded in toxic mist. Every ant that went and lost contact. Go around it. 2 miles due north, 3 giant rabbits, gentle by nature, but each one bigger than me. Rabbits bigger than me. No matter how gentle, I'm not touching that. Those are definitely level 2 or above. Change route. The newbie protection period really does protect you the whole way through. In just 3 miles, I mapped out 5 creature clans. The biggest was a crocodile over 30 feet long. One roll of its body crushed thousands of ants. Level 3 or higher. After losing over 10,000 ants, I finally found a detour, a small path hugging the edges of each clan's territory, leading straight to the ruins. If it's this dangerous outside, then inside. I knew full well the Qinghe village ruins were no simple place. But I had no choice. I'd made an enemy of the White Wolf King, and it could come for revenge at any moment. With so many clans around and no level 3 armor to protect me, a single ambush would be enough to kill me. Better to strike first than live in constant fear day and night. Just as I reached the forest's edge, a slightly surprised voice came from the shadows of the trees. Are you the great Wang Chufeng? A human voice. My heart tightened. Anyone who could call me by name and address me as great could only be a player. I instantly recalled a few hundred of my nearest ants for protection. In a survival game, the greatest danger was never the beasts, it was your own kind. When players meet players, survival is a coin toss. I turned around. A long-haired young man ambled out of the woods, around 6 feet tall, wearing a worn-out t-shirt, covered in mud, with a gaunt face and a lazy air about him. In the tree behind him perched a giant bird, larger than an eagle. No ordinary bird would ever grow that big. It had probably reached level 1. A level 1 creature was more than enough to end my life. I warily backed up a few steps, slowly edging toward the forest. More trees meant the big bird would have no room to maneuver if it flew in. Who are you? You've got a bad memory, don't you? I'm Ma Tianqi. Talked to you a couple days ago about helping you find Zhao Ritian. He took 2 more steps closer, but his eyes were fixed on me, not. Stopped scanning. When he spotted the hundreds of massive ants covering the ground, a flicker of surprise crossed his face, quickly suppressed. But that trace of contempt at the corner of his mouth, he couldn't hide it. So it's you. A message online would have done. No need to show up in person. He'd taken my bounty, but that didn't make us allies. In this world, players are scarier than the zombies. Funny thing, I was on my way to find Zhao Ritian and happened to run into you. Looked close by, so I came over. He let out a smug little chuckle. I didn't buy it. His eyes were pure greed. That gaze landed on what was behind me. For 2 kilometers around the cabin, the trees had been stripped bare. Tens of thousands of them. Countless logs. A massive fortune. It clicked instantly. He wasn't here to deliver a message. He was here to kill and take everything. Send me Zhao Ritian's location and I'll give you 500 logs. It's getting dark. Head back, fast. I'd already backed up to the tree line. I hoped he wouldn't do something stupid. Zhao Ritian's location? I've got to hand that to the boss myself. It's a 500 log bounty, after all. He kept pressing forward, not taking me seriously at all. Take one more step, and I won't be polite. I narrowed my eyes. Arrow already knocked and aimed at him. That bow of yours is tier 2, right? You can't hit me anyway, so what's the point? A blue glow flooded his eyes, and the same blue lit up in the eyes of the peregrine falcon behind him. An appraisal talent. He'd read every last detail of my bow. What a nasty talent. Today, this had to end quick. Leave him alive, and I'd become prey in the eyes of every player out there. Nobody can resist the lure of a fortune like this. Whether I can hit you isn't your call to make. I just finished off a wild boar. My aim was still sharp. 10+ meters away, he was well within range. But I didn't aim at him. I spun around. Arrow tip pointed at the falcon perched in the tree. That was the ace that made him bold enough to eye me. Whoosh. Thunk. Arrow leaving the string and bird taking flight. Almost simultaneous. I'd still underestimated it. The instant the arrow left, it had already darted far off. Terrifyingly fast. Told you, you can't hit it. He eased himself down onto a rock, his eyes full of sick pity. You're just an ordinary bonded beast owner. You have no idea what silver quality means. Common, black iron, bronze, silver. That's 3 whole tiers apart. Your ants are that fast, so you loaded them with an attribute, huh? He roared with laughter. A common beast can only hold 1 attribute orb. But my silver peregrine? It can hold 4. Oh, you loaded all 4. I asked, backing away warily. If he'd really loaded 4, my only option today was to run. Nope, I only loaded 1. He shook his head, greed dripping from his eyes. Then what the hell did you even? I froze for a second, then felt a mix of anger and amusement. Who did this guy think he was, putting on such a big show? Before he could finish, I knocked another arrow. This time, I was aiming at him. I could hold off on killing the beast, but a poser like this had to die. The arrow flew fast as lightning. There was no way he could dodge. It was about to pierce right through his chest. Whoosh! A gust of wind, and the peregrine falcon appeared above the arrow with unbelievable speed, knocking it away with a single swipe of its talon. Unbelievable. With my falcon around, you can't touch me. Ma Tianqi dropped the act. He pulled out a bottle of dark green liquid and casually tossed it into the air. The falcon struck it, and the liquid rained down, splattering all over me. Black iron-grade venom. Something Zhao Ritian had given him specifically to deal with me. At this stage, it was enough to instantly kill any player. You're a real pain, hiding in the forest and forcing me to waste a whole bottle of venom. He looked genuinely pained. Out in the open, my falcon would have torn you apart in seconds. My whole body screamed with pain. The moment the dark green liquid touched my skin, it seeped inside. My organs, my throat, all felt like they were being crushed in a death grip. You have been poisoned by black iron venom. Death in 13 seconds. I bolted deeper into the forest, using the tree trunks to block the falcon's dives. You have consumed antidote grass. Toxin being purged. That antidote grass I'd gotten from the Grey Wolf Den was the perfect counter to black iron level poison. Right now, it saved my life. Falcon, fly high and pinpoint him. He's been poisoned. He's as good as dead. Ma Tianqi drew his machete and chased after me. He had no idea I'd already cured the poison. And this dense forest was full of obstacles, all working in my favor. I gripped my bow tight, coldly staring at the bird's shadow overhead. All my little blacks, get back here, I said in a low voice. Today, this Ma Tianqi has to die. The moment that falcon dared to enter the forest, I would make sure it never flew out again. High above the dense forest, a blue-green peregrine falcon circled. But Ma Tianqi only lingered at the forest's edge, not daring to come closer. Then it clicked. He was waiting for me to die. His talent was reconnaissance. He could borrow his falcon's eyes to check whether I was dead. What a terrifying combination. I lay collapsed on the ground, perfectly still. My mind raced. He could see my name, my level, 2 bow, my alive status. But he couldn't tell that the poison in my body had long since been cured. Otherwise, he'd never set foot in this forest. But I couldn't drag this out too long. He was suspicious by nature, and the moment he grew suspicious, he'd bring more people to surround me. That's it. I silently commanded all the ants around me to crawl up, thick and swarming, covering me completely. In his field of view, the person that was me disappeared, leaving only the icons of thousands upon thousands of level 1 ants. Haha, and here I thought. Poison failed. Now he's really dead. Ma Tianqi strode toward me, laughing, a machete in his hand. Look at that. Your beast tamer won't even leave your corpse alone. Let me see what loot I can grab. I watched through narrowed eyes as he closed in, step by step. 20 meters. 10. 5. Now. Surround him. A black flood surged to his feet from every direction at once. I sprang up, revived, drew my bow, and knocked an arrow. This shot will kill you. Damn it. Zhao Ritian gave me fake poison. Seeing me unharmed, he roared and cried skyward for help. Peregrine, save me. I loosed arrow after arrow. Whoosh. A violent gale erupted. The ants scattered in the wind, and my arrows veered off course midair, thudding into a tree trunk. Ma Tianqi leapt, grabbing the talons of the diving peregrine, and was hauled off the ground. Thwip, thwip, thwip. 3 more arrows flew. The peregrine took wounds to its wings, but forced itself higher, carrying him with it. His feet were chewed to shreds, his face raked bloody by branches. Yet he was still up there, cackling. Surprised? That gale is the peregrine's ability. Wang Chufeng, I'm remembering this grudge. From today on, your location, your tree-chopping ants, every player in the world will know. Ha ha ha, scared yet? Villains die from talking too much. I drew the bowstring to full. You're not getting away today. Whip, the arrow flew. The peregrine tilted lightly and dodged. You couldn't even hit me in the woods. Now that I'm in the sky, you've got no chance. When I come back tomorrow, that's the day you die. I didn't answer. I just kept firing, one arrow after another. Idiot. I'm done playing with you. Peregrine, let's go. The more smug he got, the calmer I became. Whip, your arrows have missed 9 times. Special skill, 1 in 10 activated. Select your target. The peregrine. Done. The arrow shot out. The peregrine flicked aside easily in the air. But in the next instant, the arrow curved back on its own, swinging around behind it. Straight through the chest, out the other side. The peregrine let out a wail and dropped like a falling leaf from dozens of meters up. Thud. Dead on impact. Ma Tianqi slammed hard into the ground, clinging to his last breath, staring at me with hollow eyes. Wait. Let me go. I'll give you everything I've got, and Zhao Ritian's location too. All of it. From 10 meters away, I held my aim steady on him. I don't trust you. Die. Someone who takes my bounty and then turns around to kill me. There's nothing to talk about. Whip. Killed level 1 beast peregrine, EXP plus 15. Killed 1 level 1 player, EXP plus 15. Only after confirming he was dead did I open the message he'd sent in his final moments. Ma Tianqi. Killing you. I just wanted to live. Go. If you make it to the end, don't touch my sister after you get out. Thank you. First, it was my fault for going after you. Zhao Ritian put me up to it. You'll find him 120 kilometers southwest of Five Finger Mountain. Second, there's a forest map in my cabin. It's yours now. Third, there's a level 5 beast 12 kilometers southeast of you. Whatever you do, don't provoke it. Fourth, I sent your location to Zhao Ritian before I came. Watch out for the Zhao Alliance. There are a lot of them. Even at death's door, his thoughts were still with his sister. I fell silent. None of us chose to enter this world. Don't worry. As long as your sister doesn't come after me, I won't touch her. You're dead now. This ends here. I picked up the items they dropped. Both corpses dissolved into flickering wisps of light and faded away. Killed level 1 player Ma Tianqi. Obtained level 1 machete ×1, ***. Killed level 1 Beastmaster Peregrine. Obtained level 1 attribute orb, Beast Tendon ×2, ***. A level 1 orb? Nice. When a player kills a player, the victim's beast drops an attribute orb. That was another thing Ma Tianqi told me before he died. Now it was mine. This orb was much bigger than the level 01 I'd gotten last time. About the size of an egg, swirling with blue and green. The moment I grasped it, a prompt appeared. This orb contains two attributes, twin wings and gale. One will be randomly locked in upon use. Of course I wanted twin wings. Then the ant could fly me around, take me farther out. Blackie, eat it. I tossed the orb to him. Equip failed. Your beast is common quality and can only equip one attribute. Its level is 1, so the maximum attribute level it can equip is 1. That's when I remembered what Ma Tianqi had said. The higher the quality, the more attributes you can equip. Common gets 1, silver gets 4, mythic gets 8. His peregrine was silver, so it could hold 4. My ant was disadvantaged from birth. Drop the old sprint. Swap this in. Equip successful. Your beast, leafcutter ant, has gained level 1 attribute. Gale, asterisk asterisk. Gale can conjure level 4 wind. Level 4 wind, strong enough that holding an umbrella in the rain becomes a struggle. I knew that power firsthand. One flap of those wings had altered the path of my arrows and scattered my swarm. Blackie, give the wind a try. ZZT. Blackie spread his mandibles and whipped up a tiny whirlwind, sending leaves fluttering everywhere. Not bad, but nowhere near the peregrine. Level 1 at best. Too small. Not enough size. Make up for it with numbers. I recalled all 100 million of my level 0 tree-cutting ants, and then, all in, infinite division. This time it was agonizingly slow, 2 minutes per ant. It took over 10 minutes just to split off 30,000 gale blackies. This was burning through my resources faster and faster. Each level 1 gale ant cost a whole copper coin too. Only. Everyone blast forward. 30,000 ants, each the size of a quail egg, unleashed a gale in unison. Within a radius of dozens of meters, the air churned violently. Sand and leaves shot skyward, and a tree trunk as thick as a bowl snapped clean in two. This intensity had already passed level 5, closing in on level 6. I was thrilled. With this, no one, not Ma Tianqi, not that peregrine, could break through my defenses. Still, what I really wanted was that deep blue battle armor. If I hadn't been driven into such a corner today, I wouldn't have needed to go to all this trouble. Let's go. To the ruins. The moment I entered the forest, little blacks started chirping on the ground. Without the sprinters, they crawled at a snail's pace, barely 500 meters an hour. The sprinters are here. Bring the boys along. Hundreds of thousands of sprinter ants carried the gale ants, following the route I'd scouted earlier, moving without a hitch. Suddenly, a foul, stinking mist drifted through the woods. The swamp's miasma was creeping in. Whether it was poisonous, whether crocodiles were hiding inside, I couldn't afford to gamble. Little Black, blow it away. A fierce wind kicked up, ripping the wall of mist apart by sheer force. Crack. The snap of a breaking branch came from within the mist. Something was coming. A snake or a crocodile. This area was their turf, one deadly venomous, the other razor-toothed. Neither was worth provoking. Good thing I had the gale today. I see you. Surrounded. A 3-meter-long level 1 crocodile burst out of the mist. Extremely sensitive to ground vibrations, it had sensed the ant swarm long ago and had been about to strike from cover using the miasma. Hundreds of thousands of little blacks swarmed in and pinned it down. Same level or not, the ants could still bite through its hide. It howled in pain, but still charged straight at me. You're asking to die. I'd already drawn my bow to full, aiming at its head. Tangled up, it couldn't dodge. A level 2 arrow drove cleanly into its skull. Killed level 1 crocodile. Obtained hide armor +2, meat chunk +5, EXP +15. Hide armor, a material I'd never seen before. I listed it on the marketplace at the highest price. Half an hour later, I reached the marker on the map. A stretch of lush green grass. Where were the ruins? Where was the treasure spot? I was starting to suspect this was a trap Ma Tianqi and Zhao Ritian had set up together to screw me over. Just as I was about to leave, the treasure map suddenly trembled and lit up, tore free from my hand, and flew up over the grass. A pillar of white light as thick as a bowl shot into the sky. The earth split open, and ruined walls rose up from beneath. Across thousands of square meters, dozens of dilapidated houses appeared, like an abandoned ancient village. Rumble. A low roar came from the distance. It was that level for crocodile. The white light had drawn every creature within 10 miles. I need to grab the most loot before they get here. I raised my blade and rushed toward the nearest house. Little blacks spread into every house. Search out everything useful. More people, faster searching. That pillar of light shooting into the sky could be seen from miles away. Who knows what kind of monsters it might attract? I kicked open the rotting wooden door, splitting it into two pieces. The room was small, maybe a couple hundred square feet. A bed, a table, a wooden cabinet, drawers, all covered in dust, clearly abandoned for ages. This was a place where the myriad races civilization once lived. Opened wooden cabinet, obtained iron or ×2, broken wood ×3. This cabinet was taller than a person, and it turned out to be a storage container too. But why so little inside? I lunged at the smaller cabinet beside it. The moment my hand touched it, crash, it crumbled apart. Fabric damaged, cannot be used. Leather armor damaged, cannot be used. Corroded by time, everything soft had rotted away. Only hard items like iron or survived. Keep searching. I don't believe there's nothing intact. Just one room on the outer edge yielded this much. There had to be more deeper in the ruins. As I turned to leave, my toe kicked something hard under the bed. A wooden box. It was several times larger than an ordinary treasure chest, like the kind ancient people used to store household goods. Villager's box, used by villagers to store supplies, left behind. Take a look at what's inside. Open villager's box, obtain purified water ×2, bread ×3, fabric ×2, iron ingot ×2. Nice. That was worth as much as a bronze treasure chest. Food, water, semi-processed iron ingots, fabric, it had everything. The moment I emptied it, the box dissolved into sawdust. I stepped outside. Little Black sent a message. Most of the ants that had gone into the buildings never came back out. Something inside had attacked them. Only 6 were safe. They're clear, hurry. I pushed open the next door. Beasts were already stirring in the grass, drawn by the light pillar. Had to be quick. Once the beasts swarmed in, searching would be impossible. With experience now, I went straight for the cabinet and under the bed, collecting a few more chunks of iron ore. Just a little more, and I'll have all the materials for the deep blue battle armor. Outside the third room, a crocodile crashed into another ruin. Ugh! The sounds of a brutal fight echoed from inside as the crocodile brawled with a zombie. Both were level 1. In the fourth room, I dug out another villager's supply box. Obtained fabric ×2, planting soil ×2. They even stuffed dirt into the boxes. I laid out the materials, then pulled the iron ingots and parasitic vine from the shop. All materials for the deep blue battle armor blueprint gathered. Begin crafting. Craft it. Crafting deep blue battle armor. Countdown, 1 hour 12 minutes. Done. I listed the leftover soil back on the shop. In just a few minutes, the beasts arriving had gone from level 1 to level 2, gathering thicker and thicker, tangling with the zombies in the ruins. The commotion was enormous. Little blacks, gather up. We're pulling out. You can't get greedy in the ruins. Quit while you're ahead. Otherwise, you'll sink deeper and deeper into the abyss of desire, step by step, until you can never climb back out. Hey there, kid, where do you think you're going? A pitiful little voice drifted into my ear. Another player? No. The voice was pleasant enough, but laced with heavy static, stiff, like it was mimicking speech on purpose. I turned around and nearly jumped out of my skin. 3 meters behind me, hanging upside down from the eaves, was a massive serpent over 6 meters long, patterned in blue and white lattice, its slender tail vibrating wildly. Book. I summoned the Forest Encyclopedia. Species, speech serpent. Produces human speech by vibrating its tail. Highly intelligent, non-venomous. Drops. Meat, animal sinew, ***. A snake that can talk. I'd already seen fire-breathing wolves, wind-fanning ants, and zombie boars. One more snake that could parrot human words wasn't exactly shocking. I'm just passing through. Naturally, I'll be on my way. Hee, you can leave. Just hand over everything you scavenged from the ruins first. I watched you go in and out of quite a few houses. Bet you made out pretty well, didn't you? It flicked its tongue, eyes gleaming with greed as it slithered down from the eaves to the ground, blocking my path. From the underbrush, 3 more 3-meter-long level 1 speech serpents emerged, kicking a man while he's down. With this lineup, even your average level 2 beast would back off. But if we're talking numbers, my ant swarm has never been afraid of anyone. Human, are you sure you want to do this? Our chieftain is a level 3 creature. And besides, there are 4 of us. A level 2 speech serpent coiled up in front of me, tail swaying slowly. Its eyes flickered with calculation. It knew the rules. Kill me outright, and only a fraction of my loot would drop. Better to talk me into handing over my things first, then decide whether I lived or died. Level 3? Then go ahead and bring it over here. My words showed no fear, but inside, I was already counting down. I had to take out all 4 before that level 3 speech serpent arrived. Haha, what are you doing rounding up a bunch of ants? Did you think you could hide them from my senses? The serpent watched the dark shapes slowly crawling in from all directions and laughed smugly. Little ones, get to work. Show this kid how the world really works. It didn't take the ants seriously at all. One roll of its body could crush tens of thousands of them, and its speed left these level 1 pests in the dust. The 3 level 1 speech serpents darted out, reaching the swarm in just a few breaths and swallowing a dozen or so ants in a single gulp. Damn, these speech serpents were fast. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of my little blacks were gone. But this was exactly what I wanted. I deliberately let them crawl slowly, just to lull these idiot snakes into a false sense of security. Little blacks, swarm them. The command dropped, and hundreds of thousands of ants instantly became a black blur. Within a breath, all 3 level 1 speech serpents were completely buried. Hiss, human, spare me. Sister, save me. Horrifying. Rose and fell all around. Your ants have attributes. The level 2 serpent speaker's eyes filled with shock. I knew exactly why it was stunned. Among the beast tribes, only 1 in 10 was born with an attribute bloodline, and that one was destined to become chieftain. But the black tide swarming before me, every single one had attributes. It caught on fast. With a flick of its tail, it tried to flee. Level 1 ants couldn't hurt it, but once trapped, breaking free would cost time. It wanted to leave me for the chieftain to deal with. Blackie Gale. I'd been watching its every move. Sand and stones blasted into it. Not enough to blow it away, but enough to drag its speed to a crawl. I knocked, Drew aimed. Stop. The instant the wind died, the arrow tore through the air. Right through its vital point. After a dozen shots, the bow felt more and more natural in my hands. Besides, this snake was as thick as a thigh. Missing would have been harder than hitting. Human, spare me. The chieftain is coming. Don't doom yourself. Its upper body pinned to the ground, tail thrashing wildly. Its voice turned pitifully sweet. You should have just let me go earlier. I'd meant to leave. They were the ones who came to ambush and kill me. I aimed the arrowhead at its skull. Stop. Kill her, and you die today. The bushes rippled apart like water. For massive serpents, each nearly 10 meters long, came surging in a fury. Oh no, for level 2 serpent speakers. 1,000,000 ants could tangle up 2 at most. The other 2 would swarm me and swallow me whole in seconds. Run. But this one on the ground had to die. There was no way I'd trust its let me go and I won't chase nonsense. Sisters, save me. Seeing hope, it begged and threatened in the same breath. Let me go or you're dead for sure. Then you die first. Without hesitation, my arrow punched through its skull. All ants, scatter. I spun and sprinted deeper into the ruins. The outer buildings wouldn't stop these snakes. Only the mansion at the center was solid enough. Get inside, and maybe I could hide. Killed level 1 serpent speaker. EXP plus 15. Killed level 1 serpent speaker. Killed level 2 serpent speaker. EXP plus 50. EXP has reached 200 points. Level up. Mid-run, I froze. That was enough. Level up. My body suddenly felt light. Glancing back at the serpents, my fear had faded a little, replaced by an instinct. I could cleave one apart with a single hand. TCH, don't get cocky. I forced the impulse down. Right now, if I was willing to pay the price, I was 80% sure I could wipe out all 4. But the game kept getting harder. I absolutely couldn't afford to get hurt. Damn human, stop. Idiots. Someone being hunted stops? That's just asking to die. I quickly reached the center of the ruins. High walls surrounded a mansion, mostly Chinese in style, with a faint Western touch. Building. Vermilion gates. Not a single word inscribed. Let's take a look inside. Having reached level 2, I'd grown bolder. Nothing in these ruins was higher than level 2. Hurting me wouldn't be hard, but taking me out in one shot? Not so easy. I pushed open the door and stepped in. Strangely, The 4 serpent speakers outside didn't follow. Through the gap in the door, I could see them halting humbly at the threshold. Oh, if they were being this obedient, it meant something far nastier waited inside. Sure enough, a cold, clear female voice drifted in from beyond, laced with exhaustion, yet heavy enough to make it hard to breathe. "You 4 little snakes, what are you doing blocking my door? We had a deal. Explore any house in the ruins you like, except my estate. Trying to break the agreement? I'm tired. Get lost now." The 4 giant serpents pressed themselves flat to the ground, muttering that they wouldn't dare, and fled in a scrambling panic. Just who was out there? I peered through the crack in the door, and nearly scared myself to death. Outside stood an old acquaintance. There, in the courtyard, was the very white wolf king whose silver treasure chest I'd snatched just 2 days ago. And it had grown even bigger since then. SSS, it could talk? No wonder those serpents had been so terrified. No good, I've got to hide fast. The White Wolf King was a level 3 beast. I was only level 2. Going head to head, I had almost no chance. And now it had become the master of this place. The courtyard was small, 3 rooms arranged in a triangle. I dashed to the side and slipped into the room on the left. Creak, the courtyard gate swung open. Last time summoning the ruins took 30 minutes. Why did it only take 10 this time? And with such a commotion? The White Wolf King muttered to itself, heading toward the central house. Only then did I let out a breath. It hadn't spotted me. The room was well preserved. An empty bed, a wooden cabinet, 2 rows of tall shelves stacked with ornaments, and a few books. The floor was thick with dust, stamped with wolf paw prints. The good stuff had obviously long since been picked clean. The cabinet, empty. Under the bed, empty. I searched the entire room and found nothing. Finally, I set my sights on the books on the shelves. The moment I touched one, it crumbled to ash. So much time had passed that even the books had disintegrated. That was probably why the White Wolf King hadn't bothered with the last few. I refused to believe there's nothing left. I kept searching. One by one, the books turned to dust. Then, as one book shattered, a golden page fell out. I picked it up. Skill, roaming dragon strike. Description, wielding a sword. Unleash a dragon-shaped blade energy at 200% of the user's power, dealing above-level damage. Rating, common sword technique. Above-level damage. Just those 2 words alone were enough to send my heart racing. I'd long ago figured out the rules of this world. Level was everything. A level 3 naturally suppressed a level 2, and a level 2 couldn't even break through a level 3's defenses. Can't break through it. The words "beyond your rank" carry serious weight, worth their weight in gold. Learn this skill. Learn it. I don't have a sword, but I'm learning it anyway. The instant I silently confirmed, a long sword transformed into a golden dragon soaring skyward, as if it could destroy heaven and earth. I stared, mesmerized. With a level 2 sword in hand, ordinary level 3 beasts wouldn't stand a chance against me. Once I get myself a sword, I'm going to teach that white wolf a lesson. Oh, you'll teach me a lesson? Wasn't it me who killed you? A cold, resentful voice drifted in from beyond the door. Crash, the wooden door exploded inward. Over 3 feet tall and nearly 10 feet long, the White Wolf King bared its fangs and lunged with a roar. You killed one of my kind, human. There was just an energy surge here. Hand it over, and I'll leave your corpse intact. It leapt and came crashing down toward me. Your wolf pup ambushed me, and I'm not allowed to fight back. I twisted aside, darting several yards away. After reaching level 2, my combat rating had climbed to 25 points, my speed far surpassing an ordinary person's, just enough to dodge its gaping maw. The world runs on survival of the fittest. Now die. It opened its jaws and spat out a ball of bright yellow flame. What a hypocrite. It can kill me, but I can't fight back. Here comes the fire. This thing was no pushover. It had fire attributes equipped. Blackie Gale Wind. Whoosh! A violent wind erupted across the entire courtyard, blasting the flames back the way they came. Grah! Even the wolf itself didn't dare take the hit. It could only dodge. The scattered flames ignited the courtyard buildings. Seizing the chaos, I darted out through the doorway. Damned insect. I'll tear you into 1,000 pieces. The White Wolf King raged. Its entire hoard of treasures had been swallowed by the fire, flames hot enough to kill level 3 beasts. Even it couldn't withstand them. All it could do was watch as the courtyard turned into a sea of fire. Berserk, its body swelled another size larger, its speed exploding by another 30%. With a single leap, it appeared right in front of me. Damn it. How am I supposed to fight against this kind of speed? Blackie, gale wind. Whoosh whoosh, but the wind had almost no effect on it now. A massive claw swept toward me, growing wildly larger in my vision. This time, I'm really done for. Only 4 days here, and I'm going to die in this place. Damn this survival world. Damn these alien beasts. Little Rain, you have to stay alive. Deep blue battle armor complete. Equip now. Equip it. A ball of pale blue light burst from my chest, instantly wrapping around my entire body. I'd become a man clad in blue armor. Crash. An immense force sent me flying dozens of yards. But the White Wolf King fared no better. Its claw was smashed back, torn to a bloody pulp. Level 3 armor? Break for me. Shock flashed in its eyes first, then wild ecstasy. If it could claim this armor, its combat power would double. Boom! I was blasted back another dozen yards, taking only minor injuries inside. I ignored it, turning to leave. Halt. Leave the armor behind, and I'll let you go. Idiot. Can't kill you, but I can sure as hell kill your helpers. It spewed flames across the ground. Swaths of little blacks turned to ash in an instant. I clenched my fists. This White Wolf King, I would make it die. All surviving little blacks retreat. After giving the order, I left without looking back. Human, don't think you're hot stuff just because you've got tier 3 armor. Give me 3 days and I'll hit tier 4. That's when you die. The White Wolf King leaped into the depths of the forest. It had claimed the treasure from the Qinghe village ruins, and it was about to reach tier 4. Back near the cabin, I gathered up the scattered wood while running the numbers in my head. The White Wolf King was still a threat, and it was about to hit tier 4. Only 2 days in, and its leveling speed was terrifying. I had to deal with it. But to kill it, I'd need either a tier 3 weapon or both me and my beast at tier 3. Weapons were hard to come by. First, let me see how far I was from tier 3. As I was checking my data panel, a word snake's voice came from behind me. Ah, human, we've been waiting for you. You killed our kin, now die. It was the 4 tier 2 word snakes. Wang Chufeng. Level. Tier 2, 35 to 500. Beast, Leafcutter Ant, tier 2. Talent, Infinite Division, SSS rank. Combat Power, 25. Weapon, tier 1 machete. Skill, Dragon's Blade. Evaluation. If you knew how many levels this world holds, you'd realize just how insignificant you are. The evaluation actually changed with my state of mind. Just what tier was the strongest creature in this world? The gap between tier 2 and tier 3 was a massive chasm. Experience jumped straight from 200 to 500. I still needed 465 points. If I relied entirely on killing tier 2 beasts, that'd be at least 10 of them. But for me, that wasn't much of a challenge. With Infinite Division, an ant swarm of the same tier could gang up on anything, practically invincible. No going all in this time. I'll only spend 10,000 energy coins and keep 10,000 in reserve. That fight with the White Wolf King had made me fully appreciate the value of savings. Back then, I'd wanted to divide some tier 2 ants in an emergency, but I didn't have a single copper coin on me. Little Blacks, equip Swift Stride, Infinite Division. This time, dividing a single tier 2 ant cost 10 copper coins. 10,000 coppers bought me only 1,000 of them. But tier 2 ants were different. Their size had grown from pigeon eggs to chicken eggs, and their combat power reached 10 points. One-on-one, they might not beat a tier 2 beast, but against tier 1 creatures, the enemy couldn't even break through their defense. Human, you killed our kin. You could flee to the ends of the earth and still die. The 4 tier 2 word snakes shot out from the woods. So back at the center of the ruins, they deliberately refused to sell me out to the White Wolf King. Also, they could hoard the resources on me for themselves. Oh, just the 4 of you. My mouth twitched. I'd just been worrying about not having enough experience, and now it was being delivered right to my doorstep. For level 2 beasts, 200 experience points. You've got plenty of tricks, but 4 of us is more than enough to deal with you. Petals surround and crush him. The black snake in front lunged at me while the other 3 closed in from 3 sides. Once these giant snakes coiled around you, a level 2 creature basically couldn't break free. But I didn't dodge. My deep blue battle armor couldn't even be scratched by the White Wolf King, let alone these things. Special skill, Light Shield. These filthy things had better not touch my skin. A 20-centimeter thick barrier suddenly appeared around me, glowing with a faint white light. All 4 snakes slammed into the shield at once and were forcibly bounced off. SSS, what kind of weapon is that? Petals, looks like some kind of defensive armor. I want it. Blackie, hurry up and use your treasure on him. For idiot snakes. They hadn't even figured out the grade of my armor, yet here they were plotting to steal it right in front of me. I wasn't going to give them the chance. Little Black, go. A swarm of level 2 ants instantly crawled all over the snakes' bodies. Huh, what huge ants. I'll just eat. Pa, so hard. Run, they're level 2 ants. The 4 snakes fled desperately, but the ants, equipped with swift movement, were just as fast as they were. In the blink of an eye, they were completely surrounded. Blackie, save me. It hurts. Let go of me one-on-one. The level 2 ants easily tore through the snake's skin, and crimson blood came gushing out. Moments later, 3 of the speaking snakes were nothing but white bones. Beast slain level 2 speaking snake. Experience plus 50. Beast slain level 2 speaking snake. 1 remained, thrashing wildly on the ground. It had a level 1 defensive item on it that barely held off some of the attacks. My lord, I got plenty of good things from the ruins. Please don't kill me. If you kill me, you'll only get part of it anyway. This snake, called Blackie, was desperate to prove it was useful. Hand it over or die. My voice was cold. If I hand it over, will you let me go? It carefully dug up a long sword from the jungle nearby, 3 fingers wide, about 1.20 meters long, its entire body glowing with a faint green light. A level 2 treasured sword. The moment I touched it, information surfaced. Gale sword. Level 2. Quality, black iron. Description, can deal massive damage to level 2 creatures. Once the sword of the village chief of Qinghe village, it carries a certain symbol of status within the civilizations of the 10,000 races. Rating, this sword's status matters more than the blade itself. The sword of Qinghe village's chief? Some kind of proof of standing? Whatever. Qinghe village had long since fallen to ruin. There was no telling how long ago it had been destroyed. This sword, paired with dragon roaming sword art, would be enough to deal a serious blow to the White Wolf King. Get lost. You're not going to kill me? Get lost now or die. I swung the sword, and the blade in the setting sun. A soft, clear light spread out. I'll go. I'm going right now. Seeing that I had no intent to kill, Blackie was overjoyed and twisted around, darting into the woods. Once it had swum some distance away, a sneer flashed in its eyes. Asterisk, foolish human. Let me go, and I'll just bring the chief back to wipe you out. Asterisk. With a flick of its tail, it vanished into the forest. It fled so hastily that it never noticed. Behind it, a single ant was trailing at incredible speed, keeping its distance. Blackie, oh Blackie, I hope you bring me a ton of XP tomorrow. And if not, I'll come pay you a visit myself. Letting it go was just a way to scope out their den. The sun sank low on the horizon. Only 12 minutes until dark. I gathered my things and headed home to sit down. Huffed. I spat out a mouthful of blood. The White Wolf King was too strong. It couldn't break through my war armor, but the shock still injured me. Internal injuries are no joke. Left untreated, they'll kill you. I needed to stock up on some herbs. I opened the trading market and the regional channel, and froze at what I saw inside. Level 1 healing potion, just 10 copper coins, or 6 pieces of wood. So jealous. I've got iron ingots up cheap in the market. I'll head over to Five Finger City to check it out when I get the chance. What was going on? It had only been a day. How had some players struck it rich already? Never mind that. Let me go see exactly what good stuff they'd listed in the market. In the trading market, I got my first taste of what it felt like to be rich. Iron ore buy? Semi-refined iron ingots buy? Tin ore, level 1 healing potions. Buy them all. A few days ago, the market had nothing but wood, stone, and food. Other players simply couldn't produce anything worthwhile. I'd been clutching a fistful of energy coins with no way to spend them, forced to scavenge for supplies myself. All that purchasing power and nowhere to use it. Now it was different. After making my purchases, I scrolled back through the regional channel logs and quickly pieced together the whole story. A group of white-furred werewolves had emerged from Five Fingers Mountain, deep in the forest. Like traveling peddlers with loaded shoulder poles, they carried all sorts of resources, trading only for energy coins, food, and water. That was how the nearby players had gotten rich. Five Fingers Mountain. Something clicked in my mind. Ma Tianqi had mentioned this place in his dying words. It lay about 300 kilometers due west of my house, a towering peak shaped like five fingers. Zhao Ritian was located 120 kilometers southwest of it. 300 kilometers. I shook my head. If it were only 30, I might have gone to trade in person. But 300? Even with wings, I couldn't make it back in a day. But if I couldn't, others could. I pulled out that vial of healing potion, a faint green glow swirling inside the glass. I downed it in one gulp, and a cool sensation instantly soothed the burning in my organs, leaving me more at ease than I'd ever felt. I need to hoard a lot of this stuff, I hissed. When it counts, it'll save your life. I immediately posted in the regional channel, buying healing potions, tin, ore, and blueprints of all kinds. Pay in energy coins or wood, your choice. You won't be disappointed. Tin ore is the primary material for upgrading a house to level 4. Only level 3 tools can mine it from level 3 veins. I couldn't get my hands on it, and neither could most other players. But just now, I'd managed to buy 3 chunks, listed by the very players who'd traded with the werewolf clan. The channel blew up instantly. Whoa, it's the legendary Wang Chu phone. That tin ore's worth hundreds of energy coins. I dumped my entire fortune into wood, don't have a single coin on me. An ID popped up. Yi Xiaoqing Black Iron Ape. Big shot. I've got tin ore here. PM me. I clicked on her avatar. Twin pigtails, round black-rimmed glasses, lips pursed, dimples in both cheeks. A grayish-white sweater, the picture of a sweet girl next door. How much tin ore do you have? I'll take it all, I said, cutting straight to the point. 3 chunks left. Market price is 31 apiece. Give me 45 logs or 90 energy coins. Either works. Deal. One more thing. Did you mine these yourself or trade for them with the werewolves? No pressure if you'd rather not say. I'll buy them either way. I had another angle in mind. If I could set up a long-term partnership with a player down at Five Finger Mountain, using my massive wood supply to trade through her for useful goods. Nothing to hide, she replied. Traded them from the werewolves, for real. 1 bottle of purified water got me 3 chunks of tin ore. A bottle of water for 3 chunks of ore? Interesting. The trade went through, and we chatted a bit more. She said the werewolves were bigger than humans, probably level 1 to 3, intelligent, capable of speech, and only trading their goods for energy coins, food, and water. I was now certain the werewolf clan was one of the myriad civilizations. But was this world really that harsh? Even the native civilizations had to beg players for a sip of water, a piece of bread. Next time the werewolves show up, give me a shout, I said. I'll pay you in coins or wood for whatever you trade, plus a 10% commission on the deal. I figured she'd jump at it. But on the other end, there was a long silence. It's not about the money, she finally answered. The way those werewolves looked at me, so greedy, like they wanted to swallow me whole right there. I'd really rather not deal with them. If you won't, I'll find someone else, I said. Then deal? Fortune favors the bold. By the time we wrapped up, it was almost midnight. Boom. The house shook violently. I nearly rolled off my plank bed. Something massive brushed past in the darkness. In that single instant, my level 3 house lost 2 durability points. I sucked in a sharp breath. Last night, it was the same giant creature attacking. Took several minutes to chip away, just a little. But tonight's blow? If it really wants to go all out on me, it could smash my house to pieces in 50 seconds. Repair. I stared up at the roof and took a deep breath. Tin or house upgrades. I couldn't afford to wait another second. Meanwhile, in Zhao Ritian's Zhao Alliance group chat, 23 players were frantically at ING him. Master Zhao, that giant monster almost smashed my house in one hit. If you don't give me some guidance tomorrow, I seriously won't make it. Master Zhao, are you there? Inside his wooden cabin, Zhao Ritian slammed his fist into the wall, gritting his teeth against the pain. Damn that Wang Chu phone, actually killing Ma Tianqi. With his scouting talent plus his beast-tamed hawk, Ma Tianqi had gathered intel at a ridiculous speed. Using the treasure chest locations he'd provided, Zhao Ritian had quickly rounded up 22 diehard followers. Just this morning, Ma Tianqi had said he'd found Wang Chufeng and was going to make his move. And half an hour later, the guy was dead. The scouting map Ma Tianqi left behind was marked with countless opportunities and dangers. That thing had to be recovered. And Wang Chufeng had to die. He typed in the group, "Sorry everyone, a good brother of mine was killed today. I'm too heartbroken to talk. My condolences, Master Zhao. Who did it? We'll help you get revenge." He knew it was all flattery. All they really wanted was more treasure chest locations. But this was exactly the situation he needed. Zhao Ritian dropped the act. "The killer is Wang Chufeng. Keep it quiet. I don't want to tip him off. I'm going to take back my brother's belongings, and I want his life too. Here are his coordinates, whoever's closest. Daytime remaining, 7 hours 20 minutes. Doomsday disaster countdown, 2 days 6 hours, lasting 30 minutes. Do not underestimate the beast horde. A powerful enemy like last night's will appear at the very end." The moment I opened my eyes and saw that message, my heart sank. I'd thought being the first to reach a level 3 house would be enough to keep me safe. Ordinary nighttime creatures couldn't break through my walls, and no beast horde could threaten me. Now I realized I'd been taking this game way too lightly. The horde contained giants like the one from last night. In a single minute, one of them could level my house. Players had only 3 days of daylight left. Chopping trees comes first, and I need to push my level up at the same time. I made my decision quickly. I still had over 8,700 energy coins left. These players were so broke that last night, they'd only cost me a little over 1,000. 5,000 coins, split into 50,000 level 1 swift ants. 100 level 1 ants could take down a tree in a few dozen minutes, far faster than 10,000 level 0 ants. Level 2 ants were even quicker, but way too expensive. Just adding one stat alone cost hundreds of coins each. I was in the middle of splitting them up when a voice suddenly rang out in my mind. It was Little Black, the one I'd sent yesterday to track the serpent tongues. He'd found their lair and spent the night hiding out there, about 4 kilometers from me. "Keep watching. I'll come find you once I'm done chopping trees." I planned to harvest a wave of timber first, then launch a raid on the Serpent Tongue clan 2 hours before nightfall. Chop. 420,000 level 1 ants spread across the ground in a dense, teeming layer, darting about at incredible speed. In an instant, trees along the forest's edge toppled in waves. Just as I was collecting the timber log by log, an excited hissing came from the underbrush. "This human is insane, sending this many ants to cut down trees. My God, look at all that timber. Chief, he's the one who killed Big Flower. You have to avenge them." 5 pythons slithered out from the bushes, rearing up. Leading the way was Big Black, the one I'd let go yesterday, followed by 3 level 1 serpent tongues. Last came a massive python, 13 meters long. Its blue-flowered, net-patterned scales shimmered with faint white edges, and its aura rivaled the White Wolf King's, a level 3 serpent tongue. It glanced at the ants cutting trees and gave its tail a casual flick. "Human, chop trees for my clan for 10 years, and we'll call it even for killing our people." I watched them quietly, a little disappointed. The once mighty Serpent Tongue clan had been reduced to just these few. "Want timber? Can't cut it yourselves? And you want me to chop for 10 years? Dream on." I signaled the ants to withdraw. I couldn't afford to lose even this many. "Human, the chief is showing mercy and giving you a way out. You should be grateful and accept." Big Black smirked smugly, its voice dripping with arrogance. Their chief was level 3, after all, and this human was only level 2. "I'm informing you, not negotiating." The moment the giant python's words fell, its bucket-thick body lunged forward with crushing force, tearing a shrieking whistle through the air. I couldn't take that head-on. It would rupture my organs. I lightly tapped my toes and shifted several meters sideways, just barely dodging. You've got some skill." A flicker of surprise crossed the chief's eyes. "Only fair to return the favor." I suppressed my alarm. Its speed was a notch faster than mine. My Gale sword was already gathering power, green light converging on the blade. Sword technique, Roaming Dragon Strike. A 3-meter-long, blue dragon-shaped blade of sword energy shot from the tip. Perfect timing. Today I'll show you what a level gap means. Accept your fate and submit to my rule. The chief scoffed coldly and charged straight into the sword energy. A level 2 sword, A level 2 human. How much damage could that possibly do? Splat, splat, splat. At the moment of impact, the 13-meter level 3 python was sliced clean through by the sword energy, its body severed into several pieces that crashed to the ground. Even I was stunned. The damage was that high? Just yesterday, I'd witnessed firsthand how powerful a Tier 3 creature could be, thanks to the White Wolf King. Yet this serpent-tongued chieftain had been reduced to nothing but scattered chunks of meat across the ground. It seemed those ruins had given me something truly extraordinary. The remaining 4 giant serpents wore the same look of shock in their eyes, which quickly melted into terror. The chieftain was dead. Big Black reacted first, twisting around to retreat into the woods. Did I say you could leave? I didn't move an inch, watching it with a mocking grin. My lord, you mustn't kill me. Our nest holds plenty of treasures. Only I know where. Little Black. Kill. I didn't lift a finger. That single strike from Dragon's roaming blade had nearly drained every ounce of strength from my body. 1,000 Tier 2 Little Blacks swarmed the 4 serpents in an instant, gnawing them down to white bones in the blink of an eye. Beast slain a Tier 1 Serpent Tongue, EXP plus 15. Beast slain a Tier 2 Serpent Tongue, EXP plus 50. Slain a Tier 3 Serpent Tongue, EXP plus 100. 5 Serpent Tongues had given me a total of 195 experience points. Just 120 short of Tier 3. Too bad this entire clan was now wiped out, no more experience to farm. But then again, their nest still held a silver treasure chest. Now that was the good stuff. A couple days back, when I'd opened a silver treasure chest, I'd gotten the Forest Compendium, great for identifying and tracing the origins of things, sure, but it was purely a support tool with 0 combat value. This time, with another silver treasure chest in sight, how could my heart not race? Soon enough, I found a dark, shadowy ravine, overgrown with weeds, damp and cut off from the light, the kind of place ordinary beasts wouldn't linger. The Serpent Tongue clan had hidden their nest here, and it was well concealed indeed. Along the rock face, a stone wall blanketed in moss served as their doorway. Open. I swung my blade at it. Clang. Attacked cave door, durability -0. 0 damage. This door was at least as tough as a Tier 3 structure. Little Black, get on it. 1,000 Tier 2 Little Blacks lunged at once, the moss-covered stone wall flickering under their assault. It lost 1 point of durability every 5 seconds. After about 10 minutes, the wall finally shattered to pieces. The space inside was pitifully small, maybe 100 square meters, like one big communal sleeping platform, nowhere near as impressive as the Grey Wolf clan's cave. 3 black iron chests, 1 silver. I opened all 3 black iron chests together. Just water, bread, wood, and stone. No blueprints. Now for the silver treasure chest. Opening silver treasure chest. Energy silver coins X2, flowing cloud boots blueprint X1. I held the 2 silver coins in my hand. The design and size were no different from copper coins, but the energy contained within them was easily 100 times greater, if not more. I pressed a silver coin against the compendium. Energy silver coin, equivalent to 1,000 energy copper coins. Circulates mainly among higher-tier creatures. A symbol of wealth as well as a mark of power and symbol. 2 silver coins, worth 2,000 copper. That alone made opening this chest worthwhile. Not to mention there was also a blueprint. Flowing Cloud Boots Blueprint Silver, LV.3. Speed, +10. Materials, leather armor ×4, cloth ×2, iron ingot ×2. Special skill Frenzy, plus 50% speed for 10 seconds, 30-second cooldown. Description, a rare speed type item. Waterproof, insulating, and light on the feet. I stared at the blueprint, secretly thrilled. After learning Dragon's Flight Slash, I already had the power to take down LV.3 beasts. The only reason I hadn't gone after the White Wolf King yet was that its speed far outmatched mine. With the flowing cloud boots, that speed gap would finally be closed. 3 more pieces of leather armor to go. I checked the compendium. Leather armor was the most basic material. You could only get it from treasure chests or from the Crocodile clan. The one I had came from the Crocodile clan. Tomorrow, I'll pay the Crocodile clan a visit. It was getting late. Last time, the White Wolf King's den had a hidden cave. The Serpent clan might have one too. I felt along the side wall of the cave, and sure enough, A cold draft leaked out from behind a boulder half a man's height. Beasts really do love digging caves inside their caves. I was LV.2 now, brimming with strength. A light push shoved the boulder aside. Inside was just a few square feet, empty except for a single chili pepper-shaped plant bearing one strawberry-like fruit. Beast tongue, tree gold. After eating the fruit, you can understand and communicate with beasts. Rating, useless. Useless? I disagreed. In this world, only high-level beasts or those with special bloodlines could speak, like the White Wolf King. The vast majority, even the LV.3 serpents, could only make sounds by vibrating their tails. Confirming it wasn't poisonous, I swallowed it in one bite. Sweet, with a hint of pear. As for understanding beast tongue, I felt absolutely nothing. The tree didn't vanish. It would bear another fruit before long. I pushed the boulder back into place. Time to head back. The moment I stepped out of the cave, two young, unripe voices drifted through the forest. Is the Serpent Clan Chief here? Lord White Wolf King has summoned all 5 clan chiefs for a meeting. My heart clenched. The beast tongue fruit really worked. I quietly climbed out the other side of the ravine and hid behind a large tree. It was 2 crocodiles, one big and one small, crouched at the edge of the ravine, too afraid to go any farther. Big bro, what do we do if the Serpent Clan isn't here? It's almost dark. If they're not in their nest, where else could they be? Come on, let's get a little closer. The 2 crocodiles crawled into the ravine, making a full circle to scout it out. Weird, the Serpent Clan is completely gone. Whatever, let's just report the truth when we get back. Just as they were about to leave, the smaller one suddenly stopped. Big bro, humans smell so good. My chest tightened. Crocodiles aren't smart, but their sense of smell is sharp. It had locked onto my position in an instant. Haven't had meat in ages. Today, Big bro's gonna treat you to a feast. The huge crocodile lunged, slamming straight into my hiding spot. Perfect timing. I smirked. I'd wanted to eavesdrop a little longer, but it found me first. If it weren't for the beast tongue fruit, I'd have no idea how they tracked me down. I was hidden so well. Gale's sword out. Thunk. The blade drove straight into the crocodile's skull. Arg, little brother, get over here and help. It hurts. Dumb as a rock. Shouldn't you be yelling for your brother to run at a time like this? Killed level 2 crocodile. Meat +2, leather armor +2. Big bro, I'm coming. The level 1 baby croc charged in, jaws wide open. I pinned it down with one hand. Flowing cloud boots, just one piece of leather armor left. Killing this one would do it. But before that, tell me, I leaned down. The White Wolf King is calling the 5 chieftains to a meeting. What exactly is he planning? The sky darkened over the ruins of Qinghe village. Outside the central courtyard, for massive beasts prowled. A black and white giant rabbit tall as a man, a crocodile 10 meters long, a toad the size of a wash basin, and a green wolf built like a water buffalo. They were the chieftains of Qinghe village's 4 great beast packs, every one of them a ferocious level 3 or 4 creature. What did the White Wolf King call us here for? Probably has to do with the recent corpse tide. Creak. The charred manor gates swung open, and the White Wolf King stepped out, covered in ash. Come inside. I've got urgent business. His face was worn with exhaustion. It had taken quite a bit of effort to save this manor from the flames. The courtyard could keep out the monsters of the night. The beasts filed in one by one. Lately, a swarm of ants has cropped up in the territory, wrecking the ecosystem and threatening our safety. What do you make of it? My lord, those ants devoured my offspring. The crocodile chieftain roared in fury. On the way here, it had seen its own kin stripped down to nothing but white bones. White Wolf King, why not just subjugate them? A crafty gleam flashed in the black and white rabbit's eyes. I've watched them. They're level 1 at most, but they fell trees incredibly fast. They could rake in a fortune for you. Rib bit. Eat them all, the toad howled bloodthirstily. The White Wolf King turned to the green wolf, who had stayed silent the whole time. And you? My advice, just be content being a lord. The green wolf's tone was flippant, without a shred of respect in its eyes. Don't go dreaming about hoarding wealth to bring back to Five Finger Mountain. The White Wolf King's eyes narrowed slightly. This green wolf was nothing but a bully who leaned on the fact that its sister was a concubine of the werewolf clan's chieftain, giving him grief at every turn. Back when he was only level 2, he couldn't stand up to it. But now, he had already, in the ruins of Qinghe village, he'd gained the werewolf bloodline. The ant swarm could chop out tens of thousands of logs a day, worth tens of thousands in energy copper coins. That kind of wealth was enough to grease the palms of the higher-ups, free his mother trapped beneath Five-Finger Mountain, even make a play for the position of next clan chief. The killing intent settled in an instant. Croc. Do it. The level 4 giant crocodile had long since submitted. Its massive jaws gaped wide, and before Blue Wolf could even react, its throat had been bitten clean through. Blood sprayed everywhere. Huh. I already reported the ant swarm to Five-Finger Mountain. You'll be joining me down there soon enough. Blue Wolf choked out a grim laugh with his dying breath. White Wolf King's face darkened. The werewolf clan would send someone within 3 days at most. He had to secure enough wealth before then and bury the whole thing. Tomorrow morning, we storm that human controlling the ant swarm. He has to die. The swarm becomes mine. At that very moment, a black and white rabbit's long ears twitched, and in a flash its figure was perched atop the courtyard wall. Phantom Rabbit. Whoever it is, kill them. You got it. Dusk. The forest. I tore through the shadows of the trees, an afterimage hot on my heels. So fast. 3 notches faster than even White Wolf King. I cursed under my breath. I just tracked down where White Wolf King was holding his meeting, snuck over to eavesdrop, and heard their whole scheme loud and clear. Turns out this guy was backed by the werewolf clan, and he had his eyes on my little black. But this black and white rabbit had ears too sharp. The second I left, it was already after me. A dozen breaths, and it had closed in. So you're the human controlling the ant swarm? Heh. Kill you, and I'll earn myself a nice little medal. Phantom Rabbit leaped onto a treetop, its face twisted in a sneer. No outrunning it. So I'd fight. Roaming dragon strike. A blue-green dragon of energy ripped through the air, lunging straight at it. Phantom Rabbit swayed, dodging it with ease. Too slow, kid. Sun's going down, and I've got no time to play with you. Die. Its fingers curled like hooks and swiped at me. A level 3 body against level 2 me. One grab would tear through my defenses and rip out my heart. Light shield activate. The flowing glow of deep blue armor wrapped around my entire body. Boom. Both of us staggered back at the same time. Oh, level 3 armor too. Phantom Rabbit sneered. That armor can hold me off for a while. But the more I hit it, the more the recoil builds. It'll shake you to death from the inside. Another afterimage. I swung my sword and didn't so much as graze a single hair on it. Yet my insides churned with searing pain. 2 more minutes of this, and my organs would rupture. What do? Flowing cloud boots crafted successfully. Equip now. Equip. The dark brown boots slid onto my feet, and my body suddenly felt light as air. Speed plus 10. My base speed shot up to level 3 in one stroke. Phantom Rabbit's claws grazed past me. Huh, you can speed up too? But this is still just level 3. User level speed, even worse than mine. Before I could finish, my berserk kicked in, boosting my speed another 50%. In the span of a single breath, I'd circled behind it, my blade pressed against its spine. Sword, unleash the dragon. Impossible. Boom. A massive force punched straight through its back, and the Phantom Rabbit's body exploded on the spot. Killed level 3 Phantom Rabbit. Gained 100 EXP. Loot. Meat chunk plus 4. Phantom Rabbit cavern key plus 1. A cavern key? It's getting dark now, can't risk it. One wrong move, and I'd be dead by nightfall. I stashed my gear and bolted back. Light as a feather, I cleared 5 or 6 meters with a single leap. At this speed, 30 kilometers an hour was nothing. The higher my level climbed, the more I wondered, was I even still human? The thought flickered through my mind, but I didn't dwell on it. Night. I gnawed on some dry rations and pulled up the regional channel. Not much different from yesterday. Only a handful of players had run into the werewolf clan's peddlers. Yi Shaoqing came up empty-handed today too. I wasn't in the mood to keep reading. I started planning for tomorrow. Level 2 for 80 to 500. Beast, Leafcutter Ant, level 2. Talent, Infinite Division, SSS rank. Combat Power, 25. Weapon, level 1 Machete, Flowing Cloud Boots. Defense, Deep Blue Battle Armor. Skill, Sword unleashes the dragon. Rating, Only when you know how many levels this world holds will you understand how insignificant you truly are. One step away from level 3. I still had 400,000 level 2 ants on hand, more than enough to deal with the White Wolf King's underlings. The real problem was that giant toad and the level 4 crocodile. If they teamed up and swarmed me, my odds were slim. I had to hit level 3 before they cornered me. Once I did, a level 3 ant swarm could flatten them. There were only two variables. 1. Whether the White Wolf King would also hit level 4 tomorrow. That thing was already a beast among its peers. 2. Whether they'd come torch my cabin while I was out leveling up. Even the buildings in the Qinghe village ruins were above level 3, and the White Wolf King's flames had still burned part of them down. I didn't dare bet on whether my cabin could be repaired after a fire. More than half the rules were dedicated to emphasizing cabin upgrades. Its importance to players was obvious. The cabin absolutely could not be lost. Right. How could I have forgotten? I smacked my forehead and pulled out the wooden fence blueprint. Sure, it was only level 1, but stack 8 or 10 layers of it, and that'd hold for a good half hour, easy. Half an hour was all I needed to reach level 3. That settled it. Consumed 4 wood, 1 stone. Crafted 1 fence segment. I did the math. Fencing the cabin once took 100 wood and 20 stone. I went ahead and made 10 full rings. Over 1,000 pieces of wood and nearly 300 pieces of stone. As soon as dawn broke, he sealed the house up tight. Meanwhile, in the Zhao Clan Alliance group chat, Sun Ti. Haha, Wang Chufeng lost his mind today. He traded me 200 wood for 70 stone. Long Yu. He swapped 20 blocks with me too. Sun Ti. A zombie horde's about to hit, and he's blowing through wood like this. What a total idiot. Zhao Wangsheng. I found his location. Confirmed. Zhao Ritian. Tomorrow, go straight to his house and smash it. Even if we can't kill him head-on, once the house is gone, he won't survive past tomorrow night. This is the Ruin Hammer, single-use item, 3 charges. Each charge can demolish any structure below level 4. That blueprint was something Zhao Ritian had risked his life to pull from a bronze chest, and it cost precious materials to craft. Tomorrow would be the day Wang Chufeng died. Li Mingming. Master Zhao's the man. No matter how tough his house is, it's still just 1 layer of wall, and we've got 3 shots. The advantage is ours. Qinghe Village, the White Wolf King's estate. The night was pitch black. The giant croc paced back and forth in the courtyard, glancing at the gate every so often. The phantom rabbit's speed is unmatched. It must have killed the eavesdropper and headed home after dark, the White Wolf King said flatly. Then tomorrow morning we strike the ant nest directly? Should we bring the whole clan? Anger simmered beneath the giant croc's voice. Its bloodline was already thin, and one of its 3 offspring had already fallen to the ant swarm. No need. The nest is full of level 2s. Anything below level 3 that goes in is just throwing its life away. The White Wolf King had originally intended to gather all 5 chieftains for the raid. Now only 2 remained. At first light, we'll link up with the language snake and the phantom rabbit, then move out together. Good. With 5 level 3s, tomorrow's in the bag, the giant croc declared confidently. It was determined to win the White Wolf King's favor and secure a future for its 2 remaining offspring. Otherwise, why would a level 4 beast like itself willingly bow in submission? The moment dawn broke, I stepped outside. Clang, clang, clang. Wooden fence. 1 layer, 2, 3. 10 full layers, sealing the house up airtight. Early morning was supposed to be when beasts went out to forage. But the forest held nothing except a thin mist, not a single beast in sight. It was like they'd all holed up at home. Is the universe against me? I'm just 20 experience short. That's 4 level 0 beasts, or 1 level 2. I circled halfway through the woods for over 10 minutes and found nothing. What I didn't know was that the White Wolf King, fearing his clan beasts would be wasted on the ant swarm, had ordered them all to stay hidden in their dens that day. If I kept searching, I'd walk right into the White Wolf King. I'll go check the rabbit den. If there are no beasts in the woods, then what about their lairs? Relying on the intel Little Black had scouted, I quickly arrived at a hillside. The ground was densely packed. Holes. Across a few hundred square meters, there had to be over 100 of the big ones. Good thing I'd gotten the cavern key yesterday. The moment I pulled out the iron key, an unremarkable cave opening somewhere lit up with a white glow. That was it. I crawled into the cave, just over a meter high. Inside, tunnels branched off in every direction. No telling how many this rabbit had dug. Good thing the key showed the way. After twisting and turning through countless bends, I stopped in front of a massive bluestone door. Sensing the key, it slowly swung open. Squeak, squeak. Chief, you're finally back. We're starving. You're not the chief. Who are you? 3 phantom rabbits, each nearly a meter tall, rushed forward to greet me, then went on guard the instant they saw who I was. Human, get lost. Boss, don't let him go. Eat him. I'm so hungry. Charge. In the span of a single breath, they'd already decided my fate. But I was thrilled, so they'd all been holed up in here. Save me the trouble of hunting them down one by one. You came right to my door. Don't blame me for what happens next. Gale Blade, go. Killed level 1 Phantom Rabbit, EXP plus 15. Killed level 2 Phantom Rabbit, EXP plus 50. 2 level 2S, 3 level 1S, for level 0S, 165 experience points total. Experience full. Advanced to level 3? Yes. In an instant, power surged out from within me, a current of energy coursing through my muscles. I threw a casual punch that shattered the cave wall, sending rock fragments flying. My fist, not a scratch, crushing stone barehanded without injury. I'd probably already crossed beyond the limits of what a human should be. Level 3, 145/1500. Beast, Leafcutter Ant, level 2. Talent, Infinite Division, SSS rank. Overall combat power, 35. Assessment, at level 3, you're a king within a single forest. Getting to level 4 would take a full 1,500 experience points. In any short amount of time? Dream on. But then again, one level 3 me couldn't beat the White Wolf King, but I had a level 3 ant swarm. Blackie, level up first, then divide. The ant on my shoulder glowed white, its body swelling continuously. Once the size of an egg, it grew in a flash to the size of a grown man's fist, had to weigh close to a pound. The massive mandibles on its head were as wide as fingers. One bite, and you'd lose a chunk of flesh. Divide. Go all in. This time it was slow. A full 10 seconds before the second one split off. Each sprint attribute Blackie cost 100 energy copper coins to divide. Each Gale attribute 1 cost 200. Looking at the 10,000 coins on my tab, I sighed, still too broke. A moment later, 100 Blackies had me completely surrounded. Outside the cave, guttural roars came from every direction. Phantom rabbits, come out. We're going to hunt down the humans. Through the level 2, text cuts off, outside the cave. Ant, I've seen them clearly. The White Wolf King, a level, for crocodile, and that toad. Came looking for backup. Huh? Too bad I already killed the Phantom Rabbit. I need to find a way to split them up. There are plenty of caves around here. If they dare come in, I'll pick them off one by one. The sharp-eyed White Wolf King spotted the ants on the ground. There are level 2 ants nearby. That human's somewhere around here. Stay sharp. Croak, I'm gonna eat them. The toad leapt, its long tongue sweeping across the ground, sucking up a few ants. Can I keep eating? It turned back. Eat, but only the level 2 ones. Leave the level 0 and level 1 for chopping trees. The White Wolf King smiled and nodded. I felt Little Black get devoured. Instantly, I ordered all level 2 ants to retreat into the cave. Sure enough, the toad chased right in. After swallowing a few dozen, it stopped. Before it stood a human. Humans deserve to die, eat. Its mouth gaped open, that 7 or 8 meter tongue shooting straight at my chest. I'm not your opponent. I flicked its tongue away with my sword. They are. Behind me, 100 level 3 ants came surging forward in a rushing wave. Eat, eat, eat. The toad lashed its tongue madly, but the ants were too small and too fast. It couldn't grab a single one. In moments, it was completely swallowed by the black tide. Killed level 3 toad, EXP plus 100. Loot. Level 3 poison sac times 1, meat chunk times 2. The ant swarm really came through. A level 3 toad, gone in a single exchange. The problem was, the White Wolf King wouldn't come in. I needed to separate him from the crocodile. I wasn't ready to go head-to-head with that level 4 beast. Right then, my chance arrived. Outside the cave, the toad had gone in minutes ago, and there'd been no word since. My lord, that human is cunning. There must be an ambush inside. Let me force him out. The crocodile was eager to prove itself, still hoping to secure a future for its two grandsons. It moved to the cave entrance, opened its mouth, and spewed out rolling swamp gas, meaning to flood the entire cavern with the toxic miasma. No, that human can control wind. The White Wolf King instantly realized something was wrong. A level for crocodile's miasma could hurt even him. Too late. A massive wave of swamp gas poured into the cave. Then a violent gust blew it right back out, exactly as it came. In an instant, the entire valley was blanketed in miasma. The White Wolf King retreated hundreds of meters, and I burst out of the cave entrance right beside him. A giant fist filled his vision, growing infinitely larger. Bam! We stood locked in a standoff, neither of us moving. I stared at that White Wolf King, a chill running through me. Just one day apart, and it had grown another size bigger. That aura of his was already pressing right up against level 4. There was suspicion in his eyes. That level, one human from a few days ago, now had level 3 energy surging inside him. The rate of his growth. It devoured gold-blooded creatures faster than anything I'd seen. I read that look in its eyes. It wanted me dead. Wolf fire. It moved, its body streaking through the trees like a wisp of mist. Its jaws gaped open, and a bright yellow flame shot into the sky. Waves of heat rolled outward. "Gale, blow it back," I commanded. Fierce winds erupted throughout the forest. 100,000 ants unleashed their abilities at once. Broken branches whipped through the air, fallen leaves swirled everywhere. The surging tongues of flame were forced back the way they came. "Found you." The White Wolf King wasn't angry, it was delighted. With a light spring, it lunged into my swarm of level 2 ants, jaws spewing fire. Point blank. The level 2 ants had no time to react and were swallowed whole by the blaze. Flames leapt skyward, black smoke billowing. A brilliant feint. My ant army took devastating losses in the blink of an eye. "You're dead. Taste my blade." Gale blade struck. A 3-meter azure dragon of sword energy shot straight for its neck. Bang! Trees snapped in half. The flash of my blade carved into the earth, gouging out a trench 3 meters wide and several inches deep. My heart lurched. At level 2, I could only use my sword technique twice. Now 5 times at least. "You're strong," the White Wolf King growled, wariness flickering in its eyes. "But you're too slow." It shifted again, its bulk, massive as a water buffalo, drifting through the trees as light as a falling leaf. "Oh, is that so?" Berserk, activate. The flowing cloud boots blazed with light. In an instant, I became a phantom, one push of my toes carrying me above it. Between one breath and the next, my blade's edge pressed against its back. Dragon unleashed. A bloody wound tore open. The White Wolf King's snow-white fur was stained crimson, bone gleaming through the gash. The force of the explosion sent it flying more than a dozen meters, slamming it hard into a tree trunk. Still alive. This beast, it took Dragon unleashed head-on and only came away badly wounded. "Finish it." I spun around and jerked to a stop. Berserk was over. "Cool down, 30 seconds. Aru. Stay back, Frenzy." It hadn't even found its footing when it saw me coming again, and it howled on pure instinct. Frenzy activated. Intelligence cut in half, stats surging by 30%. Bang. This time, it was me flying backward. "Finally, your second move." Good. I wasn't afraid, I was thrilled. I'd figured it out during our last fight. In Frenzy, its intelligence drops. That was exactly what I'd been waiting for. Blade in hand, I dove into a rabbit burrow. It hesitated for a heartbeat. Then rage swallowed it whole, and it plunged in after me. I stopped in a narrow tunnel that ran clean through from end to end. "Why aren't you running anymore?" Deep in its frenzy, it bared its fangs, its giant shadow cast against the tunnel wall, grim and terrifying. Why would I run? This passage was nothing but intersections for 100 meters, perfect for an ambush kill. "You're the one who should be running." "Run? Don't make me laugh." It swung a claw and lunged. Dragon unleashed. In the narrow tunnel, there was no need to build up speed. One strike. Middle of the game, then. You think I'm gonna just take that hit head on? It darted back, dodging the sword energy. A tier 3 body dealing tier 4 damage. How many times can you keep that up? It roared with laughter, never noticing it had backed into the wrong spot. Not far behind it, Ants the size of fists came swarming in a frenzy. That was the Tier 3 ant army I'd pulled off from its brawl with the Tier 4 crocodile. From start to finish, I only ever had one goal: to catch the bandits, take their king first. This time you die. What nonsense are you spouting, no? Where did all these Tier 3 ants come from? Dozens of ants clamped down hard on its skin, their combined strength dragging its legs down like lead, cutting its speed in half. Die, roaming dragon strike. A dragon's roar reverberated through the cavern. The azure sword light slashed across its old wound, nearly cleaving it in two. The mound of earth collapsed, burying it completely. I slumped to the ground, drained of every ounce of strength. That blow, surely it was dead now. But no kill notification came. 3 seconds later, my face went pale, and I spun around and bolted. Behind me, the mound of earth erupted with a thunderous blast. The White Wolf King leaped out of the tunnel, drenched in blood, its eyes crimson. The aura pouring off it was, unmistakably, Tier 4. Run. Every hair on my body stood on end. The stench of death washed over me. This little wolf had actually broken through at the brink of death. An ordinary Tier 4 beast, I could slay even with half my life left. But this one was different. A monster that could tank 2 of my sword techniques head-on was now downright terrifying. Back to the cabin. Fight a war of attrition. Berserk mode. Activate again. I turned into a blur, charging toward the edge of the forest. Almost there. Once I hit the trees, its huge body would slow it down. Bam! Trying to run? Did you ask me first? Before I could even react, I was sent flying. My Tier 3 battle armor triggered automatically, a halo of light shielding my whole body, but the massive impact still churned my insides, and I coughed up a mouthful of blood. What terrifying strength! Without the armor, I'd have been shredded to pieces. Only now did I see how it had changed. Once the size of a water buffalo, its body was now as big as a small car, every strand of fur blood red. That wasn't grime, it was a bloodline awakening. Human, I should thank you. It cackled. I was born with a bronze bloodline, unable to fuse the golden bloodline I'd swallowed. But you wounded me, and that awakened the golden werewolf bloodline's instinct to protect its host. The heavens are on my side. Bronze bloodline. So that's what beast taming quality was all about. All these days of life and death struggle, and I'd only been fighting bronze. And now, it had claimed gold. Since I helped you fuse your bloodline, how about you let me go? Of course not. It narrowed its eyes. Today's battle had shown it just how fast I was growing. Taking me under its wing would only invite betrayal down the line. You won't let me go, so why keep talking? I was out of trump cards. No items, no? It had weapons. Even my proud third-tier ant army. It crushed a dozen of them with a single swipe. You want to die? Then I'll grant your wish. Berserk mode, activate. A blur of blood-red shadow flashed as its wolf claws stabbed straight into my back. The shadow of death closed in over me. Guess I just didn't have enough money. I closed my eyes. Scree. At that razor's edge, a cicada's cry pierced through the trees. Bzzzt. A green cicada, no bigger than my palm, beat its wings and somehow knocked the wolf's claws away, blasting its massive body a good 30 feet back. I turned around, stunned. This cicada's aura was only third tier, yet it was this terrifying? You okay? A woman stepped out of the woods. Secretary's suit, glasses, and a red mole at the corner of her eye that gave her a mature, striking look. She bent down and reached out her hand to me. You, Liziba. I remembered that name. Her signature beast was a cicada, pretty unique. I'd memorized it after our very first deal. You actually remember me. Good thing I saved you then. Thanks for saving my life. I didn't take her hand. I got up on my own. Beauty saves the hero. TCH, no time to let my mind wander right now. This giant wolf, can you handle it? She was only third tier. Not enough. A little tricky, but I'm not planning to fight it. I'll just take you and go. There was a certain cool, intellectual detachment in the way she spoke. You two done chatting? Trying to leave? Not happening. The White Wolf King had steadied itself now. It drew a deep breath, its eyes brimming with greed. Beyond gold, you little bug, you've got a platinum bloodline. Drool started dripping from its mouth as it spoke. I have an arrangement with the werewolf clan. I won't kill you today, so get lost. Liziba frowned and barked out the words. The werewolf clan was fiercely loyal. Kill one and a whole pack came running. She was at a critical stage of her growth. She couldn't afford to make enemies of them. An arrangement with the werewolf clan? The White Wolf King paused. Then its bloodlust only deepened. Then I definitely can't let you go. If word gets out that I've been reaping the ant's fortune, I'm finished. No way back. So die, third-tier trash. Platinum or not. So what? You're asking for it. Green cicada, finish it. Liziba was no fragile woman. Anyone who could be reborn again and again had a heart hard as iron. Careful, it's not your average fourth tier. I warned her. She'd come to save me. I couldn't just watch her walk into a trap. It's fine. She gave me a meaningful glance. This is a perfect chance to show you just how much combat power differs based on a beast's quality. She lightly tapped her fingertip toward the green cicada. In an instant, the vicious, cunning White Wolf King, it was as if every trick it had was ripped away from it. It froze in place, unable to move. What the hell kind of ability was this? Human, what did you do to me? The White Wolf King hung suspended in midair, its eyes filled with terror. Crimson flames blazed all around its body, lighting up the entire forest. Deathly pale. Buzz. The green cicada on Liziba's shoulders spread its wings, unhurried, and swept across the giant wolf's limbs. Clang. Blood erupted as all four wolf legs hit the ground at once. You're asking for. The White Wolf King started to snarl, but his eyes met Liziba's. It was the gaze of someone looking down at ants, a look not even their werewolf chieftain, a level 9 powerhouse, had ever possessed. Its very soul trembled, and it forcibly swallowed the word death. Human warrior, I overstepped earlier. I swear I'll never trouble you again. Liziba let out a cold snort, recalled the green cicada, and turned to look at me, a hint of weariness in her voice. Remember this, level determines combat power. The higher the level, the stronger you are. After that comes quality. But two types of creatures can fight above their level: king quality and mythic quality. She paused. You're too weak. I understood what she meant. My talent for summoning swarms of ants was indeed impressive, but every one of my ants was common quality. No matter how many I had, against gold quality, they were nothing more than fodder. I see. Thank you for stepping in. If there's ever anything I can do for you, just say the word. I cupped my hands in respect. I wasn't worried she'd kill me. If she really wanted to, I couldn't escape anyway. But a question lingered in my mind. According to the information she'd given me, the green cicada was only level 3, platinum quality. How could it so easily defeat a level 4 White Wolf King? That's not right. Suddenly, I remembered, when we first chatted, the suffix on her username had been Gold Tier Beast Tamer. Sis, have you upgraded your beast's quality? Please, teach me. If she could upgrade her beast's quality, and I could do the same, my strength would skyrocket. Wasn't that exactly what the White Wolf King had done, raising a bronze bloodline to gold? There was a way. There is a way. But why should I tell you? Liziba turned to leave. I have energy coins. Lots and lots of them. No matter how mysterious she was, she still needed money. That was my only leverage. Sure enough, she stopped, turned back, and held out a hand. 1,000 energy copper coins, and I'll answer you. I opened the trading marketplace, but my account showed only 32 coins left. Damn, I'd just spent over 10,000 copper coins splitting my ants. Are you playing me? I saved your life, but if you're messing with me, I won't hesitate to kill you. Her murderous intent flooded the air in an instant. No. Here, take this. I fished a silver coin out of my pocket, something I'd gotten from opening a silver treasure chest once. An energy silver coin. Liziba's voice shot up as her eyes locked onto it. Do you have any idea? One energy silver coin may be worth 1,000 copper coins, but you couldn't buy one even with 10,000 copper. It's a symbol of wealth, power, and status. There are places only silver coin holders can enter. Are you sure you want to give this to me? You saved my life. This means the most to me. I handed it over with a smile. Then I won't refuse your kindness. She tucked the silver coin close against her body, her attitude softening considerably. In this world, the number of the strong is fixed. Over 90% are of ordinary quality. When a silver tier or higher beast tamer dies, a bloodline stone appears somewhere in the world at random, she said slowly. That white wolf before you devoured a gold-quality bloodline stone. My heart lurched at her words. Nothing like this had ever been recorded in the Forest Codex. Then, I'm in a good mood today. Go try your luck at Five Finger Mountain. In 5 days, there'll be a bronze quality bloodline stone up for trade there. Bronze quality. Naturally, that was beneath her notice. Thank you, sisterly. I looked up, only to see her step into a rift in space and vanish into thin air. Teleportation. In that instant, the pressure bore down on me like a mountain. I used to think that with enough ants, I could crush anything. I hadn't even taken Zhao Ritian's diamond saber-toothed tiger seriously. Now I realized just how wrong I'd been. A beast's quality mattered just as much. The gap between the strong and the weak was never just about numbers. It was about caliber. 5 days from now, Five Finger Mountain. That bronze bloodline stone is mine. If I wanted to survive, if I wanted to defeat Zhao Ritian, I had to grow stronger. I turned around. The White Wolf King was crawling and wriggling, trying to slip away while I wasn't looking. White Wolf King, and just where do you think you're going? In 3 days, the werewolf clan from Five Finger Mountain will send someone. I'm of the direct bloodline. Kill me, and they'll never let you go. The White Wolf King froze in place. Human, I swear, I'll never come after you again. Losing all 4 legs meant nothing to it. As long as it stayed alive, the werewolf clan could regenerate its severed limbs. Sorry, but I don't believe your oath. If I hadn't overheard its scheme last night, that the blue wolf was the one who'd called for the werewolf clan, all for the sake of my ant swarm, I might have actually believed it. Sword strike, roaming dragon. With all 4 limbs severed, it had almost no way to dodge. Bang! The vicious blade of energy slammed into its body. Berserk mode activate. Hold on. Veins bulged across the White Wolf King's body, which instantly hardened like steel. Clang. A sword strike capable of wounding a level 4 creature struck it, like hitting an iron plate. Ha ha ha, useless. You can't even break through my defense. Once I'm healed, you'll be the first one I tear apart. It bared its fangs in a cold sneer, then shot a sidelong glance. Giant Croc, you've hidden long enough. Aren't you going to make your move? So all through my fierce battle with it, the giant croc had been lurking nearby, only holding back because Li Ziba had been present. Haha, this old servant is here. The giant croc roared as it lunged at me. You think you're the only one with backup? Little blacks, tangle it up. At my command, dozens of 3 tier, 3 ants and hundreds of thousands of tier, 2 ants surged forward at once. They were no match for the giant crocodile in terms of rank, but their sheer, teeming numbers drowned it in an instant. I suggest you run now. 3 minutes, tops, before your ants can't hold that crocodile down. The White Wolf King sneered at me. I couldn't beat that woman, but these mere insects thought they could. Roaming dragon slash. Clang. Sparks flew everywhere. It didn't have a scratch. Don't bother. The frenzy won't wear off for 3 minutes, and you can't break through. Huh. The moment it threw back its head and roared with laughter, I pulled something from my chest and hurled it straight into its gaping mouth. What did you just feed me? Its expression shifted, its gaze beginning to blur. Nothing much. Just the venom sac from that toad flunky of yours. Looted off the corpse. The toad was only tier 3, but its venom sac could affect tier 4 creatures. The effect kicked in at just the right moment. Human, you won't get. Its voice grew faint, too weak even to curse. The frenzied muscles lost their support, rapidly collapsing back to normal. Roaming dragon slash. Boom! The White Wolf King's entire body burst apart. Watching from a distance, the giant crocodile shrank back and burrowed straight into the ground to flee for its life. Looted White Wolf King. Obtained weapon blueprint, fishing net ×1, meat chunks ×10. A weapon blueprint. I opened it immediately. Fishing net blueprint tier 3 weapon. Special skill A death throws. When the net is destroyed, it inflicts 1 instance of damage capable of killing a tier 3 creature to whatever's inside. Materials: spider silk ×4, leather armor ×2, cloth ×3. Description: a weapon used by the villagers of Qinghe village to deal with schools of fish in the river. Can control fish schools up to tier 4. A containment type weapon, and a high rank at that. The only material I was missing was spider silk, though I had no idea where to find it. I put the blueprint away. It was still early. Once I got my ant colony settled, I planned to make a trip to Matianchi's place. I wanted to go to Five Finger Mountain, but I didn't even know which direction it was in, let alone how many dangers lay along the way. The map Ma Tianqi left behind, however, not only marked the mountain's location but also recorded the positions of the terrifying creatures scattered along the route. Besides, his cabin was only 20 kilometers from here. At my current speed, the round trip would take barely an hour. Come on, little blacks. Time to head back and chop some trees first. Today, to fight the White Wolf King, I'd hidden all my low-tier ants at home and hadn't chopped a single tree. That wouldn't do. The higher my level, the more energy coins I burned through. Without chopping trees, there was no way to keep up. Meanwhile, outside my cabin, two players, a man and a woman, crept up furtively. Li Ming Ming, where's your beast? The man kept a lizard. My crow's out searching for Ma Tianqi's location, the woman replied. Her talent was D-rank surveillance, and you could take the dumb approach. Check the player cabins nearby one by one and find the one with no owner. That's probably where Ma Tianqi is. All right, let's get to work. The two grabbed their wooden clubs and machetes and started hacking at the fence. Durability -1, durability -1. A few minutes later, both were drenched in sweat. Clang, the final swing came down. In front of them, still another fence. I'm out of stamina. Let's use the wreck hammer. Fine. Most people put up 2 fences max. 2 layers means he's cautious. The wooden hammer was etched with dark gold patterns. Break, damn you. Bam. The fence shattered, revealing still another wall. What the hell? Does this guy have so much wood he doesn't know what to do with it? 3rd time's the charm. This has got to be the last layer. Bam, another fence. The two looked at each other, utterly speechless. Whether or not the last layer is a cabin, we're telling everyone we broke into Wang Chufeng's house. Deal. The wreck hammer's 3 uses were spent. What remained before them was, still, a fence. That's not how fences are supposed to work. Beep, beep, beep. A message pinged in the background. Zhao Ritian, you broke into Wang Chufeng's house already? Zhao Wangxing stood beside the cabin, caught in a bind. If he went back without finishing the job, he'd get chewed out in public, docked his reward, made an example of. Why should he run all that way for nothing and get punished? So he replied, done, cousin. But he's got 2 fences around his place. The wreck hammer's used up. Zhao Ritian, fine. Since he wasn't home, go find Ma Tianqi's place. Make sure you bring the stuff back. He trusted his cousin and didn't suspect a thing. Zhao Wangsheng, don't worry, basically found it already. I'll have it to you today. Zhao Ritian, it better be. I want the safe route on the map to 5 Finger Mountain. There's an auction there in 5 days. You've got these next few days to find it. He said 5 Finger Mountain, but he was really after the treasure chest marked on the map. The auction was real too, of course. He needed to boost his strength before it started to grab the biggest cut. Not long after Zhao Wangsheng left, I returned to my cabin, staring at the 4 smashed layers of fence, chin in hand. Huh? Some beast attacked my place while I was out. Whatever. Couldn't even break through 10 layers of fence. Can't be anything serious. I patched up a few more fence layers, reinforced my defenses, then took 50 level 3 ants and set off toward Ma Tianqi's location. The woods were dense. I moved fast. Now that I was level 3, I was one of the strong ones in this forest. With the ant swarm scouting ahead, I could steer clear of danger in advance. An hour later, I was halfway there. Ma Tianqi's been dead 2 days. No telling if his cabin's still standing. If the night destroyed it, this'll be a wasted trip. Round. Whoosh. A streak of white light shot straight at my face. Special skill, overdrive. Blackie, lock onto the enemy. This wasn't my first time being ambushed in the forest, but it was the deadliest. I'd barely sensed it coming. The flowing cloud boots overdrive kicked in, and my body blurred into an afterimage, reappearing dozens of feet away. That was close. Master, it's hanging upside down from a branch. I looked up. A dozen or so feet away dangled a moss-green spider the size of a wash basin, its abdomen marked with black and white patterns resembling a ghastly human face. Its eyes locked onto me with greed, sizing me up as prey. A spider? Could it produce spider silk? Book. I summoned the forest encyclopedia and aimed my search at it. Human-faced demon spider. Yields, spider silk, meat chunks. Description, usually appears in swarms. When one has its eyes on you, many more are already lying in wait nearby. Skilled in camouflage, beware of surprise attacks. Assessment, Encounter them at your level and you're in danger. Since it produced spider silk, I'd keep it around, just enough to complete the materials for a fishing net. Blackies find every spider's location. Ants are small and quick, slipping through the forest without being noticed. ZZT found a second one. There's one in a tree hollow too, and another in a rock crevice. In moments, the ant swarm had rooted out 6 more human-faced demon spiders, ranging from level 1 to level 3. Humph, no level 4. They were just counting on numbers. Outnumbering me. You've picked the wrong target. I unslung my longbow and took aim at a level 2 spider. Whoosh. Direct hit. Killed level 2 human-faced demon spider. EXP plus 50. The level 2 demon spider up in the branches flew into a rage and spewed a massive white web from its mouth. Overdrive. Who knew if it was venomous? I opened up the distance, and my Gale sword shot forth. A long dragon of azure sword energy slashed into the tree hollow. Boom! With splinters scattered everywhere, and a millstone-sized level 3 human-faced demon spider was torn to pieces. The leader was dead before it even made a move. SSS. All around, the demon spiders shrieked in unison. This time, it wasn't to swarm me, it was fear. Their leader had died before their eyes without landing a single blow, killed by the very prey they'd targeted. Terrifying. Run! The once silent swarm of spiders now scattered in every direction, screeching. You're running off? What about my spider silk? It wasn't often I ran into these. There was no way I'd hold back. I drew my bow again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrow after arrow. If I guessed right, I had enough materials. The ones that got away would conveniently lead me to their nest. Looted level 2 human-faced demon spider. Spider silk times 2. Meat chunk times 1. Fishing net materials complete. Begin crafting. Craft. Crafting countdown, 35 minutes. Human-faced demon spiders are so cheap, they don't drop a single decent thing. ZZZT. Master, there's a nest 2 kilometers to the southeast. Tons of spiders, and a level 4 among them. The tracking ant sent back its report. At least 20 of them, easily. Can't take them yet. Mark the spot. Once I find the map, I'll come back to farm it. A colony that big could net me a ton of experience. Maybe even a higher-tier treasure chest tucked away somewhere. I carved a marker into a nearby tree and rock. Half an hour later, following Ma Tianqi's directions, I finally arrived at a hill. On top stood a level 2 wooden cabin. That's right, it was Ma Tianqi's place. Only, why were there 2 figures inside? I crouched in the shadows of the treetops, and through Little Black's eyes, I saw everything happening deep in the forest. The man and woman were fleeing in a panic. The man was named Zhao Wangshan. The woman wore thick glasses and looked so fragile she might shatter at any moment. Her name was Li Mengmeng. Mengmeng, thank God your crow led the way. Otherwise we'd have been spider food back in that nest, Zhao Wangshan panted. It was all thanks to you, brother Wangshan. You broke through the webbing, sob. Li Mengmeng wrung her hands, her eyes brimming with admiration. The whole picture was almost too endearing, but I just shook my head watching it. This woman's eyes, there was something buried too deep behind that smile. Zhao Wangshan pulled her into his arms. Don't be scared. Big brother will protect you from now on. No, brother Wangshan. Li Mengmeng blushed and slowly pushed him away, her voice thin as a mosquito's whine. I nearly laughed out loud. This guy was already being led around by the nose. The 2 arrived at the cabin on the hill. Li Mengmeng pointed with a delicate finger. My beast has been watching for 2 days. Nobody's come or gone. This is probably Ma Tianqi's place. Ma Tianqi, the scout-talented player I'd killed. Zhao Wangshan released a silver-tier chameleon to slip inside and scout ahead. A moment later, he let out a breath and pulled Li Mengmeng in with him. The cabin was scattered with dozens of logs and a dozen or so stones. There was a map lying by the bed. Found it. This is the thing. Zhao Wangshan's face lit up as he snatched it away. My pupils contracted. The map. That was what I was really after. Brother Wangshan, what's that? Li Mengmeng tilted her head. Nothing. Zhao Wangshan brushed her off and started listing the resources on the marketplace. Just then, Li Mengmeng started to cry. Pitiful and helpless, tears streaming like rain on pear blossoms. Why are you crying? I was just thinking. Once we split up today, maybe I'll never see you again, brother Wangshan. Do you not like me? You won't even tell me what that is. Zhao Wangxing's throat bobbed. Lust got the better of him, and he pulled her close again. It's a map. It marks tons of treasure chests and dangerous spots. Brother Wangxing, there's something I want to ask you. Li Mengming's face flushed crimson. Tell me what you want. I'll do anything. Oh, I want you dead. Squish. The dagger plunged straight into his heart. Sitting up in the tree, I wasn't the least bit surprised. You why? Zhao Ritian won't let you get away with this. Zhao Wangxing's eyes went wide as he collapsed into a pool of blood. The chameleon dissolved into a ball of white light, swallowed in a single gulp by Li Mengming's crow. Why? To get stronger, of course. To survive till the end. Li Mengming returned to her true form, not a trace of frailty left in her. Besides, I didn't kill you. Wang Chufeng did. Zhao Ritian should go after him. I clapped my hands and stepped out of the doorway. Nice performance. She spun around, instantly slipping back into that helpless little act, clutching the blood-stained dagger to her chest. Who are you? I'd suggest you mind your own business. Didn't I kill him? I grinned and pointed at myself. Don't tell me you've already forgotten me. Her expression shifted in an instant. You're Wang Chufeng. 2 days ago, word that I'd taken down a tier 2 peregrine falcon with a single arrow had already spread everywhere. Then I'm out of here. But before she'd even finished speaking, her whole body split in two, becoming a pair of crows. My talent is A-rank beast tamer clone. As long as one of us survives, me or my beast, we both come back. She explained even as she gave orders in birdsong. Caw-caw, split up and fly. Too bad. I understand animal speech. Trying to leave? I flicked my sleeve, and a white net tore through the air. Did I say you could? All 3 crows dropped into the net. Let me go? I'll give you anything you want. Li Mengming reverted to her original form, tears falling like pearls as she frantically slashed at the net. But the more she cut, the tighter it pulled closed. It's useless. You're the one who tried to play me. I raised my hand and thrust out my Gale sword. 1 strike, through the heart. The remaining 2 crows thrashed wildly in the net. Die. 2 more strikes, and it was over. Killed tier 2 player Li Mengming, EXP plus 50. Killed tier 2 crow, EXP plus 50. Loot obtained. Tier 2 refined steel dagger, hand-drawn map. I immediately crouched down to search. The map. Got it. I unrolled it and found the thing could zoom in and out freely, just like a map on a phone. Zoomed all the way out. The entire image resembled a massive wolf's head, spanning over 1,000 kilometers, its edges marked with a gray fog that devoured everything. The red dot was Ma Tianqi's cabin, and between my cabin and his, man-faced demon spider nest. Highest level tier, 6 beast, bronze quality. Extremely dangerous, golden treasure chest inside. A chill ran down my spine. I'd actually been planning to farm this spider nest tomorrow to level up. Tier 6 bronze quality. Going there would be nothing short of suicide. This map saved my life. Information is life. It's the traps you can't see that kill you. As I tucked away the map, I noticed an egg-sized orb glowing with 3 colors nestled in the fishing net. An attribute orb. 3 colors, meaning Li Mengming had killed another player before she took out Zhao Wangxing. Good at hiding her tracks. Asterisk. When used, your beast will randomly gain one of the following. Level 2 wings, color camouflage, or swimming. Asterisk. Wings. If Blackie could fly, getting to 5-Finger Mountain would be a piece of cake. Blackie eat it. The level. 3 Blackie crawled onto my palm and burrowed into the orb. A pair of transparent, thin wings slowly unfolded from its back. Yes. Beast. Leafcutter, ant level. 3 attribute. Wings speed. 40. Blackie, fly me up. BZZ. It lurched into the air, 6 legs gripping my clothes, lifting me about a foot off the ground. Can you go higher? It shook its head. This was its limit. Talent. Infinite division. 250 energy coins vanished from my account instantly. It stung, but it was worth it. 2 flying ants hoisted me up to about 3 feet. Good enough. Now home. Time to chop wood. Only a mountain of energy coins could give me any peace of mind. By nightfall, I'd harvested 150,000 logs. Inside the cabin, 20 wooden cabinets were crammed with 6,000 logs, and 500 million ants blanketed every inch of the floor. Aside from the bed, there was nowhere to stand. I had to walk on tiptoe just to get around. Space had become the bottleneck for my growth. I opened the regional channel and posted an ad first, buying tin ore and rare blueprints long-term, top dollar. Also, can players pay to stay at the Beast Sanctuary? Replies flooded in fast. Tin ore? The werewolves are jacking up prices. 20 coins a piece on day one, now it's 100. Who can afford that? Heard the werewolves are holding an auction at the foot of Five Finger Mountain in 5 days. All the merchants are stockpiling. Too bad I don't even know where Five Finger Mountain is. I frowned. The tin ore markup was brutal, and even though I was level 3 and could mine level 3 ore, I didn't have a level 3 stone pickaxe. No tools meant no tin ore. Just then, a private message lit up. Yi Xiaoqing. Boss, can we trade right now? It's dark out. Did a werewolf get into your place? No. I was running from beasts all day, and when night fell I made it outside the werewolf city. You can actually walk around here at night, and you can pay for lodging. I'm on the trading street right now. Something clicked in my mind. So the whole werewolf city had that night immunity function, which meant I could spend the night at Five Finger Mountain too. Let's trade. Send me the items. Your cut won't come up short. I could hear the relief in Yi Xiaoqing's reply. But she didn't know that even the cheapest inn in Werewolf City cost 100 coins a night, and she only had 12. To survive, she had to help me buy 880 coins worth of goods to earn her 10% cut. Gritting her teeth, she stepped into the brightly lit streets. Werewolf's eyes swept over her from all directions. Curious, greedy, bloodthirsty, hateful. Her legs trembled, but she forced herself forward. Shopkeeper, got any tin ore? A werewolf in leather armor eyed her sideways. Yeah, 100 coins apiece, human. You got that kind of money. Boss, she messaged me anxiously. 100 coins each is way too expensive. Want me to look around for something else? Buy it. I sent over 3,000 energy coins on the spot. The other end went silent for a few seconds. I could practically picture her stunned expression. 880 coins was nothing to me, just a stepping stone on my path to a level 4 home. I'll take 30 pieces of tin ore. Xiaoqing's voice shook, but it was firm. The leather-armored werewolf instantly put on a fawning smile and dumped dozens of pieces out of his bag. Yi Xiaoqing is sending you 30 units of tin ore. Accept? Yes. Almost simultaneously, a prompt rang in my ears. Upgrade materials complete. Upgrade to level 4 cabin. I curled my lips into a smile. Upgrade. I said it silently. The wood and stone walls around me began to shed like a skin, revealing a layer of dark golden sheen underneath. With a chiming sound, the room expanded before my very eyes, more than doubling in size. Excellent. The bigger the space, the more ants I could spawn, and the faster I'd grow. I pulled up the house panel. Building, cabin, upgrading. Level, 4 defense, 50 durability, 100/100. Description, a shelter that withstands the night, defends against beasts up to level 4. Space doubled, you now have 2 rooms. Rating, ordinary attacks can no longer break into your home. The reward notification hadn't appeared yet. Until the upgrade finished, I had no way of knowing whether I was the first player to reach level 4. Right now, Yi Xiaoqing was in Werewolf City. A shopping opportunity this good, I wasn't about to pass it up. Here's your 300 energy copper coin commission. See if there's anything else worth grabbing, blueprints especially. Thank you so much, boss. I'll ask right away. 300 copper coins, equivalent to 300 logs. She clearly hadn't expected me to actually give her a cut. Before long, a 3-meter square cloth spread out on her end, and a flood of items poured out of the traveling merchant wants Sanwin's bracelet. Iron ore, healing potions, elixirs, blueprints, you name it. Xiaoqing worked fast, sending me the details one message at a time. Iron, or X20, 12 or each. Vitality Bloom X1, 90 copper coins, plus 1 combat power when consumed. Parasitic Vine X10, 80 copper coins each. Level 2 Iron Pickaxe Blueprint, 100 copper coins. Minor Healing Potion X2, instantly cures any injury below level 4, 500 copper coins each. Cloth X10 bolts. I froze. I'd risked my life going to the Clear River Village ruins just for cloth. And Wolf Wansan had a full 10 bolts, plus 2 rare healing potions. Everything here was useful to me, except the wood. Boss Wong, I've got the deal locked down. You're spending 5,000 today, so you qualify for a 5% discount. Hold on, let me haggle a bit more. I might get it down to 8% off. This girl was seriously saving my money like it was her own. I'll take everything except the wood. I did a quick estimate. The total came to around 6,000 copper coins, well within my budget. It was getting late, and I was still waiting to hear back from her on whether nights in Werewolf City were actually safe. What? You want it all, boss? I heard something crash on her end. Right after that, she was haggling for me again. She even tried to buy Wolf Wansan's storage bracelet along with everything else. You're too kind, miss, Wolf Wansan said with a bitter laugh. This bracelet holds only 2 cubic meters, but it's still worth several 100,000 copper coins. If you really want it, I'll swallow the loss and let it go for 500,000. Yi Shaoqing forwarded me all the details about the bracelet, its magic, its capacity, and its jaw-dropping price, like it was the juiciest gossip. Storage space, now that was a good thing. Super convenient for hauling stuff around in the wild. Too bad it cost hundreds of thousands of copper coins, way more than I could scrape together anytime soon. Once I've built myself up, I'll come back for him. I let out a quiet sigh. And just then, your house has been upgraded to level 4. Congratulations. You are the first player in this region to reach a level 4 house. Game reward received. Space Ring Blueprint X1. Me? The lucky Shaoqing brought me was just too good. Last time it was 10 ore, and this time 30 tin ores had shot me straight up to level 4, with a Space Ring Blueprint thrown in for free. Just from the name, I knew exactly what it was for. With this, hauling wood, opening treasure chests, storing loot, it would all be incredibly easy. I pulled up the blueprint at once. Space Ring Blueprint. Quality, gold size, 36 cubic meters. Materials, Void Stone X1, Parasitic Vine X4, Titanium Alloy X2. Description, stores inanimate objects. Essential for wilderness survival. Rating, a tiny little space, can only hold 6,000 logs. The rating was as smug and punchable as ever. But to me, this thing was a treasure. 36 cubic meters, about the size of a spare bedroom. If I could cram a few small wooden cabinets in there, storing hundreds of thousands of logs at once wouldn't be a problem. The 3 materials. Translation. I only had parasitic vine. The other 2, I'd never even heard of them. Guidebook. I summoned the forest guidebook. Void stone. Rare material. Obtainable only from beyond the world or gold tier chests and above. Titanium alloy. Crafted by the myriad races civilizations or found in gold tier chests and above. Premium goods. Beyond the world and the myriad races civilizations were out of my reach for now. Gold chests, though, there was a way. Ma Tianqi's map marked no fewer than 10 locations, and the closest to me was the lair of the human-faced demon spider. In the end, there was no getting around that spider. Interesting. The sources were clear now, but I still had to put out the word. Regional channel. Anyone with void stone or titanium alloy will trade wood for it. Also offering 1 tier, 2 iron pickaxe blueprint. The iron pickaxe was something I'd swiped off Lang Wansan. To others, it was a treasure. It could mine iron ore, and iron ore was the key to upgrading a tier 2 house to tier 3. The moment the message dropped, the channel exploded. Damn, is the boss really selling an iron pickaxe? I'll offer 100 wood. Give it to me. I'm just short on iron ore to hit tier 3. Ladies first. The horde hits tomorrow. Tomorrow was the beast horde, and the whole region was drowning in dread. Everyone knew a tier 2 house wouldn't survive that night's assault. Iron ore had become the hottest commodity overnight, its price shooting up to 60 copper coins. Private messages flooded in, but not one had void stone or titanium alloy. They were all after the pickaxe. I was about to close the channel and sleep when one message stopped me. Qian Zipang, King Black Boar, boss, I know where there's titanium alloy. It's in an ancient ruin nearby. Trade me your iron pickaxe blueprint for the info, or we could explore it together. My pupils narrowed. A king tier beast tamer. This was the first time I'd seen a player of that quality. He'd never spoken in the channel, kept himself well hidden. Li Ziba had told me that king quality was a rare, terrifying existence, capable of fighting above their level. It's yours. Without hesitation, I dropped the blueprint into the trade window. True or false, it didn't matter. If he was lying, All I'd lose was one useless blueprint. If we could work together, it would pay off big down the line. Thanks, boss. Fair trade. We chatted a bit. The guy seemed decent enough. When the conversation ended, I opened the ruins coordinates. Qinghe Town ruins. My heart jolted. That name, what did it have to do with the Qinghe village ruins? It was over 40 kilometers away, yet Ma Tianqi's map had no record of it at all. Whatever. Find the gold chest first. If that doesn't work out, I'll head to this ruin. That night, the entire region was strangely quiet. Not a single player came under attack. But no one could feel relieved. The more abnormal things were, the greater the danger. The next day, dawn had just broken when the notification arrived, right on schedule. Today, first catastrophe of despair, the beast horde descends. Daytime gathering yields triple rewards. Horde countdown, 6 hours. You must defend your house. If your house is destroyed, you can never advance your realm again. 3 notifications, 2 of them dripping with terror. The game had never once offered triple rewards before now, which told me just how deadly this horde was going to be. And the third line, if your house breaks, you can't level up. That was basically a death sentence for the player. No way you'd survive to day 100. But in every crisis, I saw opportunity. Triple rewards. I wondered just how much wood my ants could chop down today. I pushed open the door. The tide of ants poured out. Go all in. Split infinite level 0 ants. I still had 140,000 energy copper coins on me. The moment my talent activated, the ground was instantly swallowed by black, a vast, surging mass big enough to blanket an entire soccer field. 1.4 billion of them. Combined with the 500 million I already had, the swarm broke 20 billion strong. Same as always, level 1 and 2 ants haul, level 0 ants chop fast, level 3 ants bring the wood straight to me in real time. The order dropped, and the black tide surged toward every corner of the forest. I opened my private chat with Yi Xiaoqing. Her avatar was still lit up. I let out a breath. She wasn't dead, which meant Werewolf City's nights were survivable. Xiaoqing, can you still shop for me today? Not anymore. She replied instantly. The werewolves kicked me out the second the sun came up. Said Werewolf City is going into full operation in 4 days, and they're not keeping anyone around now. I frowned. What the hell were the werewolves up to? Did they have some dirty secret to hide? An hour later, the trees all around came crashing down. Gathering yields doubled. Chopping a level, 0 tree yields 3 wood, doubled to 6 wood. You chopped. The notifications came in a flood. Mute. My vision went quiet in an instant. Swarms of level 2 and 3 ants hauled wood in from far away, piling it up at my feet. 1 unit of wood detected. Recycle. 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 I was practically numb. Mountains of wood vanished into the shop. 200,000 trees, yielding 600,000 pieces of wood, doubled to 1.2 million pieces. For a kilometer in every direction, it was nothing but wood. I can't keep up with the recycling. I had to physically touch the wood to recycle it. Right now I was lying flat on top of the wood pile, the pieces beneath me disappearing like crazy, but the ants just kept hauling more and more over. Too much wood to recycle. Somehow that had become a problem of its own. The regional channel was buzzing just the same. Ha ha ha, heaven's on my side. I chopped 1 level, 2 tree and got 8 pieces of wood. Opening chests gets doubled too. My herb harvest doubled as well. Struck it rich today. Made 1 in a single morning. 0 copper coins. Chest count double too? I blinked. Too bad the chests around here, phantom rabbit, whisper snake, had already been picked clean by me. The rest, poison frogs, crocodiles, blue wolves, had heard my name and gone into hiding. I sent a level 3 ant to scout, but the caves were empty. 3 hours later, my balance had passed 3 million. That's a lot of money. Even back on Blue Star, I'd never seen this much. Still over 2 hours until the corpse tide. I can squeeze in another round. 1 million, split off level 3 flying ants. 1 million, level 3 sprinter ants. Save the rest for emergencies. The corpse tide was coming, and level 1 and level 2 ants were too weak. A few minutes later, 50,000 sprinter ants blanketed the ground, and 40,000 flying ants filled the sky with their droning buzz. With a swarm like this, forget just holding off level 4 beasts. The sheer weight alone could crush them to death. Meanwhile, on a hill a few miles away, a level Four giant crocodiles' eyes churned with greed and rage. Behind it huddled poison frogs and blue wolves, the ragged survivors who'd fled here in a panic the day before. Human, you wiped out my entire clan. I'll make you pay for this. Yesterday it had barely escaped, returning to the swamp to lead its offspring to safety, only to find two crocodile skeletons and a ground littered with ant corpses. It was that wretched human. Chief, this human is expanding way too fast. What do we do? A poison frog quavered. The forest for miles around had been stripped bare. The speed of it left the beasts trembling. They're just lowly ants. What does it matter how many there are? A level, 3 Gray Wolf said coldly. Once the werewolf clan's level, 5 investigator arrives, the human and its swarm will all die. A level, 5 creature, not something a level, 3 swarm could ever hope to touch. The investigator won't be here for 2 more days. I can't wait that long. The giant crocodile gritted its teeth. I'll lead the corpse tied straight to his door. You can do that, the gray wolf growled. But don't get caught, and don't give away our position. That gold chest here is exactly what the investigator came for. As it turned out, this sanctuary had already spawned a gold-tier chest, and the gray wolf had reported it long ago. Don't worry. My level's higher than the humans. He can't catch me. The giant crocodile sneered. That human only knows how to swing his sword and attack. He's got no way to trap an enemy. I escaped once. I can escape again. It paused, the killing intent in its eyes burning brighter. This time, I'll bury him and his house both under the corpse tide. 2 hours until the beast corpse tide arrives. The top 10 to clear it will receive rewards. The higher your rank, the richer the reward. I'd just ordered the swarm to stop chopping trees when this notice popped up in front of me. Rewards for the top 10? The regional channel instantly. The room exploded with chatter. I'm only level 2. What good does it do me even if I can see it? You need at least level 4 to survive that. Honestly, even level 5 seems dicey. Zhao Ritian, Diamond Saber-Tooth *. If we could locate the zombie horde ahead of time, we might just clear it first. This guy's a total pro. Zhao Ritian, Diamond Saber-Tooth *, just broke into level 3. My skills can already rival a level 4 beast. I stared at the screen and said nothing. I had level 3 flying ants sweeping every inch of a 10-kilometer radius. Not a single zombie, let alone a horde. They were hidden too well. The rules were unclear, and getting ahead of the pack was going to be tough. What I didn't know was that 10 meters underground, a massive crocodile was frantically digging. Beneath its feet lay a cavern where packs of zombie beasts slumbered. This nest is buried so deep, and they're all dormant. Nobody could ever find them, if I hadn't burrowed right into it. Feeling the terrifying aura filling the den, the crocodile dug even faster. There were definitely level 5 zombies in there. It had to carve out an escape route before waking them. As for whether the zombies would come after me, it wasn't worried in the slightest. Zombies went berserk at the sight of a house, tearing it apart relentlessly until nothing was left standing. It was etched into its bloodline memory. The once mighty civilizations of 10,000 races had been wiped out this way by the horde. And humans could only survive by hiding inside their houses. Broke through. Just as the crocodile started to grin, a cold awareness locked onto it. A level 5 zombie had awakened. These things all woke up today. It flashed with light, the packed earth flowing like water before its eyes, and within a few breaths it burst up to the surface. Behind it, 1, 2, 3 zombies clawed their way out of the ground. Pigs, wolves, snakes, all manner of rotting beast forms, nostrils flaring as they sniffed around for prey. It would take them some time to find a human. The crocodile's eyes rolled. It hadn't planned to come after me again, but the fire of vengeance burned too hot to sit still. Come and get me. With a swing of its tail, it batted 2 zombies flying. Not at full strength, just enough to pull their aggro. Grew. The horde was baited, chasing after it from a distance. Human, was it you who killed my crocodile offspring? The crocodile charged to the edge of the clearing. Here, my ant swarm was felling the last few trees while I gathered the timber. Oh, it's you, you overgrown lizard. I narrowed my eyes, wary of my surroundings. I don't know your offspring, but I did butcher 3 crocodiles. Puffed. The crocodile spat out a mouthful of blood. I knew it was you. Today is the day you die. It launched into the air, its 5-meter tail crashing down like a torrent of steel, the air screaming as it was ripped apart. Berserk, my speed surged by 50% as I twisted to the side. I dodged the tail whip and drew the longsword from my waist in the same motion. Today, I have to kill it. Otherwise, a level 4 beast ambushing me every couple of days is just too much of a hassle. If the first strike misses, I'm out. You can go play with these zombies. Light flashed across the giant croc's body as it prepared to burrow into the ground. That's exactly how it got away last time. This time, I came prepared. Fishing net. The huge net shot out and wrapped around its entire body in the blink of an eye. Its earth burrow ability was completely useless now. My dragon-shaped sword aura pressed down toward its face. Mercy. There's a golden treasure chest in my nest. At the moment of life and death, it dropped to its knees, groveling on the spot. Halt. I forced the sword aura back, stopping just an inch from its throat. Tell me where it is, or you die anyway. Just as I stepped forward, a long zombie snake lunged at me. One swing of my long sword, and it split in two. Killed beast horde wave, level 0 zombie. Gained 5 EXP. A zombie from the horde? How did it arrive over an hour early? Looks like the horde doesn't come all at once in a single half-hour rush. It trickles in, wave after wave. What's going on here? The zombies followed it. It had to know something. It really wasn't me who lured them, just a few low-tier ones, haha. The croc laughed it off while frantically clawing at the net in secret. Then I owe you a thank you. I smiled. You drew the horde out early for me. I'll deal with you afterward. The fishing net was only a level 3 weapon, but that was more than enough to trap a level 4 beast. It couldn't break free. All you little blacks, level 0 to 2, get back in the house. 100,000 level 3 troops, engage. Thanking me. The croc froze, then sneered inwardly. Greedy, foolish human. You only see the materials you can harvest from killing zombies, but you have no idea there's a level 5 existence hidden among them. Just wait, you'll be crying soon. It curled its lips into a grin, and even its net-bound body didn't feel so uncomfortable anymore. What's that crocodile grinning about? I shot it a glance but ignored it. It couldn't get out of that net. Right now, the most important thing was this swarm of zombies. Those giant zombies could shave 2 points of durability off a level 3 house with a single blow. A minute of their attacks, and the house would collapse. Even a level 4 house couldn't hold out past 3 minutes. Deep in the forest, beast-form zombies came pouring out, staggering forward in a long line. Most were level 0, mixed with level 1s and 2s, and the occasional massive level 3. They had only one target, the wooden cabin behind me. What met them was a rolling black tide. Everywhere the level 3 ants passed, the horde was devoured clean. Leafcutter ant killed level 0 zombie. Gained 5 EXP. Leafcutter ant killed level 2 zombie. Gained 50 EXP. Leafcutter ant killed. The whole screen was filled with kill notifications. 10 minutes, and over 800 EXP was in the bank. In the forest ahead, not a single living corpse remained. Sweet. EXP. EXP shot up like a rocket. Name, Wang Chufeng. Level, 3, 1225/1500. Beast, Leafcutter Ant, Level 3. Talent, Infinite Split, Rank SSS. Combat Power, 35. Weapons, Level 1 Machete, Cloud Drifting Boots, Level 2 Longbow. Defense, Deep Blue Battle Armor. Skill, Dragon's Sword Strike. Assessment, at Level 3, you are already the king of this forest. Just under 300 points to hit Level 4. My eyes shifted to the giant crocodile. Kill it, and that's 200 points. If it coughed up the location of other races, I could rack up even more. I could level up today. Hey, what's with that look? You can't kill me. What about the gold treasure chest, huh? The croc, which had been enjoying the show, suddenly flinched, stabbed by my killing intent. The zombie horde? Already wiped out. Now, how about you tell me where that gold chest is? The undead tide had paused. I planned to use this window to finish it off. The chest, well, it's right, over. The croc dragged its words on purpose. Wiped out. Impossible. There was something far nastier still coming. It had to admit, this ant swarm was no joke. Even a level 4 like itself had been trapped and nearly killed. Too bad. There was a level 5 in that horde. Boom. The ground trembled. In the distant forest, trees toppled one after another. A white-striped tiger, 2 meters tall and 10 meters long, strode out from the trees. With every step, the earth beneath it shook. A silent dread welled up from deep inside me. High-tier bloodline, no lower than level 5. Its aura was more than 10 times stronger than the White Wolf King's. There was no fighting this. The moment that thought formed, the croc froze too. But the sight of me trembling filled it with glee. Let's see you handle this today. Ant army, scatter, all of you. Death energy churned around the tiger. Any ant that got close died instantly. There was poison gas, too. Terrifying. I ordered the swarm to retreat into the trees. What these undead were really after was my house. Get back inside. I spun around and bolted. Huh. So even a human gets scared? I thought you were unstoppable. Why run now? Even if you hide inside, that house won't survive a level 5's relentless assault. The croc was overjoyed inside, though it didn't dare say a word out loud, wanting only to shrink out of sight and survive until I was dead. By the way, since you won't talk, then just die. I suddenly turned back, my gaze turning cold as my long sword left its sheath. I had this crocodile figured out. A coward, one who caves to force but never to kindness. Without a little pressure, it would never talk. Dragon-shaped, sword energy shot straight at its face. This time, the croc smelled genuine death. This human, he really didn't want the treasure. No, it still wanted to live. That was it. Report the location, then stall for time. Just hold out until the level 5 zombie tore the human to shreds. This human, the user type, falls for this every time. Wait, the treasure chest is 3 kilometers that way, on a hill deep in a swamp, next to 3 big trees. It spoke fast, desperate to save its own life. Consider yourself lucky. You just bought yourself another life. I hoisted it up and rushed into the house, sending my army of flying ants racing toward that location. Thud! I flung it into the corner and shut the door. The white tiger zombie shouldn't keep attacking forever, right? That was my guess, but I couldn't be sure. My heart hung in my throat. The giant crocodile sized up the cramped space. So this was a human's shelter, and it had actually reached level 4. Too bad. Even that couldn't survive 3 minutes of a level 5's assault. Thud! A tiger's claw came crashing down, shaking the earth. The cabin lost a bit of durability and swayed violently. Thud, thud. The walls turned transparent, inch by inch. Haha. The moment the human dies, the net breaks, and I burrow straight into the ground. The crocodile counted gleefully. Just 3 more minutes, and it'd be free. But a few seconds later, the attack stopped. A full minute passed. Still nothing. What was going on? Weren't zombies supposed to tear a building apart the instant they laid eyes on it? Wait a little longer. Maybe it just got tired. While the crocodile's mind wandered, a line of text popped up before my eyes. Congratulations. You are the first to clear the beast zombie horde. Rewards will be distributed after nightfall, along with all other players. Let's go. Take me to that place you mentioned. I let out a breath. That giant tiger zombie had attacked exactly 20 times. No more, no less, strictly bound by the game's rules. My mind raced through the numbers. A level 2 house lost 75 durability per hit, level 3 lost 30, and level 4 only 15. For players stuck with level 2 houses, this was a death sentence. Countless level 2 and 3 zombies still roamed outside, and once the durability hit 0, the house could be ripped open with a single swipe. Go where? Aren't there still level 5 zombies out there? The crocodile looked utterly baffled. The memory in its bloodline told it. These zombies wouldn't stop until they'd leveled every building. Yet this human had somehow slipped past them. Outside. One more word and I kill you. I hurled it out the door. The crocodile hit the ground. No attack came. That tiger zombie really was gone. It was still early, more than an hour until nightfall. I walked into the clearing and started looting corpses. Looted level 0 zombie. Obtained parasitic vine times 1. Looted level 1 zombie. Obtained parasitic vine times 2. Parasitic vines, all of it. I was speechless. Looked like the price on these things was about to crash hard. I gathered my spoils and marched the giant crocodile through the forest. Human, can you put me down? I need to take a dump. Hold it. Human, the golden treasure chest is actually FA. The translation. Yeah. Then you die right now. No, no, no. I'm telling the truth. It tried every trick to stop me along the way, but too bad. I wasn't buying it. We soon reached the swamp. Mist swirled everywhere, and a massive mound loomed within the toxic haze. Behind the tall grass, my ant army had already locked onto the cave entrance. Humans are here, run. Croc, didn't you say you wouldn't give away our location? You son of a bitch, you brought a human here. Swarms of toads and gray wolves burst out of the cave, their eyes filled with terror and hatred. Little blacks, kill them. I'd already killed their chieftain. Leaving them alive would only mean trouble later. Ah, Croc, may you rot in hell. Human, the werewolf investigation envoy arrives in a couple days. Spare us. Ha, you won't live past tomorrow either. Screams rose and fell throughout the haze. Leafcutter, ant killed level 2 gray wolf. EXP plus 50. Leafcutter, ant killed level 1 toad. EXP plus 15. EXP maxed. Level up. Level up. The ant army poured into the cave. Inside were 3 silver treasure chests, and one more, glowing with golden light. Silver treasure chest, upgrading. Upgrading? Whatever. Take them all. The mighty tide of ants swept away, carrying the chests. On the clearing, only the level 4 Croc and I remained. You wiped them all out. Does that mean you can't kill me now? It sensed a killing intent like never before. Hand over the treasure you've been using to escape, and I'll give you a chance to fight me. Otherwise, you die in the net. I spread my arms. Power was surging wildly through my body. Level 4. I felt like I'd already surpassed the limits of humanity. I threw a punch, and it whistled through the air. Fine, I believe you. The Croc got serious too. It couldn't break free of the net, and if it refused, all it could do was wait to die in misery. But if I actually let it loose, it might not lose. It was a level 4 beast, after all. Escaping wouldn't be a problem. Before it even finished speaking, a layer of skin peeled off its body. It was a cloak. This is called the earth diving cloak. Wear it, and you can burrow into any soil within 20 meters. It looked heartbroken. This was the crocodile clan's heirloom. Nice. I guessed as much. This croc had a mediocre bloodline, yet it could pull off supernatural feats. Turns out it relied on items. Grab it. The net withdrew, and I launched a punch. Bam. The croc flew backward more than a dozen meters. You really made it to level 4? All its fighting spirit collapsed. With a flick of its tail, it fled toward the depths of the swamp. But behind it, a 5-meter-long dragon of sword energy roared after it. Bam! The corpse split in two. Level 4. So strong. I clenched my fist, spun around, and dashed 7 or 8 meters in an instant. Time to head back. I'm going to open that. Hashtag the golden chest. I'd never opened a chest this high level before. Not long after I left, a level 3 gray wolf came racing back into the mist. Damn humans. They've wiped out our entire gray wolf clan. My asthma churned. A 2-meter-tall werewolf strode through the fog. Burlap wrapped its lower half, scars crisscrossed its torso, and its wolf's head was twisted in a snarl. Little Pink, still crying at your age? Uncle, you have to avenge the gray wolf clan. The gray wolf Pink froze for a moment, then broke into delight. Don't call me uncle out here. Call me investigator. The werewolf cleared its throat. Now, where's the golden chest I left behind? It wasn't supposed to arrive until the day after tomorrow. It had come 2 days early just for that chest. Investigator, sir, the chest was stolen by that human. Damn it, the werewolf threw a punch. In an instant, 10-odd meters of swamp evaporated dry. It's getting late. Tell me, what tricks does this human have? Know your enemy. Know yourself. It wasn't one to act rashly. A long while passed. You're telling me he killed the level 4 White Wolf King at level 3, and now he's leveled up to 4 himself? The werewolf was stunned. Wasn't it only sent here to deal with one level 3 White Wolf King? Now there was a level 4 human who could punch above his weight. Uncle, can you beat him? Pink was worried too. This human was growing far too fast. Call me investigator. The werewolf snorted coldly. A mere level 4 human. I brought a tool from the clan, the trap bell of golden confinement. It defends and imprisons at once. Once he's trapped inside, he's dead, unless he can burrow through the earth. That reminds me, can he tunnel underground? Pink thought it over. If he could, the giant crocodile never would have escaped. He answered without hesitation. I'm certain. He can't. Good. Tomorrow, we end him. Inside the cabin, the chests were piled into a small mountain. 21 common, 12 black iron, 5 bronze, 2 silver, and 1 silver chest shimmering with a golden sheen. The gold covered even more of the surface than the first one I'd ever seen. The entire chest, nearly 80% of it, had turned gold. Cut down every tree within a 4-mile radius just to gather this many. I'd just been through a brutal fight, and my mind was worn thin. Perfect timing to open some chests and unwind. Common chest, purified water ×1, wood ×3, black iron chest, pot bowl blueprint ×1, iron ore ×1, bronze chest, cloth ×1, fishing rod blueprint ×1, food, life skill blueprints, pots and pans and fishing rods, all junk. Not a single thing to boost my combat power. Mediocre across the board. Now for the silver ones. From silver chests, I'd pulled a forest bestiary before, and even a precious energy silver coin. Silver chest, aluminum alloy ×2, level 3 railing blueprint ×1. Silver chest, iron blocks ×3, white. Silver ore ×2. Silver ore, produced from level 5 ore. A precious material for weapons and armored. Aluminum alloy, semi-finished product used to craft weapons and armor. Precious material. More materials. The only blueprint was a useless railing, just an upgraded version of the level 1 fence. Whether you get good loot always comes down to luck. I felt a little let down. That left only the golden treasure chest still upgrading. Golden treasure chest upgrade 92%. Estimated completion in 30 minutes. In half an hour, right when the beast horde begins. By then, I'd collect the golden chest and the clear reward all at once. Oh right, I still had nearly 200 parasitic vines on me. Parasitic vine was a special material with no level requirement. It could be used to craft all kinds of armor, a hot commodity, worth about 120 energy copper coins on the market. But its real value wasn't in the price. Before the beast horde hit, it was hard currency, enough to trade for rare blueprints and materials that people clutched to their chests and refused to let go of. But once the horde passed, everyone would be swimming in parasitic vines, and by then, it'd be worthless. I immediately opened the channel. Selling special material parasitic vine cheap. Only trading for precious materials or items of the same tier. Got 6 left, DM me. I didn't mention I had 200. The more you have, the cheaper it gets. The chat exploded instantly. So many special materials. How'd this pro get his hands on those? I'm short on exactly this for my level 2 armor, dmang now. Can I trade wood for it? The horde's coming, and having armor makes me feel safer. There were still 13,000 players in the zone. With the horde looming, everyone was online, watching and waiting. DMs flooded in. Boss, trade a level 2 bow blueprint for 2? Me. No thanks. 200 wood? Me. Only precious materials or blueprints. 3 iron blocks for 1. That work? Me deal. Plenty of people messaged me, but few had anything I wanted. That's when it hit me. I was way ahead of these players. The treasures in their eyes were nothing special to me. Just as I was about to sell everything off cheap, someone started spamming at me in the zone channel. Zhao Ritian, Diamond Sabertooth, at everyone nobody trade with Wang Chu Feng, or you're making an enemy of the Zhao Alliance. Young Master Zhao has spoken. We wouldn't dare buy. Sun T, Bronze Python. Who the hell do you think the Zhao Alliance is? I'm trading with the boss no matter what. Whoa, a fight's breaking out. Zhao Ritian, Diamond Sabertooth at Wang Chu Feng, I told you I wouldn't make life easy for you. Don't even think about selling your stuff. Sun T, Bronze Python at Wang Chu Feng, my mutual aid alliance will buy your goods at top price. I've had it up to here with Zhao Ritian anyway. One threatening a blacklist, the other jumping out to defy him. For an ordinary person, this Kuding would have thanked Sun T, dumped the goods on him cheap, and pissed off Zhao Ritian in the process. Too bad, before Ma Tianqi died, he'd laid out the entire roster of the Zhao family alliance. Sun T was a core member of the Zhao family alliance. He'd signed a contract with Zhao Ritian, 0 chance of betrayal. Nice. Putting on a whole song and dance routine in front of the entire zone, trying to swindle me out of my parasitic vine? Then let's play along. Let's see if you can actually stomach it. I smirked. Just when I was struggling to trade for anything good, someone delivered it right to my door. I posted in the channel. At Sun T, thanks for the save. but I've got quite a bit of parasitic vine, and I only trade it for rare materials and blueprints. Can your mutual aid alliance handle that much? Sun T, Bronze Python, of course. We're a big group, over 50 members. We can handle it. Sending you a private message now. In the private chat, Sun T, boss, 6 of yours for a Tier 2 armor blueprint. Deal? At market rates, the price was fair, but parasitic vine was rare. He was still getting the better end. Me, honestly, I've got over 100. Selling them one at a time is a pain. I'd rather move the whole batch. Can you take that many? Sun T, hold on, let me check with the alliance. The moment he exited the chat, Sun Ti's pupils contracted, his breathing quickening. Over 100. Had this guy found a way to farm them? This was above his pay grade. He immediately messaged Zhao Ritian. Zhao Ritian, we do need some, but only about 20. Still, special materials, stockpiling never hurts. Zhao Ritian, tell him we can't take 100 plus. Push the price down as low as it'll go. Trade him those garbage blueprints, the rare ones we can't actually craft. The Zhao family alliance had over 50 members. Some lucky ones always rolled treasure blueprints, but without the materials, they couldn't craft them. Dead weight, plain and simple. If they could swap those for rare parasitic vine, even if they never used it, they could flip it at a premium later. Guaranteed profit. Sun T, no problem. What he didn't know was that once the corpse tide passed, every surviving player would be sitting on dozens, even hundreds of parasitic vine. By then, parasitic vine would be worthless. The trade list Sun T sent over made my pupils shrink. Tier 4 Listening Rain, Sword Blueprint Void Stone Copper, or times 10. Void Stone, a Tier 4 longsword, copper or for upgrading buildings. All things I desperately needed. Did Zhao Ritian even know what he was looking at? He was actually willing to hand this stuff over to an enemy. Sun T, boss, 120 parasitic vine for any one of these items. 1. In your dreams. I opened the Listening Rain Sword Blueprint. Listening Rain Sword Blueprint, Tier 4. Crafting materials, aluminum alloy times 2, molecular material times 1, parasitic vine times 4, iron block times 4. Special ability, Listening Rain. When used in rain or water, combat power increases by 30%. Description, easily wounds Tier 4 creatures. Aluminum alloy only dropped from silver treasure chests. Molecular material. This was unheard of. No wonder Zhao Ritian was willing to trade. They couldn't make it themselves. But as it happened, I had a piece of aluminum alloy in my hands. The first step in haggling is naming a price the other side can't possibly accept. You've got 20 items. I picked 10. And don't forget, this parasitic vine is worth over 10,000 copper coins. Sun T, come on, man, our mutual aid alliance has to survive too. Bottom line, 5 items. 5. I almost laughed out loud. 10 minutes until the beast horde. There was no time left to craft armor now. Those vines were already worthless to me. Deal. Since you stood up to Zhao Ritian on my behalf. The items landed in my inventory. I turned my gaze to that chest shimmering with golden light. Golden chest evolution successful. Obtained, molecular material times 1, blueprint of the thin illusion times 1. No titanium alloy. Expected. Opening chests is always a gamble. The molecular material was exactly what I needed. Materials for the Listening Rain sword are complete. Craft now. Craft. Countdown, 1 hour 24 minutes. The other blueprint had a strange name. Thin Illusion Gold. Special skill, transformation. Conceal your aura or mimic another's. Description, can alter your appearance. Only effective against creatures within 2 realms above your own. My heart skipped a beat. This was a lifesaver. If I were level 4 and being hunted by a level 6, slip this on, blend into the crowd, and I could get away clean. Too bad I'd just used up the molecular material. To craft it, I'd have to wait for next time. The last of the sunset spilled across the clearing as the ant swarm gathered the final batch of timber. Still a million logs left to collect. I walked toward the woodpile and raised my hand to recall them. Another million energy coins credited to my account. Deep in the forest, other players were locked in combat with the zombie beasts. Some charged in headfirst, some huddled trembling in their cabins, and some screamed frantically for help. Soon enough, people noticed. Killing any zombie beast dropped parasitic vines, 100 times easier than usual. The regional channel exploded instantly. Zhao Ritian stared at his screen, his face twisted with rage. He finally understood he'd been played. Fine, fine, fine. He ground his teeth. Wang Chufeng, I had no intention of touching you. But since you keep provoking me again and again, 4 days from now, at the Five Fingers Mountain auction, I'll pour in the full strength of all 50 members of the Zhao family alliance, scrape together 10,000 energy coins, and see you dead. The horde receded, leaving devastation in its wake. But the survivors kept their eyes glued to the rankings, who would break into the top 10 for clearing the event, distributing Beast Horde clear rewards. Congratulations, you cleared it first. Obtained. Evolution Armor, Shallow Sea Heavy Suit. A suit of silver, brilliantly gleaming heavy armor materialized before me, its weight dropping into my hands like a 100-pound boulder. Shallow Sea Heavy Suit, Platinum, Level 4. Special Skill. Evolution. Every time you level up, this armor levels up with you. Worn on land. Health doubled, speed halved. Worn in water. Breathe and walk underwater freely. No speed penalty. Health plus 30%. Platinum quality. The best piece among all my rewards. Even better, it's finished. No need to slowly gather materials. I can wear it right now. Equip. With the silver armor on, I looked like a legendary general of old. Except every step I took felt alarmingly heavy. Evolution perk. Awesome. Painstakingly crafting armor only to have it become useless after a few days due to leveling up. That's a loss I'll never have to eat again. I glanced at my stats panel. My original 40 health had shot up to 80. Defense 45. In other words, as long as an enemy's hit doesn't exceed 80 damage, I won't die. Life-saving gear, +1. The trade-off. On land, my speed dropped back to level 2. Can't have it all. Otherwise, it would have been way beyond platinum tier. I was satisfied. Warning. In 7 days, the second despair disaster, the world-ending rainy season, arrives. Last 15 days. Prepare yourself, Dot. My pupils shrank. A rainy season, and a world-ending one at that. The entire forest could be submerged in floodwater, and the shallow sea heavy armor could breathe underwater perfectly. So this reward was paving the way for the next disaster all along. But even if I could walk underwater, my wooden cabin couldn't. The disaster was still deadly to me. The regional channel had descended into chaos. Is this game trying to kill us all? They won't just wipe us out, right? There's got to be a way. I've tamed fish. This time, it's my turn to save the day. 666. Before the corpse tide, the region had 13,000 people. Now, just over 10,000 remained. 3,000 people, dead in a single night. The despair disasters were that terrifying. I closed the channel. Right now, the most important thing was staying alive. The Five-Finger Mountain in 4 days, the werewolf clan's pursuers, Zhao Ritian's death trap, every one of them demanded real strength. The night was quiet. I fell into a deep sleep. Bang, bang, bang. Zzzt, zzzt, zzzt. Master, wake up, quick. Little black shrieks cut through my slumber. My eyes snapped open. The cabin was shaking violently. Durability. Only 34 points left. I'd overslept and nearly gotten raided. I flung out over 100 logs, patching the durability back to full. Outside the window, it was already daytime. Whatever was attacking me wasn't a creature of the night, but a beast. Through the window, I saw clearly. A level 3 gray wolf, leading a 2-meter-tall werewolf, was pounding away at my cabin. Level 5 beasts. Envoys sent by the werewolf clan. It came to tear down my home without a word, so I wouldn't hold back either. I threw on the earth escape cloak, put on the shallow sea heavy armor, gripped the rain-listening sword, and shoved the door open. Dragon Strike. The 5-meter blade of energy took the shape of a massive dragon, hurtling toward the werewolf 20 meters away. So you're the human who stole my gold treasure chest and killed White Wolf King. The werewolf smirked, then leapt lightly aside, dodging the blade of energy. Fast. Its speed was far beyond mine. Little one, I'm talking to you. Before the words even faded, it had closed in beside me, its voice cold and sinister. It's very rude not to answer. And tearing down my home. That's polite? I scoffed, though a chill ran through me. The shallow sea heavy armor was slowing me down. This fight couldn't be won this way. Berserk. My speed surged 50%, matching a level 4 creature. Dragon Strike. A second blade of energy tore through the air. The werewolf didn't dare block it head-on. It dodged aside. From that strike, it caught the scent of death. Bam! I seized the opening, retreated into the house, and slammed the door shut behind me. Shallow sea heavy armor off. Deep blue war armor on. If only I had a spatial ring. I could swap gear on the move instead of ducking inside. Lesson learned. I opened the door again. Flowing cloud boots. Berserk. I burst out as a blur. Oh, your speed's almost caught up to mine now. The werewolf narrowed its eyes. Too bad. I came prepared. Golden bell of binding. Go. A small golden bell flew in from nowhere, dropping over my head and erupting with blinding golden light, trapping me completely. The phantom bell locked me in on all sides. My rain listening sword struck it, but only sparks flew. A level 5 binding item. My heart sank. Dragon strike slammed into it, only making it hum. Right, the earth escape cloak. After so many brutal fights, I developed an instinct. This phantom wasn't sealed shut. There had to be a gap underground. I swept the cloak open, and the ground split apart like air. I sank into the earth, my vision reaching 30 meters. As if underwater, I could see everything above. Outside, Little Pink the gray wolf cheered. Uncle's amazing. Took him down in just a few moves. How many times do I have to tell you? Out here, call me investigation envoy. The werewolf snarled, its claws lashing out straight for my face. The claw tips were 2 meters away. A flash of silver flickered over me, and I dove into the earth. The werewolf whipped around, its fierce glare locked on the gray wolf. Didn't you say he couldn't burrow? It's not my fault, Uncle. That's really what the report said. Look out. I had already burst up from beneath its feet, my rain-listening sword wreathed in blade energy, slashing straight for its face. Enough of your howling. The werewolf twisted aside, its speed maxing out in an instant. Human, you're fast. I'll give you that. But you're still one step short of me. I flicked my hand. A white net dropped down over it. A fishing net. It was too fast, so I'd prepared a means to trap it in advance. A level 3 net breaker, and you think you can trap me? Break. The net shattered. In that instant, my sword arrived. Dragon's flight. The blade's energy tore through its chest, and the sheer force sent it flying more than 30 feet. One move. I'd taken down a level 5 werewolf in a single move. Uncle, don't die on me. Call me envoy. The werewolf was barely clinging to life, yet its gaze swept past its nephew and locked onto me, brimming with venom. Kill a werewolf, and you'll be branded with the serious mark. Boy, just wait to be hunted down by my kind. A red glow rose from its body, swirling and twisting as it lunged at me. An unknown technique. I didn't dare take it head-on and darted back into the house. But the red light passed straight through the walls, ignoring them entirely, and sank right into the center of my forehead. You have been branded with the serious mark. Any werewolf who sees this mark and kills you will gain all the power of the caster. I had nothing to say. Couldn't win, so it slapped a curse on me with its dying breath, weak and petty. Killed level 5 werewolf. EXP plus 300. 300 points. Not bad. I pushed the door open. The gray wolf was hauling the corpse on its back, fleeing for its life. Trying to run? My sword flew from my hand and pinned it to the ground from dozens of yards away. Killed level 3 gray wolf. EXP plus 100. Little blacks, get to work. Looted level 5 werewolf. Anti-trap golden bell ×1. Qinghetown ruins key ×1. Just these 2 things, and it dared call itself an investigation envoy? Pathetic. Qinghetown ruins key. Opens a certain gate within the ruins. Exploration required. An ancient iron key, spotted with rust. I couldn't glean anything more from it, so I tucked it away for another day. Right now, the top priority was leveling up. I'd been marked by the serious. From here on, every powerful werewolf that crossed my path might come for my life. And that trip to Five Fingers Mountain would be all the more perilous. Without real strength, going there would be suicide. I pulled up my stats panel, and my brow furrowed. Wang Chufeng level 4, 715/3000. Status, serious marked. Talent, infinite division, SSS rank. Combat power, 45. Leveling up to 5 required 3000 EXP. That was the equivalent of 30 level 3 beasts. For dozens of miles around, Only one place held that kind of reserve. ZZT, Master. We were chopping trees 7 miles out when a swarm of human-faced demon spiders ambushed us. Heavy casualties. Little Black's wail jolted me from my thoughts. The spider nest was 9 miles away. My tree chopping hadn't come anywhere near their territory. Couldn't hold back. They'd made the first move. Back when I was level 3, I'd feared that level 6 in the nest and hadn't dared provoke it. But now, I'd reached level 4, with combat power rivaling a level 5. And I'd gained the anti-trap golden bell, capable of ensnaring even a level 6. The strong never wait for the wind to come. Some battles can be avoided for a while, but not forever. Rather than wait for someone to break down my door, I'd rather take the initiative and break this stalemate. I smirked, gripping my sword tighter. All level 3 grunts. Follow me. Let's go take on the human-faced demon spider.